Is it on? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, everyone, for being here. I'm Fenioski Peñamora, President of the American Society of Civil Engineers, Executive Vice President for Research and Dean of Engineering and Sciences at Tec de Monterrey. It's my pleasure to be with you all this morning at our Solutions Summit for the unveiling of the 2025 Report Card for America's Infrastructure. The American Society of Civil Engineers, founded in 1852, is the country's oldest national civil engineering organization. ASCE represents more than 160,000 civil engineers in private practice, government, industry, and academia who are dedicated to advancing the science and the profession of civil engineering and protecting public health, safety, and welfare. As part of this charge, ASCE releases the Report Card for America's Infrastructure every 4 years. Our report card raises awareness about our nation's infrastructure conditions and urges action on what is an out-of-sight, out-of-mind issue for most citizens. The report card grades are a reflection not only of our condition and funding, but also resilience and future needs. This year, we grade the condition and performance of 18 categories and have found that when we prioritize investments in infrastructure, America's families and business win. We are excited to have you all join us today for the release of the 2025 grades. This iteration of the report card is special because it is the first assessment we have given since the recent increases in federal infrastructure investments, which is something that all of our past reports have strongly advocated for. After the grade unveil, we look forward for you to spending the day with us for a series of discussions on the innovations and policies that are driving improvements on our nation's infrastructure. Before we go through the report's finding, I want to quickly acknowledge our sponsors of today's Solutions Summit. We are grateful for the generous contribution from Autodesk, Nucor, Bentley, Deloitte, CDM Smith, Great Lakes Dredge, and Doug Corporation, KCI, Epic Games, Structural Technologies, and the Global Infrastructure Investor Association. Without all of you, today's valuable discussions will not be possible. It is now my pleasure to introduce Darren Wolfson. Darren is the chair of ASCE's Committee on America's Infrastructure, which is the committee that writes and advises on the National Report Card. Darren is the Vice President and Department Head of Water Resources at Christopher Burke Engineering in Chicago, Illinois. Darren, please.
The American Society of Civil Engineers gives our infrastructure in America a grade of C-. That's not very high. And they project our economy stands to lose more than $10 trillion in GDP, $10 trillion in our economy by 2039 if we fail to invest in these repairs.
Look, the American Society of Civil Engineers rates our infrastructure. We've been getting a lot of C's and D's.
Civil engineers warn America's underinvestment in infrastructure could undermine America's global competitiveness.
This is something we have desperately needed for many, many years. In fact, decades now. We've been advocating for this while we've been doing a report card on America's infrastructure since 1998. We know that when you invest, we can make a difference.
Wow, quite the introduction. Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today about the nation's infrastructure, an issue that impacts every American and is crucial to our economy. I'm Darren Olson, chair of the Report Card Committee that we're about to unveil today. I'll be sharing with you today the findings from the 2025 Report Card for America's Infrastructure. So what do we mean by infrastructure, and why is it critical to every American? America's infrastructure is the foundation on which our national economy, global competitiveness, and quality of life depend. While infrastructure is often out of sight, out of mind, when there are deficiencies, we all feel the impact. Infrastructure is more than just roads and bridges. It's the airports we use for travel, the schools our children attend, the parks we enjoy, the water we drink, the public transit we ride, the power that keeps the lights on, and so much more that impacts our daily lives. As the nation's oldest engineering society, representing 160,000 civil engineers who serve as stewards of infrastructure here in the US and around the globe, ASCE serves as a leading advocate for infrastructure. Using an A to F school report card format, the report card provides a thorough assessment of current infrastructure conditions and needs, evaluating 18 categories based on 8 key criteria. I'll go over the details of our grading criteria and the specifics of some categories, but we are all waiting for the new grade to be announced, so let's get to it. For the first time ever, America's cumulative GPA is a C, the highest it has ever been. And for the first time since 1998, no category received a D- grade. This GPA improved slightly from a C- in 2021, indicating we've made progress around the margins in some infrastructure areas. In fact, grades either increased or stayed the same in 16 of the 18 categories. Since ASCE's last report 4 years ago, the new grades in 2025 demonstrate that investment in infrastructure makes a difference. Landmark federal infrastructure legislation has initiated thousands of critical projects across the country. The 2021 Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, or IIJA, was the largest comprehensive infrastructure spending package in U.S. history, accounting for $1.2 trillion in infrastructure investments over the course of 5 years, with more than $550 billion of that funding being allocated to brand new programs. And the Inflation Reduction Act, or IRA, passed in 2022, marked the largest climate investment in U.S. history and has helped facilitate the nation's transition to renewable energy sources. Investments in resilient infrastructure are consistently proven to be an effective use of limited public dollars, as they reduce costs in the long term, especially by minimizing rebuilding needs after a significant event. By adopting the most up-to-date codes and standards, communities will be better equipped to handle disasters and will be most responsibly deploying public resources. Despite these positive trends, 9 categories are still in the D range. Those categories include infrastructure Americans use every day, like roads, transit, and energy. Often these categories are areas that require maintenance and updates but lack investments and funding. Stormwater and transit tied for the lowest grade of D, though the grade for transit increased since the last report card. Both categories face similar risks due to rising costs and sustainability and resilience needs. In fact, over 60% of the nation's stormwater utilities say aging infrastructure poses a significant concern for their long-term needs. 8 categories: dams, hazardous waste, inland waterways, levees, ports, public parks, roads, and transit benefited from increased federal funding, and upgrades were made, leading to the increased grade point average. 7 categories stayed consistent with their previous grades. 2 categories, energy and rail, had grade declines due to safety and capacity concerns. The shift to renewable energy is bringing new sources online while retiring legacy systems such as coal, but the total generation capacity remains stagnant as a result. Even though rail received the second highest grade, with sufficient funding and efficient movement of freight through well-managed rail lines, train safety incidents have increased since 2020. Ports received the highest grade. The port sector continues to adjust to disruptions, with the pandemic causing an initial decline in containerized imports, followed by a significant surge. Funding levels have doubled thanks to federal investments that allow ports to better assess, balance, and address needs on both land and water. However, they face new challenges based on current and future impacts from climate shifting. The report card demonstrates that the crucial need for the new administration and Congress to continue sustained investment in infrastructure and build on progress we've made to improve infrastructure after decades of deferred funding and underinvestment. Overarching trends impacting infrastructure include extreme weather events, the need for sustained investment, and the need for reliable, available data on key performance indicators. Better infrastructure is an efficient investment of taxpayer dollars that results in a stronger economy and prioritizes American jobs, resiliency, and connectivity. After releasing this report 7 times previously, this is the first time for a C grade, the highest ever awarded. While this showcases how investments create direct results, there is still work to be done, with a great need for sustained investment to save families time and money and improve unsafe conditions. The report card is prepared by the ASCE Committee on America's Infrastructure, 52 civil engineers and infrastructure professionals from around the country with decades of expertise across all 18 categories. With ASCE staff, the committee evaluates relevant data and reports from government agencies, the private sector, nonprofits, and other organizations, and meets with technical and industry experts to gain a wider view of the nation's infrastructure. The committee then examines each category in the context of 8 key criteria before determining a grade. Those criteria include capacity, condition, funding, future need, operation and maintenance, public safety, innovation, and resilience. ASCE has descriptions that help classify each grade. The committee also makes recommendations to raise the grades for the nation's infrastructure broadly and specifically in each of the 18 categories. Now that we've had an overview of how the grading process works and what the key themes are, we'll break down findings from several of the 18 categories. For timing's sake, we won't cover all 18, but please visit www.infrastructurereportcard.org to read the full report and find out information on the category that you're most interested in. Starting with roads. Roads received a D+. A D+ isn't a great grade, and we have major challenges for our roads ahead. But this is one of the categories that saw a grade increase thanks to a significant uptick in funding and pavement improvement projects stemming from federal investment. Around 39% of major roads in the U.S. are in poor or mediocre condition. This is an improvement, however, from the 43% recorded in 2020. Driving on deteriorated roads is costly for drivers and can be unsafe. An estimated 40,990 people died in motor vehicle traffic crashes in 2023, an average of 112 people per day. Bridges received a grade of C. Approximately 1/3 of the nation's bridge inventory needs repair work or replacement. Over 4.9 billion motor vehicle trips were taken daily across the nation's bridges in 2024. 41% of bridges are in fair condition, with 6.8% in poor condition. Aviation received a grade of D+. The nation's airports continue to face growing capacity challenges. Air passenger traffic is forecast to grow by 58% through 2040 to 1.28 billion annual passengers. Gaps in infrastructure funding exacerbate existing delays caused by workforce and modernization challenges, funding gaps, and the need for more resources. Airports, like many sectors, are grappling with workforce shortages. This leads to safety concerns that when there aren't enough air traffic controllers or other staff needed to ensure safe operations. Drinking water received a grade of C-. Our nation's water infrastructure is aging and underfunded with growing costly needs. As of 2023, the average expected age of our drinking water pipes is just over 78 years, with more than 9 million existing lead service lines causing safety concerns. Challenges to utilities include aging infrastructure, emerging contaminants like PFAS, and the increasing severe effects of extreme weather. Many utilities are improving infrastructure through innovations to improve the ability to identify issues before they become failures, though only around 30% have fully implemented an asset management plan. Wastewater received a grade of D+. The nation has nearly 17,500 wastewater treatment plants and associated sewers that operate to protect public health and ensure the well-being of communities. With increased pressure from the public and private sector, the wastewater sector is expected to produce advanced treatment outcomes even as systems age. Locally generated funds are still falling short, with only about 30% of the sector's infrastructure capital needs being met. Dams received a grade of D+. There are more than 92,000 dams in the U.S. that generate electricity, supply drinking water, and protect communities and critical infrastructure. Nearly 17,000 of the dams in the U.S. are considered high hazard, posing threats to residents and property in the event of a failure. Over 15% of these high hazard dams are assessed to be in poor or unsatisfactory condition. The cost of maintaining, upgrading, and repairing dams has increased significantly due to an increase in extreme weather events, growing populations, and outdated design challenges. Levees received a grade of D+. The nation's levees protect other infrastructure, $2 trillion of property, 7 million buildings, and 5 million acres of farmland. The average age of America's levees is 60 years old, meaning that many are not built to modern codes and standards. Nearly 2/3 of levees have not been assessed for risks posed to the communities behind them, with more than half operated and maintained at the state or local level. Ports received a grade of B. Ports are the front door to the American economy, supporting jobs and industry. The nation has more than 300 coastal and inland ports that facilitate the movement of goods and support over $21.8 million jobs and $2.89 trillion in GDP. As mentioned previously, this is our highest grade in the report, a welcome sign for the economy, given the role ports play in the movement of goods and services. Funding levels have doubled thanks to federal investments that allow ports to better assess, balance, and address needs both on the water and on the land. Rail received a grade of B-. Rail is one of the two categories that saw a grade decrease since 2021. Although B- is still one of our highest grades, thanks in large part to the high quality of the freight rail networks across the nation. America's rail infrastructure keeps the movement of people and goods on track. Divided into two categories, freight rail and passenger rail, it supports our growing economy and provides essential travel needs for a surging population. Freight rail supports the movement of 1.6 billion tons of goods annually, and the number of rail passengers continues to increase. 2023's derailment in East Palestine, Ohio, occurred at the end of a 3-year rise in safety failures, totaling 10,577 that year. Moving on to energy. Energy received a grade of D+. Energy demand is growing faster than it has in 2 decades due to electrification, trends like the adoption of EVs, and new energy-intensive technologies like AI that require a significant number of data centers nationwide. Utilities will need to double existing transmission capacity to connect new, reliable generation sources. Energy disruptions bear significant costs on U.S. industries and consumers. Even a brief power outage increases production costs and disrupts supply chains. While transmission investments has risen by $5 billion from 2017 to 2022, more must be done to ensure future reliability. Broadband. Broadband received a grade of C+. The 2025 report marked the first ever chapter grade for broadband infrastructure. The Committee on America's Infrastructure determined that broadband is too integral to our daily lives and even for other infrastructure networks to function for us not to provide a more thorough assessment of this sector. Fast and reliable connection to the internet is essential, with reliable broadband mandatory for businesses and communities to thrive. In 2000, only 1% of US adults had broadband access at home, compared to 80% today. However, it is estimated that around 12.7 million people do not have a broadband subscription, whether it be at home or on a mobile device. The report card projects an investment gap of $3.7 trillion between 2024 and 2033, up from the $2.59 trillion gap identified in the 2021 report card. Funding from laws like the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act have proven to be major achievements to jumpstart our ability to help close these investment gaps and revitalize America's infrastructure, but more must be done. Failing to close the infrastructure investment gap brings serious economic consequences. Each American household currently loses $2,700 a year due to poor infrastructure. If we continue to invest like we are now, we can cut that amount to $2,000 a year, saving the American household $700 a year. So how can we protect the U.S. economy and address the growing investment gap? ASCE urges sustained investment that prioritizes resilience to raise the national infrastructure grade over the next 4 years. Advancing policy and embracing innovation are critical to assuring our nation's infrastructure is improved and stays strong. Investing in infrastructure is an investment in American jobs, people, and our economy. I'll list 3 overarching solutions, but please visit our website to see specific suggestions under each solution that can lead to improved grades. Raising the grade will only be possible by sustaining investment, prioritizing resiliency, and advancing policy and innovation. Infrastructure investment must be consistent and wisely allocated, starting with maintaining existing levels and then working together with state and local governments and the private sector to close the remaining infrastructure investment gap. Resilience is critical for our built environment. Across the U.S., disasters of great intensity, duration, and frequency have wreaked havoc on communities of every size and location. In 2024, a total of 27 extreme weather events caused 568 deaths and over $182 billion in damages, including the destruction of critical infrastructure. More must be done to integrate resilience that protects against the impacts of extreme weather events. Finally, we must adopt forward-thinking policies and innovation. Infrastructure improvements rely on both public and private sectors to address needs and advance solutions. There must be cooperation across all levels of government and the private sector for a successfully integrated infrastructure network. You can learn more about all of the infrastructure categories by visiting the full report on infrastructurereportcard.org. The website also offers a portal for you to write your lawmakers and urge them to prioritize infrastructure legislation. Being vocal and holding our elected leaders accountable is the best way to ensure our nation's infrastructure needs are being addressed. Thank you again for the opportunity to share the report card with you today and for your interest in what is pivotal to our economy and to our daily lives. While previous federal actions has helped raise America's grade, there is still work to be done to ensure that our infrastructure is in good standing and prepared for the future. We look forward to continuing to make infrastructure a priority at the federal level and across the country, working with you to raise awareness. Now, I believe we have our next speaker, and it is really my pleasure to turn things over to our keynote speaker, Senator Sheldon Whitehouse of Rhode Island. Senator Whitehouse is a ranking member of the Senate Committee on Environment and Public Works, an area of focus that applies to all 18 categories of infrastructure in our report. Senator Whitehouse has spent years advancing the very solutions that ASCE has advocated for, ranging from fostering the innovation of infrastructure materials to encouraging investments in projects that will protect communities from the impacts of increasingly severe weather events. Senator Whitehouse consistently demonstrates his deep understanding of the critical need to modernize our nation's infrastructure. And Senator Whitehouse, thank you very much for being here today.
Well, thank you. Thank you for the report card. I'm sorry we're not A students yet, but at least things seem to be going in the right direction at long last. And sometimes directionality matters in and of its own. So I appreciate all the support. I think rail and energy remain real deficits, and we need to continue our work in those areas. I think you had it right with all of that. And I think energy is going to be particularly challenging because of some of the politics around energy right now. Not only has there been progress, but there stands to be even more progress. The Environment and Public Works Committee is sort of a topically divided committee. The environment stuff tends to be highly partisan, but the public works stuff tends to be very bipartisan. And Chair Capito and I are already discussing how to make progress with both water and highway bills that we have coming up to expand on the progress that your report card has reported. And what I've said is that I'm eager to do that. We clearly need more investment in infrastructure. You kind of can't go wrong with that. And to do it in a bipartisan fashion is the right way to go about doing it. However, and there's always a big however these days, however, two things are important to solve as we go forward. The first is the present interference by this administration with existing grants and funding. We simply cannot have these, I call them the muskrats, excuse me, running about in agencies where they have no idea what they're doing. A little bit like Cat in the Hat. Do you remember that book? Remember Thing 1 and Thing 2? Unfortunately, we don't have the Cat in the Hat machine at the end of the book to put everything back together that was disrupted and dislocated. But I think the next report card will very likely show a hiccup in infrastructure performance based on that interference. We are seeing that going on right now. I think to the extent that you have information about funding that is jammed up or blocked, it's helpful to get that information to us. What I see happening is an administration that is under order, in many respects, court order, to stop their freeze and allow the funds to move forward, but does not want to do that. And the solution to that is to step back into what I call a fog bank of confusing, vague, and often even false statements about what is actually going on. Nobody wants to actually put their head up and say, I am in disobedience of that court order. So an outright, direct, flat no is not on the agenda. But over and over again, behind, I don't get my emails answered, I don't get my phone calls answered, the answer is vague and meaningless, the answer is general, sort of good feeling, but with no firm fact, or even an assertion, a false assertion, don't worry, everything's cleared, and then the money doesn't come. So we can't judge where the money is still jammed up by just looking at the fog bank. We have to hear from people who are at the point of distribution of funds to know when the portals aren't open, when the funding that's being sought isn't coming through, and all of that. So I think it's really important to share that information. That yields to the larger problem, the practical problem going forward, of why we would agree to a bipartisan, significant investment in infrastructure on the roads or water side without some meaningful assurance that the constitutional requirement that the president shall faithfully execute the laws will be honored. We are looking in the Environment Public Works Committee, indeed we're at work already with the Energy Committee on a permitting reform outline that we hope we can bring forward. Well, obviously in Rhode Island, we're interested in clean energy. We're interested in offshore wind. We're not particularly interested in tar sands or gas pipelines. And if we enter into an agreement that has significant permitting reform that will assist the clean energy transition and permitting reform that facilitates more oil and gas pollution, we'd want some assurance that whatever balance we struck in the committees and then in Congress was honored by this administration, and they didn't say, okay, we'll take all the oil and gas stuff, but all your clean energy stuff, forget about it, we're not doing that. So those are the two really important roadblocks we're facing right now. One, will they clear the funding that Congress has already approved and move it out so the projects can continue to be funded, shovels can continue to break ground, and we can continue the progress that your report card shows. And second, if we are going to do bipartisan work, will this administration honor it? Or will the most partisan administration I've seen in my lifetime simply pick sides and take only the half of the deal that they like? That is not a basis upon which Congress can forge compromises. So those are the two hazards that we have going forward. I'll mention the energy piece as I close here, because I have a very clear view of where we are with respect to climate and energy. I may be wrong, but I'm damn consistent. And that is that we went through phase one on climate, which was the science era, when the scientists warned us what was going to happen. And by God, the scientists nailed it. They really got it right. Even the scientists paid by Exxon more than 20 years ago got it right if you go back and read what they predicted. So the scientists did their job. The next era was the politics era, where it was up to us in Congress to pay attention to what the scientists were accurately telling us and take the appropriate steps to ward off the harms that they predicted. And of course, we catastrophically failed precisely because the fossil fuel industry picked up the fraud apparatus from the tobacco industry after the tobacco industry had to shut it down under court order, and then had the ability, thanks to Citizens United, to spend unlimited amounts of money in politics. And so they essentially shut down climate progress. So we failed. And that brings us to where we are today, era 3, the era of consequences. And those consequences are going to matter a lot for infrastructure. We have a lot of coastal infrastructure in Rhode Island that is either obsolete or becoming obsolete as sea level rise and increased storm risk changes our profile. In fact, it's going to change the map of the state of Rhode Island. This is a really big deal for us. And it's not just Rhode Island, it's wherever the ocean meets the shore. It's wherever rivers are now more likely to overflow their banks. It is wherever the new emerging wildfire risk makes infrastructure vulnerable. This era of consequence has to be front and center when we're talking about infrastructure. And the thing that I'll mention to you that is a little bit out of your immediate lane of infrastructure and engineering, but is highly impactful on it, is what the next thing to worry about is in climate. And what the next thing to worry about is in climate is insurance. If you're a fossil fuel company, you can make up whatever line of malarkey you want about what the future looks like with continued fossil fuel pollution. If you're the insurance industry, you're putting down trillion-dollar bets on what that future looks like, and you really need to get it right. And what the insurance industry is looking out and seeing is places where they can no longer provide property insurance. Rates have tripled in Florida. They're going to triple again. Companies are leaving the state. Companies are going bust in the state. The backstop insurer in Florida that the state runs has admitted to scenarios where it can't pay all claims. So there's this enormous risk out there, and what the chief economist for Freddie Mac tells us about that risk is that it starts as an insurance problem when you can't get insurance, and then it cascades into a mortgage problem. No insurance, no mortgage, right? And if you're in a place, and by the way, Jay Powell 3 weeks ago in the Senate Banking Committee warned that in 10 to 15 years, there will be places, regions of the United States, where mortgages are no longer available for this very reason. So when mortgages aren't available, property values fall, either because you can't get one, or because when you get one, you're also buying into that tripled insurance cost that is a load on the value of the house and drives down the value of the home. So you have what he called a coastal property values crash. That was the chief economist's words. And that is so severe, he says, that it's like 2008 all over again. It cascades out through the whole economy. Well, you all had a pretty hard time in the wake of the 2008 mortgage meltdown, even if you didn't have a bad mortgage, because when the whole economy goes to hell, that's not good for investment in infrastructure. And we're looking at an exact replay of that, except that the warning from the chief economist to Freddie Mac is actually worse than he originally predicted because this wildfire risk has popped up in the meantime. His prediction about 2008 redux was based just on coastal property value crash. So we have to take this very, very seriously. The Economist magazine in April ran a cover article predicting a $25 trillion hit to the global real estate market, a massive readjustment to the world's largest asset class based on this risk getting out of control. So what this administration is saying about climate change is false, and it's foolish to the point of being dangerous when you look at these real risks that real businesses with real fiduciary obligations are actually out there beginning to quantify. So I call you to please continue to do your best to make sure that the climate peril features in your conversations and in your plans, because we are going to walk into a truly, truly grim period if we don't take this seriously. So thank you again for the work that you've done to rate us on our infrastructure performance. I'm thrilled to see that with the exception of energy and rail, it is going in the right direction. There is, in fact, more to be done in a bipartisan fashion, but it's going to take a change of heart and behavior from this administration to make that effort worth it, because if it's not willing to faithfully execute the laws as the Constitution commands, one wonders what the point is of going through the effort of bipartisanship. But I do believe that there is good intention on both sides of the aisle in the Environment and Public Works Committee to get big bipartisan bills done, and I hope we can work with you to achieve that. Thank you very much.
So thank you again to Senator Whitehouse for his remarks. We are just so extremely grateful for his leadership and dedication to infrastructure improvements nationwide. With the release of the 2025 Report Card for America's Infrastructure, it is important to recognize the considerable undertaking and what all goes into this assessment. I can personally vouch for the undertaking. It's a large one. The Committee on America's Infrastructure initiated work on the report card in 2023. Much went into this effort as committees collected data, evaluated it, developed narratives, and produced respective chapters across the 18 infrastructure categories. Building on the findings from ASC's economic report, Bridging the Gap, the 2025 report card also shares a projected investment gap for infrastructure over the next decade. Additionally, key themes as well as recommendations are identified, which are both relevant and meaningful to all of the infrastructure categories. A main takeaway from the report card is that our infrastructure is a system of systems, interwoven and reliant upon one another for the proper function and performance. Joining me on stage are my esteemed colleagues from the committee who contributed to various chapters of the report. Along with their deep experience across both public and private sectors, as well as academia, all are past presidents of the American Society of Civil Engineers. I'm pleased to welcome the following on stage. Christina Swallow, Assistant City Manager, City of Tucson, Arizona. Greg DiLoretto, former Chief Executive Officer, Tualatin Valley Water District, Beaverton, Oregon. Did I get that right? Norma Jean Mattei, past chair at the University of New Orleans Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering. And Maria Lehman, U.S. Infrastructure Market Leader, GHD. So now I get to sit down a little bit. So we have 3 questions for our panel this morning, and I'm going to ask the question to each one of them and let each one of them respond. So the first question, the 2025 report card shares several key findings affecting all infrastructure categories. Number 1, more extreme weather events. Number 2, ongoing needs around investment. And number 3, limited or lacking infrastructure data. How did these factors affect your respective examination of the report card categories? I know that's a 3-part question, so we're starting off tough. Christina, I'll start with you.
Good morning, Darren and everyone, and thank you all for being here today. My experience and background is primarily in the transportation space, and when you look at those 5 categories, certainly increased extreme weather events is something that we are thinking about and is impacting the ability of those sectors to deliver on their promise to Americans to get to where they want to go, no matter the mode of transportation they want to get there, and to get their goods at their home, no matter, again, the form of transportation. So extreme weather events, but I really think when we were looking at this, that we were looking at the fact that there was a significant increase in funding that happened in since the last report card, and it was getting ready to deliver, right? We're getting ready to see the benefits of that. But also the fact that we had underinvested for so long, even with that additional investment, The categories weren't moving up as fast as you might predict or might think. And in one case, specifically in bridges, it stayed flat, but the story there was a huge investment via IIJA in bridges. But even with that investment, more bridges went from good to fair, and really kind of is the predictor of where we're going to need even more investment in the future. And so we were looking at extreme weather events, but we were really looking at the increase in demands, capacity, the continuing degradation of the infrastructure due to sustained underinvestment for decades. And this increase was fantastic and much needed, but it wasn't quite enough to turn the tide on most of these categories.
I'll turn it to you next.
Okay, thank you. Well, as you can imagine, two areas I worked on in the report card were drinking water and schools, kind of different, and also have a background in wastewater as well. There's no question that extreme weather is playing an impact in certainly the drinking water category. I mean, we got longer, drier, hotter summers. We're getting less precipitation perhaps in the winter time to store up for the summertime. And so certainly that entered into our discussions. Schools was an interesting one. We don't have a lot of data on schools. In fact, I'm from Oregon. We did a state report card. We actually gave schools an incomplete because we don't have enough data. But what we do have, particularly in the climate area, is things we hadn't seen before, which I'm calling climate days. A lot of our schools in this country don't have air conditioning because we never needed it before. I'm from Portland, Oregon. In fact, I didn't even have air conditioning into my house until 15 years ago. We never needed that kind of heating system for our schools. Now we're seeing it. And in fact, teacher contracts have in them a provision that says when it gets above a certain temperature, the kids go home, not unlike snow days. And so that was an interesting finding for us as we put together the school one. And then, we also, part of it was the investment in infrastructure. Now, you got to remember that water, for example, we went up 2 grades in the 2021 report card. And so we saw a lot of federal investment occur between 2017, started there, and going into 2021. And so that increase played out through this. It didn't necessarily increase as we did this report card, but it stayed the same, and that's why you'll notice water, wastewater, and stormwater grades remain the same. That really happened in the previous report card as we went through that. But the good news was back then is we made more investments in the system. We went from 0.5% to 1% replacement of water lines up to 5% a year in water lines. It doesn't sound like a lot, but when you have that many water lines, that was actually a positive move in the report card as we work through those. Schools are a tough one, though. There's no dedicated funding really for school building replacement. It's got to fight with, buying books and paying teacher salaries and that sort of thing. There's a couple areas where they do have some dedicated funding. In the area I'm from, the voters have approved $3 billion to replace a bunch of high schools, and there's another $1.5 billion coming up. But that's kind of rare, and it doesn't happen. And these buildings have an average age of 50 years. And we're sending all our kids to them. And we're using them for emergency shelters, right? And we're using them as community facilities. They're not just schools. So that worked into our grade.
Thanks, Norbertine.
So good morning. I'm going to talk a little bit about the discussions that were had on ports, on inland waterways, on dams, and on levees, things that most of you may not in your day-to-day lives think about, but many of you really rely on. And the good news for this report card was they all went up slightly in grade. And you might wonder why. So there was a lot of discussion, should we stay flat? Because we are seeing challenges. So in particular in levees, when you talk about problems with data, we don't have a robust inventory of our levee system yet. So we really don't know what we're missing. We don't have all levees that we are aware of. We haven't assessed risk. So people and things, our economy, rely on the protections afforded by levees, and we're missing some data. But the grade went up. So on climate change, surely this type of infrastructure has seen some challenges when it comes to climate change. I've been taking a look at inland waterways and at large rivers like the Mississippi cresting or flowing at low levels. And in the past 20 years, we've seen both of those things happen. And that impacts the inland ports, that impacts the ability to move goods up and down the waterways, things that drive the economy. And in particular, I wish I had the ability to show a slide. I have a picture of the Port of Memphis taken from the same angle. One in 2011, when we had, for a little while, an extremely record high water, but at least below St. Louis, no levees failed. And the very next year, at a very record low level, over 60-foot difference. The Mississippi River doesn't do that normally. You might have some high waters, you might have some low waters, and we've had a lot of low water situations recently that impact the ability for navigation to flow the way that it wants to. So why did we increase the grades? It was the investment. So we were so happy to see the funding available to attack some of these things that, and assuming that this investment is going to continue to flow, because having that investment just one big hit and not sustain it is not going to keep the needle moving in the right direction. So those grades all went up, and that's why investment.
Maria.
We all can talk about a lot of the different categories. And I have to tell you, having been there since our first report card in 1998, what Greg said resonated to me a little bit, because I served as a school board vice president for 6 years in my district. And that first report card we did at the National Press Club, and Lou Grafe was our president at the time, and he welled up because we gave schools an F for a lot of the reasons that we're still talking about it. And the headlines were, if you think engineer and passion, you don't think of those in one sentence or in one person. And he really brought that home, that these are real issues impacting, as he said, those are my grandkids that are sitting in those schools. So that kind of brought that story back. What I want to talk a little bit about is about broadband. The last report card, and I was on that committee too, remember, it's the Hotel ASCE, you can check out, but you can never leave. ASCE, we were struggling with broadband because the elected officials really wanted a grade, and we need public data, and we did not have public data. We still have some gaps. It's a lot better than what it was 4 years ago, and so I'm very happy that we were able to come up with the C+. But I was asked by Semaphore, they did a day-long, a little over a year ago, and they called it Igniting Innovation for America's Digital Future. And the statistics were this, that in 2020, the entire industry spent $35 billion. In 2022, they spent $39 billion. Now, the stories during COVID of kids having to go to McDonald's to be able to do their schoolwork because they didn't have broadband. So in 2023, which is really the last year that they have full data that's been publicly reported, IIJA put in $42 billion, and that leveraged $100 billion of investment from the broadband industry, from the private side. So huge uptick. And John Stankey, who was there, who's the CEO of AT&T, talked about the fact that they alone were going to spend in 2024 more than $100 billion. But he also talked about the fact that we need, and we're calling it regulatory innovation, okay? Because language matters in Washington these days, right? So streamlining means, rape and pillage the earth, and that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about if somebody's on vacation, you don't wait until that person comes back to move that piece of paper forward, right? So he talked about that AT&T, they lose $500 million a year in regulatory delay. We have to do better than that. That is not acceptable. Think of what we could do with the $500 million if we could put it into infrastructure. So I think the whole idea of us expediting these projects and stopping with the series, how we do things in series, you have to do this and then you have to do this. We have to go to a parallel model. So I think that applies to all sectors of infrastructure. But these were specific major supplier of broadband talking to specific statistics.
Thanks, Maria. Second question. A critical reason for the great improvement was recent federal investment, notably through the 2021 IIJA. What has been the benefit of renewed policy for respective categories, and how important are continued federal investments moving forward? Christine, I'll turn it over to you.
We're going to go in a different order that time. Well, I think we all really just spoke about the importance of investment. And where we saw grades go up, it wasn't just because of the federal investment. And I think that's important to understand because as we spoke here, we didn't see increased federal investment across all the categories, but yet we did see some of those categories still go up, whether they went up this year or last time. We have seen improved grades because of that federal investment. I think in another space where you may, in the transportation space specifically when you're talking about investment, one of those stories is around rail. And so rail is one of those that is largely supported by industry. It's privately funded, the freight rail at least is privately funded, and it's by industry. And for report cards, we've talked about the fact that it had the highest grade, and that was because industry understood the importance of investment. It made sense. They invested in freight. Now we start to look at, and we've always talked about the complexity of this grade, is that it has this really high grade, but if you're living in the Northeast corridor right here, you're like, but I can't get anywhere on rail. Or maybe you can, but it's not what you would expect. It's not the level. And I live, as we know, in the Southwest. I really can't get anywhere on rail, right? Passenger rail is not something that is prioritized or funded at the levels that we need it to. And so I think that's where you see this push and pull on the categories and on investment. Investment matters at all levels and industry, so state, local, state, federal, and industry, but we have to be thinking about the categories as a wholesale. And when we're thinking about that investment, where are we prioritizing that investment? Are we prioritizing, and this is, I think, where state and federal come into play on rail, are we prioritizing safety? You mentioned in your opening remarks the challenges with safety on rail. Most of the crossings are at-grade rail crossings, and that we have a lot of challenges at those at-grade. Not just the concept of the interaction between the vehicle, the people, and the train, but also if the train is stalled there because of a siding or something along the way, you can't get emergency access from one side to the other. So while a lot of our discussion today is about the increase in investment and the very positive increase we saw since the last report card, some of it is on how do we prioritize that investment and are we investing across the spectrum of the categories.
Thank you, Greg.
Yeah, one of the things I've always liked to point out to people over all the years I've been working on the report cards is that most of our infrastructure in this country is owned by local government, right? And so we've always had that responsibility to pay for it. But the federal government has a critical role in it, and I liken it to the fact that we have common goals for our infrastructure across this country. So that if take drinking water, I'm up in a place in Alaska or Florida or any state in the country, I know that the water I'm going to drink or the way it's discharged after it's used is going to be the same. It's going to be safe, it's going to be reliable, and I can count on it. I don't have to say I'm going to some place in this country and I'm told don't drink the water, like happens if you go to countries around the world, which I've done, and that is a royal pain if you've ever not been able to drink the water in some country you've gone to. So that's critical. Now, IIJA, we worked on trying to get a federal bill forever. And we likened it to the Highway Act, the Interstate Highway Act back in the 1960s. And let's don't forget the grants we got in the 1970s. That's when we started building secondary wastewater treatment plants in this country. They were all done because we had a common goal in this country to make sure we could do those things. And IIJA would be the method perhaps to do that. Well, in the water industry, we had gotten, we had gotten our money back in 2021 or before that through what was known as WRDA, Water Resource and Development Act. And it keeps getting renewed. And that's kind of how, but that money's not grants. For the most part, the money's a loan, which means you at the local level have to raise your rates in order to pay back the loan. Now, the interest rate's incredible, right? So it makes it it really is an attractive way to get money. but you still have to pay it back. It's not a grant. We got grants in the early 70s. Those turned into loans after that. And so what it does is it focuses all this money on you and the ratepayers. And what that means is we have real affordability issues in this country when it comes to our utilities. With respect to schools, they did get some money under IIJA, but it was basically to electrify their bus fleets, which, as we know, probably isn't the direction we may be going here in the future under the administration. So that was where they got their money, also to retrofit some of their buildings in terms of energy.
Thanks, Greg. Norma Jean?
So it's funny that, Greg, you mentioned the ability to have faith in clean drinking water, because earlier this morning, Maria had mentioned visiting someplace in another country and thinking that she should maybe brush her teeth with tequila and not the drinking water coming out of the fountain. So think about that. We don't want to be there, right? We do not want to be there. So a little bit about what Christina said about rail being privately, it's private investment. The industry invests in itself. And ports are poster child for good behavior and got the best grade. They had really started investing heavily even before this cycle of the report card because of the Panama Canal expansion. So all of those port owners, most of them privately held ports, were putting a lot of money into upgrades. And then we had COVID, we had supply chain issues, and then all of a sudden we had the federal government saying, oh, ho, ho, we've got to also help this out. And so ports got a B. Is that sustainable? Is that going to be sustained? So that's a question. And so how do we prioritize limited funding? Do we put our monies and think long-term? Do we smear it all across things, or do we put funds into what is the biggest problem of the day? Or is it going to be a little bit of all of that? But one thing that I did want to mention here for this question is the interconnectedness of all of these categories. And so we have these beautiful 18 categories, and it's all segmented, but think about it. It's a system of systems. So take the dams, Del. So dams on a waterway, if it's navigable, you got a lock. Your dam might be providing drinking water. It's metering out water during low levels for navigation. During high water levels, it's saying, oh, we're holding it back. We're not going to stress the levees and potentially flood people. We're going to keep the economy and public safety all where we want them to be. So things are not all in these nice little tidy categories. It's when you put money in one, you're taking away from another. No, it's all interconnected. And so how do we really look at the interconnectedness of our infrastructure that we rely on?
Thank you. Maria?
Thanks for the tequila moment, Norma Jean. So I'm going to back up a little bit in the broad categories of system of systems to talk about the Bridging the Gap report, okay? And that, we talked about the fact that the investment gap over the next 10 years is $3.7 trillion, up from $3 trillion when we did the report 4 years ago. So we are doing better on catching up, which we have heard through the investment, but inflation chucks on. Things happen, and so the bill to get to a state of good repair keeps going up. Now that's before we get to the nifty keen, autonomous vehicles, using the Internet of Things to be smarter about how we make investments. And so, we need to sustain the funding, and we saw through that Bridging the Gap report that the average family, the household, is saving $700 a year with that additional investment. If you look at overall, the gross domestic product will save $637 billion over the decade. That number is going to drastically go down if we don't stay at the level we're at. So I think we have to think about that infrastructure and that investment. It is more and more vulnerable to not just environmental stressors, but man-made stressors. We live in a crazy time from cybersecurity standpoints. And so we have to basically avoid avoidable and unexpected risks. And that means, you know, we heard it from our congressional rep this morning, it has to be consistent. You can't start and stop $1 billion project. So we have to make sure that that funding is consistent. That's federal uncertainty. In 2024, in the election, $41 billion in new revenue came primarily for transportation in state and local governments. And that counted for 84% of the ballot measures that came. America gets this. The individuals get that infrastructure is important. They understand you cannot build a healthy economy on a crumbling infrastructure. And so, you know, the voters get this. And so why aren't we doing it? And I have to tell you, we heard about the bipartisan. WRDA is a great example. WRDA gets done every 2 years. Don't ask me why. That's way too short as far as I'm concerned. But last year, when they were coming up with the bills, the Senate, this is the only time anything came close in the 118th Congress. The Senate unanimously approved their bill, and there were 23 dissenting votes in the House. They came to conference. The Senate again was unanimous for the conference, and there was a few more, it was less than 30. But like, what can you think of in the last, 30 years that had that kind of bipartisan support? So we really, we as a profession have to live up to what one of the last things I did as president a couple years ago, and that's our tagline: infrastructure leaders building communities. It is critically important.
Thanks, Maria. That's great. As we close here with the last question, we're going to get to the recommendations to raise the grade. I am going to switch it around. We'll start back that way. So Maria, the first, this question goes to you. The report card offers recommendations to raise the grade and strengthen infrastructure. These include sustained investment, prioritized resilience, and advanced policy and innovation. What proposal resonates the most in your respective work, and how does this make a difference?
So to me, the best example that we actually have quantified, and it's about resilience, okay? We can't build the same stupid things in the same stupid places and have them get knocked down, flooded, earthquakes, volcanoes now a thing in Alaska and Hawaii. We have to be smarter about the money that we have, right? And so it's really important that we build resilience. And the example I'm going to bring is basically Hurricane Katrina. It was a Cat 5. There was 1,800 deaths. 1,800 family members were lost. And it was $125 billion of damages. And when, there was more than 50 major breaches of levees, I'm talking to the one who lives there. And when you look at it, many of the areas were inundated with more than 18 feet of water. That's your second floor that's flooded, right? So think about that. When the Army Corps, and the Atlas maps for rainfall intensity are from the 70s and 80s, and we're working on getting those finalized as we speak, and we have a task force that ASE has with NOAA. But they were talking about a 100-year flood plus a foot of freeboard. And the Army Corps decided to build to 500 plus 2 because they didn't, it's like, is it really 100 years based on what we're seeing? And they were criticized by the press for wasting taxpayer money. Move forward, all right, to a few years later, Hurricane Ida in 2021. It was only a Cat 4, but it was coincident with a high tide. You had 112 deaths. Big decrease in deaths, and $75 billion of damage. So by adding, and the Corps had spent about $14 billion on the program of replacing around New Orleans. And, let's say, it was $500 million, maybe it was $1 billion more. I mean, that's a real stretch that it would have cost that much more. That, in less than a couple decades, saved $50 billion and 1,700 lives. I mean, if that is not a poster child of resilience works, I don't know what is. And so we have to look at examples like that that are, not questioned. It's not, I love engineers. We talk in nouns and verbs. Every politicians talk in adjectives and adverbs, so I feel, or this is, sort of, kinda. And so we're about just the facts, Jack, right? So we need more examples like that to be able to put front and center on when you make a resilience investment on critical infrastructure, it matters. It matters to our ethics with health and, protecting health and human safety, but it also matters to the bottom line. Think about the insurance industry. If it would have been hit, the Corps had seen that if they hadn't done that, you would have had, again, the impacts that you had with Katrina. And that would have been way more than the original $125 billion. So it is about an investment. It's not a cost. We have to think that way, and we have to sell it that way.
Talk about Katrina, I got a tick. It's really horrible to see the city that you love in that particular situation. 20 years ago, though. So it really, when Houston has flooding, when LA has wildfires, when, Hawaii, Lahaina. My goodness, my heart goes out to them. So I wanted to talk a little bit about, so I'm kind of bringing in workforce. I know it wasn't something that we specifically were asked about on this panel, but I think that it's fair to say that if not all, most of the categories folks, those subcommittee members, talked a little bit about it because it's concerning. So and I'm an educator, but I'm not just talking about the education of the civil engineer here. I'm talking about the educating, the training, the talking to the children to have them understand that there are opportunities in construction, in operations and maintenance of this infrastructure that we rely on, and also ASCE, in being a civil engineer. So how do we, and this is a policy question, I think. I really think that we can put policies in place that allow for a more streamlining, a better pathway, at least, I would like a public service announcement. Hey, STEM careers make a difference. So that parents and children in the K-12 time of their lives start thinking about this type of career, because if we have the money, and we have just, at least now, have a big investment that we're seeing move the grades in many of our categories, and we don't have the workforce to put that in place and operate it, then the cost of those contracts goes up. And with that same amount of money, now we can't do as much. So workforce is something that we really need to think about and to focus on, and also to talk to our Congress people, because I know tomorrow we're having a bunch of ASCE members do our annual fly-in and storm the Hill. So yeah, find out what the workforce issues are in your jurisdiction. Talk about it to your elected officials.
Thanks, Craig.
Yeah, so we have a couple of questions here. The first one was sustained investment, and then we've tied it into resilience, and you're absolutely right. But I'm always amazed at the way we do things in our country. So we pay for them the first time, and then we don't invest in the operations and maintenance of it so that we have the opportunity to pay for them again. The fact of the matter is that I built a new house a few years ago, and I moved into it. Oh, this is great, man. I'm not going to have to do anything. I had to start taking care of it from day one because I can't afford to pay for it twice, right? And it's the same kind of thing with our infrastructure. You got to keep making these sustained investments, you all know this, over time so that you don't have to pay for it again. Now, we tie that into resilience now. We have a fact in our report here that I thought interesting. For every dollar spent on resilience and preparedness, it saves $13 in post-disaster costs. But it seems like we'd rather spend the $13 in post-disaster costs, which we don't have. There was one in roads back when I was doing one of the report cards. It was for every dollar, I think Caltrans said, that we spent on road maintenance, we would save $6 on reconstruction. And we didn't have the dollar for the maintenance, let alone the $6 to rebuild it. So, you know, you can't underestimate the value of just spending a little bit at a time to maintain these things as opposed to let it go. And I'm not suggesting that any agency doesn't want to operate and maintain their systems. They do. But they got to start making priorities as to how they do that. And the other thing that we looked at in terms of policy and innovation, you know, as an organization, we put together a lot of policies and we put together a lot of standards. And why do we do that? To help us as engineers build better things in the future. And I think back to when I entered the profession a half a century ago and the standards I would use to design stormwater systems. They aren't big enough to handle the stormwater systems we have today because things have changed in this country over just from this climate impact on those systems.
Christina.
So when you do improv, I think the rule is yes and, right? Yes. Yes to all three of the things. You asked for our favorite or our preferred, or I don't remember what the exact term was that you used, but there were three that you gave us: sustained investment, resilience, and policy and innovation. And I've been listening and I've been thinking about as we've been talking, and I think of the 5 transportation categories. I talked about bridges and I talked about rail, so I'm going to talk about roads right now as a former director of the Nevada Department of Transportation. And I'm going to start with policy and innovation. We have standards and codes, but we also, one of our policies is regarding research and funding research. And one of the things I think the DOTs and our universities do very well is they are doing a lot of research on how to improve the resiliency and the operations and the safety of our roadway network. And some of that is very granular in terms of what type of asphalt and bitumen and, you know, how do we make sure that this road can sustain huge swings in temperatures that we've never experienced before. I know Washington had some challenges a few years ago with huge, incredible heat wave and panels popping on their bridges. I know at NDOT we talked a lot about how hot it can get in Reno, but also how cold, and our pavement needs to be able to sustain that. So we need to be funding that research so that we can have the innovations to make sure that the roads can weather the storms that we're having. And also we need to have that research so we can talk about how do we move vehicles better and more effective, whether that's through connected vehicle technology or AV, which is not something that I generally talk about, but it is very important in terms of how do we maximize the resources that we already have. How do we use adaptive signal technology to get folks through in a more effective and efficient way? And a lot of communities are starting to lean in. I know Vegas is leaning in. Tucson has been leaning in on adaptive. And how do we, and I'm going to use an example that Tucson led on with the Hawk, which is now pretty old technology, but how do we get PEDs across the road in a safer way while still moving vehicles, right? So we need to be funding research. That's how we get innovation. We need to be thinking about resilience. That funding of that research helps us with that resilience. But we can't do any of that without sustained investment. So it's a yes and approach. All three are critical for making sure that our infrastructure does what we promise it will do, which is serve our communities and make sure that they can get through their daily lives safely every single day.
Well done. I want to give a big round of applause to our panelists here. Not only for today, right now, but for everything that you've done for ASCE and for the report card. We truly appreciate what you bring to the table, so thank you so much. I would now like to turn it over to the Vice Chair of the Committee on America's Infrastructure, Carol Haddock. She will be introducing our next guest.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Carol Haddock. I am a professor in the practice at Rice University's Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering, and as of yesterday morning, a senior program advisor with Black & Veatch. I also serve as Vice Chair of ASE's Committee on America's Infrastructure, and I really do want to thank this panel that just completed, our fellow committee members for the discussion on the report card grades. It's now my privilege to introduce Representative Sam Graves for a conversation on the future of American infrastructure. In his role as Chairman of the House Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure, Representative Graves is involved in many of the categories represented in ASCE's report card, such as roads, bridges, transit, rail, maritime transportation, and wastewater infrastructure. Chairman Graves is also a general aviation pilot, contributing to a firsthand understanding of transportation technology and aviation infrastructure. Representative Graves joined the House of Representatives in 2001. He represents Missouri's 6th Congressional District, a sprawling area that covers the northern portion of the state, bordered by Kansas, Nebraska, Iowa, and Illinois. Honestly, there are few more diligent and practical public servants in the realm of transportation than Chairman Graves. Please help me welcome him to the stage this morning. First, you got to turn it on. Thank you for your time this morning. It is truly our joy to have you here. So let's talk about your committee. The Transportation Infrastructure Committee has gotten off to an active start this Congress. Since the beginning of the year, you've held 12 hearings, ranging on topics such as rail and roadway safety programs to pipeline infrastructure and air traffic control systems. What is the committee looking to accomplish as it covers all this ground?
Obviously, this year our priority is going to be, the biggest priority, I guess, is going to be the surface transportation reauthorization, and we've already started that process, as you pointed out. We've also got, that doesn't take away, though, from some of the other priorities we have to do. We've got to do pipeline safety reauthorization. We've got Coast Guard reauthorization. Coast Guard's under our jurisdiction as well. And then we've also got continuing oversight of past reauthorizations. We want to make sure that the administration, whoever's in charge at the time, that they carry out the letter of the law. Many times bureaucrats will rewrite the law through rulemaking authority, and so we want to make sure the intent of Congress is carried out. So we have vigorous oversight into all of the agencies that have jurisdiction, I guess, underneath our particular areas. So that's kind of what we're looking at this year. And moving forward, we had a great, last Congress, we were able to pass FAA reauthorization. We got our water resources bill completed. Both of those signed into law. Rick Larsen and I, Rick's my partner, he's the lead Democrat on the committee. And we run the committee a little bit differently than other committees. You know, and we tell folks that we're a work committee. We're not a show committee. We're a work committee. We're a reauthorizing committee. And if you want to get your name in the headlines or your face on TV, then go down the hall to the Oversight Committee or the Judiciary, because we've got too much work to do in transportation to make sure that the country is able to move and goods are able to move freely and easy.
And we thank you for that every day, very much so. So nearly half of the grades in the ASE assessed in our report card for America's infrastructure have increased since the last report card was released in 2021. This positive movement is due in large part to the actions of the federal government in partnership with state and local governments and the private sector. How can agencies at various levels of government and private sector groups continue to work together to invest in our infrastructure?
That's a great question. Obviously, and I'm going to kind of drift around that a little bit, but I think a lot of that has to do with, we are seeing a little bit of permitting reform and being able to speed projects up, but we got a long ways to go, don't get me wrong. We've just started down that road, and I think that's helped out considerably. When projects take forever, when it takes 7 years before you can turn a shovel of dirt, that's just ridiculous. It just should not be that way, and when you have to navigate the myriad of agencies to get permitting, it shouldn't be that way. So things like one federal decision, it needs to be implemented to the intent of Congress, as I talked about earlier. And it needs to be done. And so we need to go farther. We need to make sure that that happens. I also think that giving states more flexibility, and that's going to be a very important part of what we do in this surface transportation reauthorization. Different states know they have different needs. They have to address things differently. States in the north are much different. When you're building roads and bridges, states in the north are much different than states in the south. You know, just as an example is, you know, applying salt to roadways. It's highly corrosive. And so you got to think about it differently. We need to give the states that authority to be able to have the flexibility to do what they think is right. And we also need to put more dollars towards formula funding. We have way too much, when it comes to, let's just talk about the grant process. You've got competitive grants, which by the way aren't competitive. You've got competitive grants out there that, in many cases, a district like mine, they don't see the dollars that let's say that Los Angeles sees or the Northeast Corridor sees, just simply because they don't have the priority. We need to give that more authority back to the states, fund the formulas, the formula process. We also need to give members of Congress the opportunity to be able to direct those dollars as well. When there was earmark reform, it didn't change the amount of money spent, because we still authorize how much money is spent. All it did was change who gets to decide where it's spent. And that means an unelected bureaucrat in Washington, D.C. making the decision rather than a member of Congress working with their state DOT or the metropolitan planning agencies or whatever authority is out there that's should be helping to make those decisions.
So ASCE maintains that robust infrastructure investment benefits American families and businesses. An efficient, dependable network of roads, bridges, ports, airports, and transit facilities help people reach work and school and commercial goods and medical facilities and everything of daily life to make it to their destinations. One of the things that we train and encourage our members to do as they come up tomorrow in the next day to talk on Capitol Hill is to tell stories that are personal to them. How have you seen the effects of infrastructure investment at work in Missouri's 6th District?
Lots of ways. I'll give you an example. We funded it's called the Farm Bridge Program. And we have a lot of deficient bridges in my district. They're rural bridges. They're just wood pile bridges. And they have a very limited lifespan. And so we were able to find those dollars and fund. I think we replaced 34 bridges in my district alone through that program. We've also been able, for instance, when we replaced the big bridge on I-70 by Columbia, the town's actually called Rocheport. I think we funded $200 million of that. What that did then was free up dollars to replace more bridges around the state and allowed the state to go after a lot more of those bridges that get neglected or overlooked. And so just in bridge replacement alone, we're seeing a whole lot of work, at least in the state of Missouri, when it comes to those infrastructure investments, and it's good to see. It also makes it a whole heck of a lot safer when it comes to moving grain. The unfortunate part is a lot of those bridges, they do have weight limits, and a lot of farmers just ignore those weight limits, and that obviously creates a problem. A modern bridge obviously has a much higher weight limit than some of those old wood pile bridges do.
Thank you. I know that where I am in Houston, that we've got a bridge that was taken up by a storm recently that's added an hour to everybody's commute and actually split a fire department. And it's not back in a year later, so it's certainly important to get those bridges, particularly, and this is a rural area outside of Houston. So the report card indicates that engineers work to deliver the infrastructure of the future. New policies will need to incorporate forward-thinking innovations that can expedite project delivery and enhance safety. We've talked a little bit about earmarks and how the funding's prioritized, but how is the Transportation Infrastructure Committee looking at ways to streamline actual project delivery?
And I mentioned that earlier, permitting reform, we just absolutely have to have it. And the appetite is there in both the House and the Senate, both sides of the aisle, to see some permitting reform. One of the things that we have seen with the IIJ is that it's taking forever, obviously, to move a lot of that money that is sitting out there on a lot of these projects. And I mentioned earlier the time that it takes in many cases to study, and for heaven's sakes, the federal government studies everything to death, and it just doesn't need to be that way. So it's going to be a huge permitting reform push, and to streamline that, to streamline those projects, and you're going to see it happen. It'll be a pretty robust permitting reform process.
Oh, we're looking forward to that, and that permitting reform that still protects the environment. I know that that's an important part of everything that you're looking at. So one topic highlighted in the report card is the wise allocation of infrastructure investments, and we did talk a little bit about that. We assert that project owners should consider life cycle costs when planning and constructing infrastructure to get the most value out of their investments, not just the lowest upfront cost. As someone who served in Congress for over 20 years, you've gained an understanding of the lifespan of our infrastructure systems, and how does smart asset management make a difference in those choices?
You know, again, it goes back to giving states that flexibility, because every state has different needs, and every state has different applications, and every state has different outside factors that they have to deal with. So when it comes to managing those assets, you know, again, I think the states ought to have much more authority than the federal government pushing this stuff down on them. And so we're going to be providing flexibility in this next surface transportation reauthorization.
Well, speaking of surface transportation reauthorization, passing a comprehensive surface transportation reauthorization bill before IIJA expires next September is a top priority for ASCE. And we're going to be pushing for it this Congress, and we appreciate the committee's early focus on this subject. What are some of the subjects you and your fellow committee members are considering as part of this legislation?
What are some of the what?
What are some of the subjects in the surface transportation reauthorization?
So this is going to be a more traditional surface transportation reauthorization. What that means is laying asphalt, pouring concrete, building roads, building bridges. That's what it's going to be. And we're going to take full advantage of the Highway Trust Fund. And that's one of the nice things about my world, too, is that we still have these silos of dollars, these true trust funds that pay their user fee. You've got the Highway Trust Fund, the Aviation Trust Fund, the Inland Waterways Trust Fund, the Harbor Maintenance Trust Fund. The list goes on and on and on. And we obviously have to make sure that those trust funds are fully funded and have what they need to process that. So it's going to be it will be a traditional surface transportation bill, not everything else in there that doesn't necessarily apply to, again, pouring concrete and laying asphalt. And that's that view is shared by both sides of the aisle, and so it's hopefully we'll deliver it on time and have it done. The House will have its part done. We will mark up our bill this fall, and we will have it on the House floor before the end of the year. The Senate, I have no idea what the Senate will do or what their timeline is, or if how quickly they'll be able to complete their work. We like to say that the other party, that's the opposition. The Senate, that's the enemy. That's what we say in the House of Representatives.
So you seem to be teeing me up for these questions, like you had them ahead of time or something. I don't know. So ASCE supports the user pay principle. You just talked about the trust funds for infrastructure. We've seen electric vehicle users come into focus this year, both with your work on T&I committee and with Senator Deb Fischer's Fair Share Act. Do you think legislation that ensures EVs pay into the Highway Trust Fund is something that can come into fruition this Congress? And then I'm going to add on to that, how can the people in this room and all of our members that are going to be up in the Hill in the next couple of days help with that?
So EVs need to pay their share. That's just all there is to it. The fact that they get a pass I think is completely wrong. You know, and given the fact that these vehicles are heavier than traditional vehicles, that makes the problem worse or exacerbates the problem. But they have to pay their share into the highway trust fund. We have to figure out how we do that. There's a variety of proposals out there that we can look at. We can do it at registration. The average person spends about $225 a year in federal fuel tax. That's just, you know, driving your car to and from work or taking kids to school, whatever the case may be. So we could do that at registration for each year on EVs. We can come up, I've seen some technology that is fascinating too, that being able to apply that to charging stations. Now that doesn't help when it comes to a home charging station, so we're gonna have to figure that out. We could go with a VMT, vehicle miles traveled, that has some sticky points with some individuals as well, but we gotta figure that out, and that's one of the things that we are looking at right now, trying to figure out how we recover those dollars when it comes to electric vehicles and other alternative fuels for that matter. Propane, hydrogen eventually will come online. And so we need to make sure that the trust fund is funded and that we get those dollars from the EV users.
Thank you. And I will tell you, as somebody who's looking at lifespan of infrastructure, the heavier weight changes the lifespan of the roads that were built to different standards, so it certainly impacts us. So the 2025 report card for America's infrastructure identifies ways in which technology can make a difference, from improving aviation and rail safety to facilitating traffic flow. What are some areas in which technology can be impactful to infrastructure operation and maintenance?
The biggest thing, or I shouldn't say the biggest thing, but a big part of it is inspection and bridge inspection, and being able to get up close when it comes to to taking a look at the corrosion or what's tearing the roads up, and that's through drones. Being able to get right in there and see. I know in Missouri, obviously with a lot of that brine and salt that goes on there, we're seeing a lot of spalling and concrete coming off, and it's a problem, which is something they're looking at when it comes to resiliency and changing the way that we build some of these things. But drone technology is one of those things when it comes to maintenance and inspection. You have to have good inspections to be able to make a determination on how on how you move forward or what you do or things that need to be replaced. In some cases, quicker rather than later.
We're also seeing a big uptick in sensors and the ability to get real-time, year-round information off of not just the performance, but the condition of our infrastructure. And so those are very important.
We're seeing that in rail in a big way as well.
So excellent. Well, let's swap over to one of your other modes of transportation that you use. ASCE strongly supported the Federal Aviation Administration Reauthorization Act in 2024. Thank you. Which you helped usher across the finish line. We especially appreciate the increased funding provided to the Airport Improvement Program. How has that legislation impacted communities and businesses since its enactment last year?
It's been huge. So we increased it from $3.4 billion to $4 billion, and we had the money within the trust fund to be able to do that. We also said that 70% of those dollars go to medium-sized and smaller airports, which means more money spread out, more projects out there in the country when it comes to airport improvement, new runways, taxiways. You name it. It's been a huge plus. We're also in the budget resolution we passed, has it been a week ago now? We fully funded that $4 billion AIP program as well. So the money is going to be there and that's again one of the nice things about my world is that I have those silos of dollars that I can draw from. It's not like we're drawing from general revenue. So it's been a huge help. We're already seeing those dollars being put to work and a lot of projects out there. And I do want to you all a very big part of getting that bill across the finish line. It was a great bill. In fact, it's one of the best FAA reauthorizations that's ever been done in Congress, and I'm proud of it. And I know Rick is proud of it. And now we just make sure it's implemented.
Wonderful. So we got just a couple minutes left before we need to move on. you've answered all the questions we gave you, but I'm gonna take a moment here and just ask you, if you wouldn't mind sharing with the room, what are the most effective ways when somebody comes to your office and talks with your staff about infrastructure investment, about the impacts of the report card, the grades? What is some advice that you would give us for being effective in our stories and for building those partnerships for future opportunities?
So tell those stories. You mentioned earlier the personal aspects. If you've got a personal story or know of one, make sure you tell that, because that has as much impact as anything else. And just the fact that you're here, that helps as well. I know it takes time away from your work and you know what you do, but it's impactful. When you come to DC and you talk to your members of Congress or to their staff, and by the way, don't feel slighted if you're talking to the legislative director or you're talking to the particular staff person, because the member isn't available at that time, because the member's going to be listening to that person and they're going to be listening to the advice that they give. But when you talk to those members of Congress, just tell the stories. And when you bring people in from the district or from their district, voters, it makes a big difference. It really does. So this is important that you are here and participating in the process, and you've come to DC. That's not lost on members of Congress. So just keep doing exactly what you're doing and just go in there and talk.
Thank you. And we look forward to continuing to partner, and any time that we can help carry a message we're representing more than 80% of the offices this year with members that are going, ASE members that are going around, and we love to advocate for infrastructure and for the wise spending of it. Thank you this morning for sharing your time with us. We know that it is valuable, and you're making time for us today. It's a privilege for us. We look forward to working with your committee on transportation infrastructure this Congress. Please consider us to be a partner.
Oh, absolutely.
Every single day. So now I'm going to turn it over to our president. Finiowski.
Thank you. Thank you, Carol. Wonderful conversation. Thank you to the congressman for being here and sharing with us his knowledge and experience. Now, I would like to introduce and welcome our next guest, Ben Pickett. He is the Executive Vice President of Business Services at Nucor. Nucor is one of the largest steel producers in the United States and a leader of the steel industry worldwide, recognized for its commitment to sustainable practices and technological innovation. The company has consistently been at the forefront of advancement in steel production and manufacturing, focusing on reducing its carbon footprint and investing in cutting-edge technology and producing high-quality, sustainable steel to ensure our nation's infrastructure is built to last. By supporting the nation's infrastructure projects while maintaining a focus on improving the environmental impact of the steel industry, Nucor understands the needs for our nation's infrastructure systems, and I'm so happy to have Ben join us today. Thank you, Ben. It's so nice to have you here, and we know that as the American largest producer, can you hear? Oh, I have to, okay. I have to go back, okay. Thank you for being here, I really appreciate it. As America's largest producer, it's too great to have Nucor's participation again after our last report launched in 2021. So much has happened since then, and the last 4 years, but because steel is the cornerstone of our nation's infrastructure, I want to begin by asking you to talk a little bit about Nucor and how it's helping us build out our modern infrastructure.
Well, Finney, team, thanks so much for having Nucor here. Thanks to the ASCE. You guys do absolutely incredible work. And my, how time flies, right? And we actually got an infrastructure bill during that process, which is a very good thing. I was talking to Tom Smith earlier this morning, and I told him it's the first time I'd seen him in person without a mask on. And I told him he was too pretty to be behind a mask. So it's good to see Tom, Emily, Carolina team. Just thank you so much. You guys do incredible work. You know, I think about the 160,000 plus civil engineers, Nucor, we look to you guys, right? You are the guiding light on infrastructure, so thank you for all that you do. Absolutely. So maybe before I get to the specifics of the question, I will either reintroduce or introduce you to Nucor. And Finney, as you said, the largest steel producer in North America, the largest recycler of any material in the Western Hemisphere. We now have over 300 locations across North America, about 32,000 teammates, 26 steelmaking divisions, and actually 2 under construction now. One in Lexington, North Carolina, which is primarily focused on rebar for the build-out, really, of this infrastructure. And then as well as a $4 billion new state-of-the-art sheet mill in Apple Grove, West Virginia. So a lot going on, as you might expect, in our world. But to take your question maybe head on for a moment, you know, the two of the largest markets that we support are infrastructure and non-res construction, right? That half of the steel that we make goes into that. We actually make about 25% of all the steel that's consumed in America each year. So non-res infrastructure is a major component of that. You can find our stuff everywhere. I think our steel is in almost every airport and nearly every stadium that's been built in the last 2 decades. We're in iconic buildings. Think One World Trade Center, right? Think Freedom Tower. We've got about 125,000 tons of structural steel in that building. Smithsonian African American Museum here in D.C. Almost every large naval ship built over the last few decades has Nucor steel in it. So you can find us in many, many, many places. And luckily, too, thinking about the modern piece of this, Finney, you know, we pioneered the electric arc furnace steelmaking process and started back in 1969, and ever since then have been making steel 100% via electric arc furnace. So as these roads and bridges are crumbling, because they have been, as we all know, we're taking the steel that's recycled out of them, we're melting them again, we're turning it back into construction products that can be reused again here in America. So very, very excited to be part of that modern build-out right now.
Thank you, and this is quite interesting, everything that you're emphasizing about recycling, you know, how we use our natural resources the best possible way. So
absolutely.
Thank you so much. And now it has been already 3.5 years, time flies, as you said, since Congress passed the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, which increased federal infrastructure spending. How that legislation, together with the passage of the CHIPS Act, as well as IRA, impacted the steel industry specifically and other manufacturers?
Sure. Well, and let me be clear, and everybody in this room knows, right? Our infrastructure's been crumbling for quite some time, and that's a bit of an understatement. We remember what the last report card said, right? We obviously know what was revealed this morning. We should want A's. Right, we really should want A's. I mean, I was looking at the C, and that's the first time I'd seen where it's categorized as mediocre. Like, really? There's nothing I want that's mediocre in my life, and most certainly not the roads and the bridges that carry my children, right, and my family members. So, you know, we've got to get back to understanding that we need all A's. So there's still a lot more that we need to do. Of course, the infrastructure bill was a major, what I would call, first step forward. Right, we thank God we got it, but to some of the other points that have been made this morning, right? There's been such a significant underinvestment for so long, and we've got to make that up. Now, to that point, for specifically the steel industry, we look to see about 3 to 5 million tons, 3 to 5 million tons of additional demand based on the infrastructure bill alone, but part of the last few years, right, there's been planning design delays, permitting delays, labor shortages, there's been inflation, when you combine all that, we've yet to see the full, really, benefits of a true rollout. But there have been positives, right? We are seeing some funding go into our roads and bridges. The CHIPS Act, there's been over 90 semiconductor facilities that have been announced, right? And I do emphasize the word announced, totaling almost $400 billion if it gets built. And we've sent steel to a couple of these job sites. Almost all the job sites so far have broken ground. We've sent steel to, but still a long ways to go there. And that's sort of where these acts we find ourselves. But we're ready to supply the steel whenever it's needed.
No, I think it's a very good point that you make in terms of, for example, the grades and how we should feel about getting a C. And I think you emphasize what it means is mediocre. It's not really meeting our current needs, and that's one of the challenges. But when people say like, oh, we are trying to strive for an A, it sounds like a luxury, but actually what it's saying is that the infrastructure is ready to meet today's demand, and it's also ready to understand the future and meet some of the future demands. So I think we have to always be looking to the future, and I think this is very important. And you also mentioned something that the representative also kind of mentioned of the reform on the permitting and how to move projects faster to construction. I think this is quite important, which brings us to our question of policymakers from both parties are interested in reshoring manufacturing, and we have heard quite a bit in the last couple of months. Back to the U.S., what role does infrastructure play in successfully growing our country's industrial base?
Sure. And listen, all of our policymakers, of course, want more manufacturing jobs back in the United States. We all should want that. But we've got to support it, too. I think about the manufacturing capacity coming back. Well, you can't just bring manufacturing capacity back. You actually truly have to support it with the infrastructure that's needed. We have to be able to get job materials to these mega job sites, right? I mean, it seems like here lately all we're talking about are these massive mega job sites, but it actually takes really good roads and bridges and railways and inland waterways to move those materials around and actually make those projects happen. We've got to be in a position to move our people, right, workers around to and from their homes and work efficiently. So that's one aspect. The other aspect of this is, and the way the reshoring piece is working, is we've got to play the long game on infrastructure. I would tell you that I've struggled for years trying to define, how we've went about funding infrastructure. And I mean, this organization has done an absolute incredible job drumbeating, right, of this is needed. And of course, the grades really do put an emphasis on how much underinvestment has been played. But some other countries, you think about it, and I won't name any, I don't want to even give them credit, but they do plan for, instead of 2 and 3 and 5 years out, they plan for 30 and 40 and 50 years. And we don't do a great job at that in this country. We've got to get back to playing the long-term game when it comes to infrastructure. Again, I think the infrastructure bill is most certainly a start in that process, and we just need to continue it.
Yeah, no, I think that these are a very important point in terms of long-term planning and consistent investment. And that's something that we are emphasizing today as we unveil the report card and go to Congress and make the case and advocate for continued investment. We need to continue the investment and also understand kind of the combination of the investment that already made didn't completely address all the funding gap that we have. And I think you're mentioning that and how we continue to say that. Another component that you mentioned that I think is very important and that we also have been emphasizing is the workforce. And at the end of the day, we need the infrastructure, but we also need the engineers that needs to be able to carry out the designs and the construction, and that's something that we are advocating, and actually Maria has been leading our workforce development committee.
Yeah, and I would say to that, the one thing that we try to do, and It's interesting when you talk to somebody, we talk about STEM programs, right? And for us, STEM, very, very important in our various communities that we're in. And people seem to always be focused on the latter part of high school. And as our research has started to show, you have to get those children much earlier, right? And teach them about, the engineering and the trades and what can actually come from that, because that's where the interest gets piqued. And man, we can't put enough money or emphasis right now in those STEM programs, in our opinion, across America. It's direly needed, and thank you guys too for, again, infrastructure as a component, but you actually need the workforce to be able to build that infrastructure. So thank you.
I agree, and there are a lot of studies that shows that a lot of this discussion about engineering has to happen in 5th grade. Sometimes we look, because that's when they start deciding the classes that they want to take and what they like, don't like. So, and thank you for your part on that and your support. We also have been seeing an increase in manufacturing investment in the United States in recent years. Everything from steel mills to battery plants to semiconductors factories. What kind of infrastructure investment are needed to support kind of the growth in manufacturing?
Yeah, I think roads and bridges always seem to get a lot of the attention. But something I think I would point out in particular for large manufacturers, heavy industrials, our waterways. They are absolutely critical to our businesses. You think about moving significant amounts of raw materials inbound to our facilities to be able to make our products, and then be able to ship those products out in finished goods, to get long, cost-effective ways, right? Long shipping routes, right, and cost-effective manners. And so, talk about dredging, right? While often not always talked about as much as it should, we only have so many dredgers that are actually in operation. Why do we not have more, right? We need more. Talk about the locks in our inland waterway systems. So I think, if I remember correctly, about 250 locks throughout the United States, and like 30 of them were built in the 1800s. I mean, the 1800s, right? 90 or so of them, I think, out of that are more than 60 years old, right? So there's a lot that is still needed, and needed badly, right, to get our inland waterways back up to just, decent standards. Another is railway, and again, I know the grade went down a little bit this year. I think about the accidents and some things that have happened. The one component we also focus on with railways is also the building of rail cars that are needed. We've stopped building in this country a lot of the rail cars that are actually needed to move certain goods around. So that needs to come back. And then finally, I'd say energy. Energy is one of those components that if you don't have it, you can't have economic development. You can't reshore, right? You can't bring any of this manufacturing back. And, Nucor, we operate in over 40-some states now, and every time we're in with these state economic development offices, of course they want Nucor to invest more, right? Of course we would love to have more, high-skilled, high-paying manufacturing jobs, but, most of the answers we get is, hey, we don't have the energy right now. So we've been taking a lot of steps at Nucor to start, investing in that piece, from, nuclear energy. We think nuclear energy is a big component that's needed. We put a lot of emphasis over the years on wind and solar, but nuclear needs that push too. It's not weather dependent, right? We actually made a small investment in small modular reactors to sort of try to push that technology along. We've actually invested in fusion technology. And while maybe it's still a ways out, right, to have that limitless clean energy one day, we want to be able to be part of that. The other piece to this is towers and structures, right? I mean, building out our energy grid. Again, not a lot of attention is given, but to have that energy and to be able to get that energy wherever it is, to actual substations, transmissions, and be able to get that to businesses, we need that grid infrastructure build out. So we actually started a towers and structures business a couple years ago and said, all right, we've got to be ready, right, to meet the demand that's hopefully going to come, right, when we have this mega energy build out.
No, thank you. And I think your emphasis on energy is quite interesting because that's one of the highlights that we have in this, that investment, there have been investments, but the investment has not caught up to the demand. And if we look at new industries, the whole data centers and the investment on artificial intelligence, infrastructure is quite interesting. Do you see a way in which, from that perspective of energy, these investments that are made in new technologies and the demands of energy with the industries like steel manufacturing that could perhaps collaborate or coexist? How do you see that?
Sure. Well, I'll tell you one thing. We've got great utility partners. We really do go to our utilities and as a partnership, right? Because we do consume. We need a lot of electricity, and frankly, I wish it was all 100% carbon free today, but that's obviously not the case. A lot of room for collaboration across all sectors, not just you're obviously seeing the Googles, the Amazons. You haven't seen these Microsofts. You've seen these major announcements here lately on that collaboration. When we need to continue that trend, we also need to make certain that our utilities and our power companies are part of those discussions as well.
And another one for infrastructure that we see, and you have mentioned quite a few, but looking from the perspective of your industry, we look like, for example, transit is one of the areas that have received some of the lowest kind of rating, still a D, and we just. How do you see transit and the value of transit for your industry? You mentioned transportation, surfers, rail, but moving people to back and from work. What do you see that?
Yeah, I mean, and I know transit goes. You can take transit in a lot of rabbit holes, but listen, I think to remove some of the congestion right on our roads is absolutely critical. You also want to give people time back in their day. I think about the time I spend right now in a car, right, or a truck, waiting in traffic or whatever it might be. Man, I would love to have more high-speed rail, right, in America. I mean, I think about trips occasionally go to Europe. I mean, man, it's absolutely incredible, right, to be able to utilize some of the train systems they have. And so transit, absolutely. I think about just even the roads themselves. I mean, we have thousands of trucks, mostly third-party contractors, but trucks that are on the roads every day. And some of our facilities may have 200-300 trucks that leave that facility a day with finished goods. All of these play a role in pulling resources one way or the other. And so the transit piece of ensuring that your people can actually get to work on time. I think there's also upward mobility in that as well. That's something you don't hear a lot about, or at least not always, or in a lot of situations. But the upward mobility that truly comes with transit and to be able to get to those jobs is something that we've really got to put a lot more focus on.
Thank you. And it's all about prosperity for everyone. I think this is important. If we are able to successfully grow our manufacturing base over the next decade, what other impacts do you think will it have on infrastructure and the types of investment on our country will need to make?
Yeah, so what I would say to that is, listen, with more manufacturing, with more reshoring, comes strain, right? And so again, the sort of sustained investment drumbeat here that obviously been said a few times this morning is something that we can't say enough. We've got to have that sustained investment. And, we're going to make certain that Nucor can certainly do its part. You think about these other countries as well, right? They want to win at all costs, right? They are planning in ways that ensures that the jobs of the future are in those countries, not in America, right? We have to want to win more. And part of that winning aspect is ensuring that, again, we have infrastructure bill, sustained investment. Let's get back to where we need to be, right? Let's make up for all these years of disrepair and underinvestment.
Yeah. And one concept that we have been emphasizing, in addition to continued investment, is the concept of resiliency. If you think about it from resiliency from your industry, what does it mean to you, and what do you think should be done or ensure that there are investment for?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, listen, resiliency of all kinds, right? Climate mitigation, right? Those are the things that you're hearing more and more about. And, you know, my head, of course, goes immediately to what products we need to make sure are available. And obviously we have pilings and all kinds of things on the product side. But the resiliency piece really ensures that, you know, you don't have those billions and billions and billions of dollars in losses every time. And I think someone was just talking about that up here a little bit ago, which is if you actually have that investment, how much money you end up saving, right? But no, we would rather spend the $13 rather than the $1, right, each time. No, let's spend the one, actually spend $2 maybe, right? Instead of the 13, let's sort of double where we think we need to spend, and let's start moving towards that so that we can save that. And I think that's what resiliency needs to take on.
Yeah. No, thank you. And I really like your statement about the $2. And when you connected to your concept, you talked earlier about the grades and, you know, looking at C and how we should be striving for A, that second dollar can really put in the A. It's not meeting today's needs, but also be prepared to future needs. I think it's so important. So I would like to have this kind of time now for you to share a little bit of your perspective generally in terms of both the industry. You share quite a bit, but I don't know if there is any other topics that you wanted to touch, as well as infrastructure. You know, one of the things that we have emphasized is that we have to continue to invest. We have invested, but we have to continue to invest. And there is a cost of not investing, and the cost to families in terms of deteriorating infrastructure, and also the value that infrastructure add to our economy and to our safety, if you think about it that way. I don't know if there is any particular thoughts that you would like to share with this audience.
Yeah, sure. And I think maybe I'll team on the investment piece one moment. So as we started looking out really many decades ago, right, it's sort of forward thinking. What are going to be the needs for America's infrastructure, right? And you can't just build a steel mill overnight, right? It takes years, and it takes a lot of money, a lot of significant investment. And so we embarked probably in 2017 or so on a very large capital campaign. Even since 2020, Nucor's invested almost $10 billion in new facilities, greenfield facilities, as well as you know, upgrading, retrofitting facilities so that we can meet the demand that this infrastructure bill is needing or is going to require. And then, of course, came CHIPS Act and others. So in the investment piece, again, is critical, right? That's a full circle for us in ensuring that we're ready when you know the general contractors and others need us, right, to make this build out. But yes.
Yeah, no, I think that's quite important that we continue to emphasize in the investment, particularly when you have so many competing needs that are all very important, but one has to kind of prioritize and ensure that we are doing what we must. I think this is good. And I want to again thank you for all you're doing and the work that you are doing in terms of supporting the build out of our infrastructure and advocating for the continued investment and communicating and educating about the value of the investment, because it's usually, sometimes people forget, because when a water main, you're getting water from your tap every day, you don't think about it, but when that water doesn't come, that's when you think about it. And when you have an issue with the subway, and that's when you start saying, what happened? So I think this is very important. So Ben, I just want to thank you for, to you, Nucor's continued support and your enlightening comments on how American manufacturing is driving wise investments in our nation's infrastructure systems. I think this is so important. So I would like to give a round of applause to Ben for his work. I think it's quite valuable. Next.
Thank
Thank you so much. Next, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Otto Lynch, the Vice President and Head of Power Line Systems at Bentley, for our discussion on the nation's energy infrastructure. So thank you, Otto. Let me give you this microphone.
Good morning. I'm Otto Lynch, and I'm the Vice President and Head of Power Line Systems for Bentley Systems, as was just mentioned, and I'm honored to be here leading today's discussion on the nation's energy infrastructure. American households and businesses are driving what is the largest growth in energy demand in the past 2 decades. This demand is being fueled by the increasingly electrified daily life of American families, increased demand for electrical vehicles, and the infrastructure needed to keep them running, and an increase in AI and data centers nationwide. These demands will require a capacity increase of at least 35 gigawatts of electricity in 2030. I'm going off script here, but that kind of reminds me of like Doc, Back to the Future, 1.21 gigawatts. And being an engineer, I did a little math. That's almost 30 times more than the DeLorean needed. So a lot of energy is going to be needed to meet these demands. In 2021, IIJA invested $73 billion to modernize the nation's grid, while the 2022 Inflation Reduction Act invested $386 billion to support clean energy tax credits, green technologies, and retrofitting and the electric vehicle infrastructure. Despite all of this, ASCE has identified a nearly $600 billion investment gap for the nation's energy infrastructure over the next 10 years. Significant action will be required to close this gap, meet the demand, and improve the affordability. The challenges in growing of energy demands outpacing generation resources coming online ultimately resulted in a reduction of this year's energy grade from a C- to a D+. I'm a little bit embarrassed to say we were one of the 2 categories that went down, but we have a lot of work to do. With that, I'm thrilled to welcome our panelists for today's discussion to help shed light on these challenges that we face and how we can best move forward. We have with us today Aftab Khan, the Executive Vice President for Operations for Planning Security at PJM Interconnection, Michael Miller, Vice President of Engineering Services at EXO, and Adrian Ford, Wholesale Market Development Director with Constellation Energy. Thank you for coming. I'm going to move over here. Okay, Nope. All right, test, cool, all right. So with our questions, our first question here, and Aftab, this is probably going to be more for you, but I'm going to ask everybody to jump in as we ask these questions. The report card notes that we are investing heavily in alternative energy sources such as solar and wind, but interconnection queues have increased nearly 8-fold in the past decade and by 30% in 2023 alone. Through your role, what is holding back our ability to bring these projects online and meet these rising energy demands?
Great, thanks, Otto. So let me just take 2 minutes to introduce PJM, because some of you may not be familiar with us. So we are a regional transmission organization. We are responsible for wholesale electric supply, and to do that reliably in a region that includes 67 million people. We're in all our parts of 13 states and DC, so states like Pennsylvania, Ohio, Maryland, just to name a few. So what do we do? So first we do regional transmission planning. So to ensure reliable wholesale energy supply in a region as big as ours, you have to have central planning of the transmission grid. So we're responsible for that, and we direct the build of electric transmission infrastructure. We also operate wholesale energy markets, so the generation supply that's meeting demand is incentivized through various wholesale market mechanisms that we have. And then we're like, the third thing that we do is we're like the air traffic controller of this wholesale electricity delivery system. So we dispatch generation, we manage the transmission system, and we do that through various things that can happen. Generators can go offline, you could have faults on transmission lines. So our role is to make sure that all that happens behind the scenes smoothly, so the average customers receiving electricity never experiences any power outages. Our primary mission at PJM is reliable supply of energy, and the transmission system build-out only works if you have enough generation supply in the system. And so, Otto, this leads to kind of your question, right? That if you looked at historically how generators were interconnecting to the PJM system, we were dealing with maybe a dozen interconnection requests a year. Traditional power plants were larger. Those didn't happen very frequently. So our process to interconnect was a serial process. So somebody would come into our interconnection queue, we'd study them, we'd figure out what kind of upgrades were needed to accommodate that generator, and the generator would have to pay those upgrades. Well, what happened with the decarbonization plans and clean energy transition is our interconnection queue just ballooned. You know, it went from like maybe a dozen a year to several hundred applications that wanted to get through our interconnection process. So that serial approach just wasn't working anymore. So we reformed what we were doing. It created a big backlog, but we reformed our process, and we've implemented what's called a cycle process now. So instead of studying every generator like in series, we cluster them together. Now we can study several hundred at a time, process them through the interconnection queue, and the process just works much more efficiently. So the good news is, I think we're making tremendous progress with this reform process. We have about 50 gigawatts of generation through the queue with signed agreements. This year we'll add another 18 gigawatts, and next year we hope to add another 50 gigawatts. So if you add that all together, right, well over 100 gigawatts. To put things in perspective, the PJM grid has around 180 gigawatts of generating capacity today. So you can see we're processing through large amounts of generation. There's some nuance there in that a lot of what we have in our queue today and with agreements is renewable generation like solar. And as you guys know, the sun only shines during the day. So it's not an apples to apples comparison of all generation, but that's a lengthy conversation that I won't probably get into right now, but we do need to evaluate the different reliability value of the generation that we're bringing in. So the simple answer to your question, Otto, from a PJM perspective, I think we're well on track to bring generation through our interconnection process. I think the challenge remains that I think generation developers still face significant challenges depending on where they are and who they are. There could be supply chain issues, they could have financing issues that they got to work through, permitting issues that they got to work through to build their plants. Those are beyond our control, but at least what we control, I think we're making great progress to push generation through our queue.
Thank you. Adrian, can you tell us a little bit about Constellation and your perspective on what's holding back these projects?
Absolutely, thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you. So a little bit about Constellation. We're a competitive supplier. We both generate electricity as well as serve load. In terms of load, we have the #1 market share of commercial and industrial customers and #3 for residential, so pretty large supplier. In terms of generation, we have a very large nuclear fleet. And in fact, across the US, we create 10% of the clean energy in the United States annually. So very large, but we also have gas assets, renewables of other sorts. We're also very dedicated to our community. We have over 13,000 employees, mostly in the United States, and we contribute over $500 million in local and state taxes, as well as 100,000 volunteer hours, and that's only the ones we've tracked, because I can tell you I'm horrible about reporting my volunteer hours. But of the reported ones, over 100,000 in volunteer hours. So we're really dedicated to the communities that we serve. In terms of the interconnection queue, Aftab and his team have really done some great work in moving away from the serial and towards the cluster approach. And they did that on their own before our regulator ordered it to be done. So they're a little bit ahead of the mark in working through the backlog of the queue. But what they've also done is recently opened, and we're in the application process right now, and I'm hoping that Aftab's team picks our projects, but they're going to select 50 shovel-ready projects. And a lot of those projects will come from uprates. In our nuclear fleet, we have line of sight to 1 gigawatt worth of uprates. We didn't put all of those in for this special consideration of early study, but we did offer several. And also, we've had some change in economics, which I think we'll get to in a later question, but I'll just note that we shut down 3 Mile Island 5 years ago due to economics, and are able to bring that back online now, and we've offered that into the queue for early studies. So we're hoping to be able to bring those megawatts to the grid. I don't know how many DeLoreans it'll power, but it should be helpful.
Thank you, Adrian. You kind of answered this second question a little bit already, but to kind of play on it more, okay, despite more than 40% of the nation's energy coming from natural gas and the high levels of clean energy that could come from nuclear power, these sectors have been only modest investments compared to solar and wind projects in recent years. Can you explain how our generation sources are interdependent and what we should be doing to ensure the entire network is working together, hand in hand, and to adequately meet these growing demands and withstand our extreme weather events that we are having?
Sure. So nuclear is really there 24/7. It is the most reliable form of electricity, and that's not just a nuclear producer saying so. The electric grid has reliability metrics to measure availability, and they rate us at a 95%, which would have gotten an A on this report card, I guess. And if you try to translate nuclear power to, say, a fixed tilt solar, it would take 12 gigawatts of solar to equal, 12 gigawatts of solar to equal 1 gigawatt of nuclear. And that's just because of our high reliability and availability, and we are very storm hardened. So we are ready to operate through extreme weather events. But we did have to shut down 3 Mile Island 5 years ago, and that was largely due to economics, and we weren't seeing that growing demand. If we could have predicted that, Aftab and I were talking beforehand, it would have never been shut down. But 5 years ago, we didn't predict the demand growth that we're seeing now, largely due to artificial intelligence and data centers. And so we were able to sign a 20-year power purchase agreement with Microsoft, and it's that long-term commitment that allowed us to do the work we're doing now to bring 3 Mile Island back online as the Crane Clean Energy Center in honor of a former CEO of ours who was a nuclear pioneer. But we do think it's an all-of-the-above strategy. We don't think only nuclear is what we need. In fact, we have announced a deal to acquire Calpine, which has a lot of low-carbon natural gas generation as well as a large geothermal facility. And we think that all of the resources are needed. And it's some of those gas resources that will be needed to respond to the intermittent renewables, because when the sun's not shining, something needs to ramp up to meet the load. And we think that the gas resources will be an important part of that mix, Otto, going forward. And in order for them to be ready for extreme weather, dual fuel is a really important part of that, because in extreme weather conditions, a lot of times the gas you need to power a power plant is diverted to home heating load, because residents need to stay warm as well. And so if you have dual fuel at your site, then you can switch from the natural gas over to the liquid fuel and keep producing through those extreme conditions.
Thank you, Adrian. Yeah, back in the 2021 report card, we didn't have any idea that our demand for generation would be where it is right now. 4 years ago, we did not see this, and we were kind of, and prior to that, for 20 years, the generation was flat. I mean, it really wasn't, as you guys both know. And so this is, I don't want to say catching us by surprise, but things change. And I always use the whack-a-mole analogy. We're kind of like whacking the moles as they pop up, trying to keep up with the demand. So, Mike, this next question is going to be kind of headed your direction, so to get prepared. Following up on extreme weather, they're increasing regularity across the country, and we've seen countless examples of vulnerabilities in our grid being exposed during these events. Additionally, a large portion of natural gas infrastructure is aging and based in locations where hurricanes or flooding happen, as we've heard earlier today, frequently along the Gulf Coast. What are some measures you believe can safeguard our electric grid so that we maintain service during disasters in a cost-effective way? So, Mike, if you tell us a bit about yourself and EXO, and then answer that question.
Mike Miller from EXO. We're in Houston, Texas, and we inspect this infrastructure and remediate where we need to. And of course, this infrastructure is spread out like a big net that captures all the extreme events that happen in the U.S. And so it has to be designed for it. And the key to that is resiliency. It's reliability and resiliency, and that's really what we need to focus on. And when we talk about resiliency, and what I think about resiliency, it's having strategic stock located close to where these events occur, like locating stocks of wood poles where you need wood poles so that when these events occur, you can quickly get that line back up into service. And so that's, to me, what resiliency is all about. And so, and just improving our codes and standards, which we're focusing on as well, which I think we'll talk about in a little bit. And there's a lot of other issues, but those are the main two things: resiliency and reliability.
Thank you. Let's see, our next question here. Natural disasters are far from the only threat challenging our energy services. Physical attacks on electrical substations, cyber attacks, and the threat of an EMP are all concerns within our industry. What can we be doing to improve our resilience to these possible scenarios? Aftab, I'll throw this back to you first.
Yeah, there's a lot in that one, but let me start with physical security. So one of the helpful things, I think, for our industry is standards that really drive the industry to meet a certain threshold, right? Because if you leave it too open-ended, things may or may not get done. And so the North American Electric Reliability Corporation has kind of got the mandate to set standards for reliability, to enforce standards. So on physical security, there's a set of physical security, critical infrastructure protection standards. And the process that goes through, it's a confidential list of critical electric substations that need to meet a minimum physical security standard, right? This could include fencing, but it's not like a prescriptive what you need to do, but it generally describes what you need to do to kind of protect, and then it leaves it to the transmission owner to develop whatever infrastructure protection they need. And I would say that is, I believe, gone pretty well in that. I think critical substation, again, a confidential list, but critical substations, I think, have had their physical security really stepped up, right? So just to give an example, like gates to substations that previously was just like a chain link fence that you could just drive a truck through if you wanted to get in that substation, have gotten more secure entry points that would block any kind of truck trying to drive into that substation and the surrounding perimeter fence, just as one example. And then cybersecurity, big issue for our industry, particularly an organization like PJM. So we're critical infrastructure. We know we're the target of foreign adversaries. So we have a very conservative cybersecurity posture, but our posture is obviously to prevent entry and access to our critical systems, but we're also very focused on recovery, right? Because I think we're in a world today where if a bad actor wants to get in and do something, they probably will figure out a way to do it. So we spend a lot of time on recovery. If for example, our control system that operates the grid went down, how quickly could we bring up an air-gapped backup control system to recover and operate the grid? So it's both prevention and recovery on the cybersecurity front. And then extreme weather, I think was mentioned, Otto. There is, we have, I think it's brought up several times today, the electric grid has aging infrastructure. And I think the quicker we can address that infrastructure, I would say not even do anything radically different other than just to bring it up to the latest design standards. That would tremendously improve the resiliency of the grid. And then obviously there's other things that could be done, like you could look at undergrounding infrastructure and things like that. But I would even say just replacing aging infrastructure and bringing it up to latest design standards would move us a long way towards improving the resiliency for extreme weather events.
Thank you. EMP, can you talk about that?
Oh, EMP, sorry. Yeah, so EMP, so it varies a little bit. I'm talking for the PJM region. But some of our partners, I would say, other transmission owners in the PJM region have hardened their control centers, right? So even though we operate the grid, we will then direct transmission owners to take action. They have their own control rooms to do that. So there's some that have actually built EMP-proof control centers. So their whole building, and I've seen this design, it's crazy what they have to do to make a system EMP-proof. Like even the ducts for your HVAC system, they have to put like some kind of honeycomb structure in there to prevent the EMP waves from getting in and damaging equipment. So it's quite elaborate. But I would say some have gone that far, but others have said, hey, that's like very expensive, time-consuming. So what others have done is some of the critical equipment, so the computers or other critical communication equipment, they built EMP-proof rooms. So again, going to that kind of recovery phase to say, hey, how quickly could I recover? So protect that equipment in an EMP-proof room so that if there was an EMP event that they could, and they lose their main equipment, they could recover then quickly by having some equipment protected. So different approaches by different people, but those are some of the things that have been going on. Thank you.
Mike, you were going to say something?
Well, just, we're talking about resiliency, and we're talking about some of the equipment that these events, these bad actors are targeting, and it's transformers, right? And currently there's a shortage of cores in transformers in the industry. And this is worldwide. This is the GOES steel, which is the grain-oriented electrical steel. And that makes the center of the transformer, the core of the transformer with windings around those cores. And it helps with the flux and does the work of the transformer. And there's a worldwide shortage. There's only a few manufacturers of this special steel. And so, it's important. And lead times of transformers have gone out from 1 year to 4 years. I mean, crazy amounts of lead time issues with the industry. And so, so these bad actors are targeting the transformers, and not just for that reason, but that's how important transformers are in our industry. And so it's important to think about that and the availability of material, and developing new sources, domestic sources for the steel is important. New technologies which are being looked into right now to have, instead of this grain-oriented steel, using something else. And so that goes into this whole kind of idea of, in my mind, about protecting the infrastructure and the security of the infrastructure as well. But how fast can you get that material back into service if you have a problem?
Thank you. Adrian, you have anything to add to that from your perspective?
Well, don't click the link, and then we won't have to recover. And I mean that with all sincerity. I mean, that is a really big risk. There's lots of other sophisticated ways that bad actors try to get into the systems, but sometimes it's really as simple as that. We take a lot of precautionary measures. I was just at one of our clean energy centers yesterday. It's called Limerick, and it's located just outside of Philadelphia, and it's pretty impressive, the lengths to which we go to be prepared for the future. Now, our facilities, in large part to prevent radiation from getting out, but are concrete and thick walls, but they're also built to withstand F5 tornadoes. And so we're ready for those types of natural disasters, but the recovery preparedness is really impressive in terms of backup diesel generation that we have on site, but then we have special buildings as well where we maintain additional materials that can clear cut vegetation and have mobile backup generators. So we have backups to our backups to make sure that we're really ready for any future event that may happen.
Thank you. Aftab, you kind of gave me a softball loading into this next question with the mention of standards in today's codes and stuff. And we're very fortunate that we have Mike here, who's the chair of the ASCE loading standard for overhead lines. So with that in mind here, Mike, many around the country don't know that our distribution lines are not held to the same codes and standards that the transmission lines are, which is why 92% of all power outages are on the distribution system. What can and should be done to incentivize building these structures to higher standards that we are developing today?
Sure. And first of all, what is a distribution structure? It might be interesting for you to know that. So a distribution structure is those basically under 69 kV. 69,000 volts and below. Anything above, so the big towers back here, they're much higher. They're not distribution, obviously. So those are the ones that serve your local communities, what are normally called telephone pole type structures, typically on wood poles. And they're the ones when big storm events come in and wipe out systems of the distribution system and the power goes down. These are the ones that are vulnerable. And the main reason, why is that happening? And probably the biggest reason, in my view, and some of the same view for some of us in the community that works on these things, is they're not designed to a reliability level. In fact, the code today in the U.S. is the National Electric Safety Code, which governs the loads and a lot of the other issues and structures, with these whole systems. That safety code is a safety code, not a reliability code, not a resiliency code. And so there's no, the loads in it from a structure standpoint, they're deterministic loads that go back and have a long history. And so there's a lot of resistance to change those loads because changing loads, of course, costs money. We see that. However, if you look and see what's happening, I mean, there were talks in the other infrastructure groups where just waiting for storms to happen and then coming back and then restoring the system, and that's really what we're doing by default by not acting. Is a storm occurs, the power goes down, and then you have people coming out of the work, linemen coming out of the work from all the area states, and they show up, and it's great. I mean, it's great that they're doing that, and it helps get the system back up and running, but that costs so much. I mean, it is 13 times as much, right? I mean, even more. And so there is a smarter way to do it. Now, it can't happen overnight, but it's to develop a standard that is a national standard, which we're doing. We're in the process of development, and it's the minimum design loads for structures supporting overhead power lines. That's the name of the standard. It'll probably go out to ballot and then be available for states to really use in their legislature and reference in their legislatures. So it's not a mandatory standard. Still requires state action to bring in to their legislatures, like the National Electric Safety Code and like the building code. But it'll be available, and then slowly but surely, when these storm events occur, they can have these things, say, in my mind, they'd have them in stock, and they wouldn't just replace them with the same structure that failed, the same strength of the structure that failed, which is what happens. Replace it with a stronger structure, and then it's available for the next storm. And that meets the higher reliability. It's a probability-based load, and it's the load cases are all determined, and the utilities can then use that and make determinations on what type of loads that is best for their system. That's more reasonable than this deterministic load that's in the National Electric Safety Code.
Yeah, by the way, the National Electrical Safety Code, the loads just changed in 1941. That's the last time they were updated. So we're advocating the ASC design standard because this is going to elevate the strength of our grid, and so that's something we're advocating big time for. Adrian, you have anything to add to that, or FTAB to parlay on that?
We don't own transmission or distribution, so no, thank you though.
Yeah, I mean, I can, because in my past I worked with distribution systems, so so I appreciate, Mike, the standards development because, as I said, you know, that helps drive. But I think there's, you know, kind of a big picture. I think there's a jurisdictional issue in the whole electric transmission distribution system. So you look at everything to do with wholesale energy, right? The wholesale generation and transmission. That's under federal jurisdiction, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, right? And NERC, as I mentioned, the reliability standards is through FERC. So you have a national kind of framework there. The challenge of the electric distribution system, it's state jurisdictional. So, and there's many challenges at that level in that one hot topic these days is affordability. And I think it's a very legitimate concern. It affects us too on the wholesale level, but on the state level, you know, most electric distribution companies go through rate cases and they have to justify capital expenditures and they can never get what they want, so there's always a prioritization that goes on. So I think certainly having standards will, I think, help kind of justify the need and hopefully get state support. But I think there's that issue, because I had experience dealing with it, right? I worked for a utility that was in 3 states, and you had each state with like a different priority, different goal. And so I think when you get down to that distribution system, there's that like jurisdictional kind of practical issue that needs to be worked through that just is different based on each state.
We're actually just a touch ahead of schedule, so softball question. Anything you want to bring up about energy, Adrian?
Sure, I'm always happy to talk about energy. I got into it while I was still in college and never left. I think one important way that we can meet the growing demand for electricity is through the existing nuclear fleet that we have. We, in addition to the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission and NERC, we have another regulatory body, and that's the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, or NRC, and that's where we get our license to operate nuclear fuel. And our existing fleet will have a license through a certain date and time, and if we want to renew that license through a subsequent license renewal, we have to go through an application process. And for example, the site that I was just at yesterday, we've just gone through that process. We have a license that goes out through 2049, but we have line of sight to operate that plant well beyond that. As long as we maintain it and we take very good care of our plants, we can operate that plant out for 100 years. So we can go to 2089. And so that's megawatts that we can maintain and keep on the grid. In addition to that, I mentioned before uprates. There's different ways we can uprate our plants, whether it's uprates to the generator itself or to the reactor. We can squeeze more megawatts out. The generators have gotten more efficient. If we just put a new one in because it's time to replace it, then out come more megawatts. And the same thing with reactor uprates. So that's another way to get more megawatts out of the existing sites. And then I think that further from that, utilizing the existing sites for new small modular nuclear reactors is another way. These are already sites that have existing infrastructure. They may need more, but they have access to water, they have access to land, they're already sited for nuclear, and those are great places where we can put additional. Also to leverage that, they're also great sites for actually putting data centers, because if you site the load right next to the generation, then you don't need the transmission to get it there. And so then they'll have efficiencies within the overall electric system. People have described the electric system as the most complex machine that we have, and I think that anything we can do to simplify it is a good move.
Awesome. Mike, I know you're heavily involved with inspection of existing infrastructure, and one of the things I say, you drive on a road, you know where the potholes are. You drive under the bridges, you can see the rusted stuff. You don't really see much on our overhead grid. Can you tell us what you see in our aging?
I see it. I see everything that everyone else ignores. In fact, on vacations with my wife, I'll go and I'm taking photos of the towers and the poles like these. Even on the Great Wall of China, I was not interested in the Great Wall so much as the 1100 kV line way off in the distance. So yeah, I mean, and it is, you mentioned, the infrastructure. It is an old infrastructure. I mean, of course, we have a lot of new lines, and that's great. New lines are being added every year, but we still have an existing inventory of legacy structures. And that's the challenge, and we see this at EXO, because we're inspecting these, and we're seeing all kinds of issues, and we see that aged structure now having corrosion issues where we didn't see it before, and the maintenance cycles now need to be really picked up, because as we get older, and this is true for us as humans, we just require more maintenance as we get older, right? and so the same as the power structure, the power grid, it needs more maintenance, and we need to have more eyes on that system. And identify these weaknesses. One thing I want to mention about what's changed to me, I moved to Houston in 2008, and so I was there when Hurricane Ike came through. Okay, we're talking big storm. I think it was 3 or 4 when it came on inland, and I compare that with Hurricane Beryl, which happened last year. Basically the same size storm, hurricane storm, but what changed, and what I saw what changed was the reaction to, the public's reaction to that storm event. The outage was about the same. It was about 4 or 5 days without power, all across Houston. The same thing with Hurricane Beryl, but people were outraged. Why? Because everyone wants their cell phones, and we're just so much dependent on power now than we didn't used to be. Back in 2008, it wasn't that long ago. So to me, that's what's changed. Having an outage, that a long duration outage, is just not acceptable to me or to the public anymore. And so I think that's really that's going to drive a lot of decisions, I think, in the future, and perhaps it should. We need more reliability.
Good perspective, Mike. Yeah, people expect the lights to come on when they flip the switch, and it's becoming more and more critical. And our whole society, as I started off, is electrified today. So it's a very critical part of our infrastructure. And as we wrap this up, in my circles, people, what do you do? And I say, well, I do power lines. They're like, aren't you a civil engineer? Most of power lines and energy infrastructure is civil engineering, and so that's something I'd like to leave everybody with. And I'm 20 seconds off, so I guess I'm about perfect. I would like to thank the panel again for each one of your perspectives and your time taken to travel here and to present with us. So thank you very much. I would like to bring up Darren Olson again to introduce our next esteemed speaker. Darren.
Thank you all for that amazing discussion on energy. I'd like to now introduce our next speaker, and there is a tie-in here. There is a tie-in. Our next speaker, a member of Congress who happens to be the son of a power line worker. Right? So in 4 years, we're going to have him up on that panel. Representative Rick Larsen serves as ranking member of the House Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure, a role in which he guides legislation on roads, bridges, transit, aviation, pipelines, and maritime infrastructure. Representative Larsen has played a pivotal role in many of the bills ASCE strongly advocated for, such as the FAA Reauthorization Act, the Water Resources Development Act, and of course, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. A member of the House of Representatives since 2001, Representative Larsen hails from the Northwest Washington and represents the state's 2nd District. Representative Larsen is a dedicated champion of infrastructure with a long track record of bipartisan legislation. Please help me give him a warm welcome.
Thanks so much for all that you do for us. Thanks. Thanks, Darren. Appreciate it. My dad getting a little call out. He died 17 years ago, I think. But you know, I was explaining to some folks today. We were talking about grants and grants being frozen. You probably hear that conversation when you talk to your clients. But about these electrification grants that are frozen because they, cut carbon emissions because you use electricity. And saying like, well, my dad spent 30 years putting up lines, climbing poles, and putting up electric wires all over Snohomish County, and they didn't call it electrification once, but everything is electrified. It's like, don't get caught up in the buzzword language on these grants. Just sort of tell people what you're doing. Tell your clients what you want to do. Get away from the buzzwords, because digging a trench and putting down conduit and pulling wire to a pier side so you can give your customers or your ships plug-in power. It's not electrification. It's a construction job, okay? So if it happens to electrify, that's great. But thank you for asking me to come here and celebrate the release of the infrastructure report card. Actually, I wouldn't be here if there wasn't anything to celebrate, first and foremost. It's not just the release of the report card, but the grade actually went up. That's really great. I will say going from a C- to a C helped my son continue his progress towards his mechanical engineering degree. So it's not a bad thing from go from a C- to a C. So my takeaway is that bipartisan investments in our infrastructure that we made 3 years ago are in fact working, and we need to keep it going. As ranking member of the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, my top priority has been to invest in good-paying jobs and job-creating infrastructure while making our transportation system as a whole safer, more accessible, and cleaner and greener. And the report card is an invaluable tool for Congress to use to measure that progress as well as the best use of the federal dollar. And it can't come at a better time. This report can't come at a better time because we are right now, the committee is going through the process of hearings on, in anticipation of building the next roads, bridges, highways, transit, rail, and cats and dogs bill. About half of the bipartisan infrastructure law, $660 billion of authorization, is in our committee's jurisdiction. And then, of course, we have the Highway Trust Fund as well for some of the dollars. So we've just started, although I think tomorrow we're on our fourth or fifth hearing already in anticipation of putting this bill together. But acknowledging how far we come is pretty important because of the BIL. The infrastructure grade is the highest it's been since you first started doing this report card in 1998. When Congress passed the BIL in 2021, decades of underinvestment had left us with obsolete and crumbling infrastructure. State and local governments across the country couldn't address this deficit, though, alone. In my state of Washington State, nearly 400 bridges were structurally deficient, and more than half of our roads required maintenance attention. Congress did its job by passing the BIL, infusing, as I noted, $660 billion to improve the reliability and safety of roads, of bridges, of railroads, ports, airports, transit systems, sidewalks, and cycling infrastructure. Since then, my state has received nearly $10 billion in funding for more than 1,600 projects in all the communities across the state. And across the country, communities are seeing this infrastructure money as well and getting their infrastructure in better shape. So while we're building this next generation of infrastructure, we're also training the next generation of workers to build the next generation infrastructure. And the BIL has helped jumpstart the economy and push the unemployment rate down to about 4.1%. The transportation sector has added 700,000 jobs thanks to the BIL. These investments save American families about $600 per year, regardless of whether the job's tied to infrastructure. In short, infrastructure equals jobs. Thank you very much. I'm done. That's all. I'm done. I'm not done. I'm not done, but there's not much more that needs to be said than that. And right now, 90,000 new transportation projects are underway in every congressional district. America's network of roads and bridges received a historic infusion of funds, spurring job growth, increasing the resiliency of the system, making safety improvements on 207,000 miles of roadway nationwide. The BIL made the single largest investment in transit in our nation's history, giving transit agencies of all sizes, from Island Transit in my district, a rural transit agency, to Sound Transit, a very large transit agency that covers part of my district, giving all these transit agencies opportunities. I noted Sound Transit. Sound Transit received a $1.1 billion grant to build out the Linwood Link, which is providing new light rail service from Snohomish County down to the University of Washington, down to Seattle, and to SeaTac Airport. Investments like this are reversing decades of decline in our transit systems. The BIL made the single largest investment in passenger rail since the creation of Amtrak more than 50 years ago, and also set up the process to spur long-term intercity passenger rail growth in 69 corridors around the country, including the existing Cascade service and the future high-speed Cascadia route that runs through my district. I always use my district as an example because it's easy, and there might be someone local here who cares, so as well, other than me. In U.S. ports contribute nearly $2.6 trillion to the national gross domestic product and support 1 in every 8 jobs in the U.S. In the past 4 years, we've seen $1.8 billion in BIL funding distributed to revitalize U.S. ports, a very historic and overdue infusion of capital. It's clear these investments were needed and delivered results. And not only has the U.S. ports received their highest ever grade in the ASCE's report card, it's the highest grade among all the categories. And investing in ports not only adds jobs and grows the economy, but improves safety, improves productivity, improves resiliency of the supply chain. It's delivering for aviation as well. $15 billion for airport improvement grants, $5 billion for air traffic control towers and facilities, and $5 billion in competitive grants to modernize airport terminals throughout the country. And again, in my district, just as an example, Seattle Payne Field International is receiving $8.5 million to improve safety on a taxiway there. Congress invested $8.8 billion in the BIL to upgrade wastewater systems, prevent pollution, and support a good quality of life across the country. Remember when we first passed this, the President signed it, and I was talking to Mitch Landrieu, Mayor Mitch Landrieu, who was the infrastructure coordinator for BIL, and we were talking. He goes, I'm surprised that we passed this, and I get more questions about water systems and wastewater systems. I said, Mitch, you're a former mayor. You should know that people have been waiting for this money for 20 years to actually get it done. And so I've already talked to Administrator Sheldon about the wastewater system, which weird jurisdiction in Congress. In our committee, we oversee the wastewater, and Energy and Commerce oversees water. I don't know if that's an indication of what they think of us on the T&I committee, but it did include the largest investment of water infrastructure funding for tribes in the history of the EPA. So this critical funding means that tribes in Northwest Washington and around the country can advance public health protections, replace lead service lines, and remove harmful contaminants like PFAS from our waters. But we can keep these positive trends going if we maintain BIL investment levels. In fact, let's get more. The BIL was a badly needed down payment, but it was just that, a down payment. It can't be a one-time deal. Step one in solving our challenge is to make sure we get this money out the door that Congress has made available. And that's why in the past few months we've been chasing a lot of grants and a lot of rumors of frozen grants and actual frozen grants. And the President's rapid-fire executive orders and memoranda over the last 2 months have put billions of dollars, hundreds of thousands of jobs, and tens of thousands of projects at risk. I've adopted, and we've adopted, an all-hands approach to pushing back on this. We've got to get these dollars out the door. In my party, Leader Jeffries has established a rapid response task force and a litigation working group to ensure that we do everything in our power to protect and defend everyday Americans, If you're interested in that, there's litigation-and-response.house.gov, kind of a list of things that we've been working on, including supporting the lawsuits and the challenges to the freezing of these funds. Because these funds, if they go out the door, we know people are going to put them to work. And when you put that money to work, that means people are going to work. And so we're really pushing hard with the administration to get these out the door. So far, fairly successful. There's been 130 lawsuits filed directly challenging the Trump administration executive orders, some on process, some on substance. But federal judges, as of March 19th, have issued more than 50 court orders blocking illegal actions. And so we're really kind of pushing hard. The latest has been, at least in my world, has been the freezing of grants for bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure. Now, the Department of Transportation's move to root out funding for projects with climate, electrification, or bicycle infrastructure elements is really a slap in the face to local communities who are counting on the federal government to uphold its bargain and also actively threatens the safety of communities expecting these projects. Let me put that in context. In 2023, there were more than 40,000 highway and roadway deaths in the United States, still. These are all preventable. These are all preventable deaths. Eliminating safety projects as part of a crusade against anything perceived as green stuff is a catastrophic mistake. Now, in order, well, first off, one number, about 20% of those deaths involve a pedestrian or a cyclist. I'm not laying blame, it's just the fact is about 20% of those deaths involve a pedestrian or cyclist. In order of rate of severity, tribal reservations have the highest rate of pedestrian and bicycle deaths, then rural areas, then suburban areas, then urban areas, in that order. So this is an equity issue about safety as much as it is just only about safety. And investing in bicycle infrastructure and pedestrian infrastructure, let me put it this way, investing in sidewalks so people can walk safely down the road is an investment in safety. Investing in bicycle lanes so bicyclists can be separated from cars, and God bless drivers can be separated from bikes, that's a safety thing. And so there ought to be an investment in safety first, and not look at these investments as if they're green or cutting carbon emissions or whatever. Let's cut highway and roadway deaths among pedestrians and bicyclists while we're doing this. So I've communicated this to Secretary Duffy. I expect this to be part of our debate as we move forward on the transportation bill. Because when the BIL expires next year, Congress faces a choice, right? To keep robust infrastructure investment going or to stop progress in its tracks. It's a very simple choice. I'll be advocating for the progress part, and that's where I'll be on that side. So I look forward to using the 2025 Infrastructure Report Card as a valuable resource over the next few months. I want to thank you all for your partnership and look forward to your questions. Thanks.
Wonderful. So thank you so much. We do have a couple questions.
Only two.
All right, two. Two questions.
Is that a Congress couple, which could be like 9, or an actual?
Well, they're this many, so they're
okay. Got it. Just get to the question part. Forget the run up.
Okay. So one of the things you've remarked in your role is, and this is a quote from you, which I love, you cannot have a big league economy with a little league infrastructure. Our report card emphasizes the link between sound infrastructure and economic competitiveness. How does infrastructure investment translate to the well-being of American families and businesses?
Yeah, in a lot of ways. I mentioned the $600 number, and that's kind of the amount of the money, if you total up the money that families can save by having a shorter commute. So by driving less or by driving faster or getting to their place faster, that is. It could include the wage that someone's getting paid for doing the work. could include the impact on the supply chain, moving goods and services faster to where they need to be. So you add that all up. It's hard to feel that, especially when we ought to be focusing on lowering costs for families in this country and creating jobs for people. But that's just kind of how you get to those numbers, and those are from I think the Peterson Institute.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Since the report card was last released in 2021, nearly half of our infrastructure categories have improved in grade. ASE was a big supporter of the IIJA, and we are urging lawmakers to sustain investment in infrastructure as they work on the next Surface Transportation Reauthorization Bill. From your position on the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, can you tell us about how the committee is approaching infrastructure investment in the upcoming reauthorization?
Well, I'll put it this way, a little bit of a challenge to place to all of you. So I noted the stuff in our jurisdiction, the committee is about $660 billion, that's what it was. But we also did advance appropriations, not to bore you to tears with arcane budget talk, but there's highway trust fund money, the gas tax money, diesel tax and other things that goes in the highway trust fund. And then we have to separately appropriate dollars for other things. So like the $66 billion that went into rail was all kind of appropriations money. Your gas tax money doesn't go to that. So think of it as being pre-funded. If we don't do that again, then every year we're going to have to deal with, that chunk of funding for that year. So I think what I want to be sure you emphasize is in our committee, we build the bucket, and the appropriations committee fills the bucket, or it doesn't fill the bucket, right? So we're going to be building the bucket. We're going to be building the accounts. We're going to be building how much do you want to spend on rail? How much do you want to spend on roads, bridges, highways? What's the right balance between giving money to states versus directly to local governments for projects? So these are the kinds of things that we're going to be dealing with from a policy perspective. We have a hearing tomorrow on trucks, and it's going to be a really good hearing, but it'll be like truck weights and things like that. Those are policy things that we deal with. So I think for you all, first and foremost, if you care about this, I'm not going to presume anything. I presume you put the report card out. I presume you care. Yeah. Have the threshold conversation with your member of Congress first. Do you want to do this, or you don't want to do this? Do you want to keep jobs going and building the next generation infrastructure and put women and men to work in this country, or not? So that threshold conversation is really what I need you all, and I think Sam Graves would agree with me, Republican chair is a great partner in all this, would agree. Let's be sure we get the threshold. We'll figure out the details, and I'm sure you have details that you want to pass on. But make sure the threshold conversation with your member of Congress is taking place. Basically, you need to tell him or her it's a good thing.
That's great to hear. We will have hundreds of civil engineers on the Hill tomorrow, so we are looking forward to that.
And can I just say one thing? I know ASC is great, and they're going to give you a lot of talking points, but do you really need talking points to tell people what you're doing? Right? Tell them your life. Tell them your story. Tell them what you're doing. Tell them why it works the way it works.
Yeah, make it personal.
Yeah, make it real personal.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Representative Larsen, thank you so much for coming out this morning and visiting with us. That was great. We do look forward to the Hill visits and with continued conversations with you this Congress. Next up, we're going multimedia. We have some messages from some governors from near and far. So at this time, we have remarks kindly sent to us from Governor Wes Moore of Maryland and Governor Kevin Stitt of Oklahoma. Both of them are working to transform the infrastructure systems in their respective states and are prioritizing policies to ensure investments today will benefit the people of Maryland and Oklahoma for years to come.
American Society of Civil Engineers. It's Governor Wes Moore, and I want to congratulate you on the release of the 2025 report card for America's infrastructure. Now, this report is key to understanding the immense workings of our nation's infrastructure and also the vital support it provides to the economy and also just to the well-being of every single person in this country. Now, here in Maryland, we have several initiatives underway to promote the state's infrastructure network, and I'm proud to state that these developments will serve the state, the region, and also the country for years to come. Thanks a lot.
Hey everybody, Oklahoma Governor Kevin Stitt here. Thank you all for your leadership and helping us shape the future of America's infrastructure. The American Society of Civil Engineers does incredible work helping us maintain the infrastructure we rely on today and advocating for issues that lead to a stronger, more competitive America. As Vice Chairman of the National Governors Association, we as governors see just how important infrastructure is to the growth of our states and our country. Strong roads and bridges and waterways and the energy grid, these drive our economic growth, our job creation, and our quality of life. And states like Oklahoma are making smart investments to modernize and expand infrastructure, but too often the biggest roadblock isn't funding or technology, it's bureaucracy. Projects are consistently slowed down or even halted by red tape, outdated procedures, and bureaucratic hurdles. We'll see states ready to build, private industry ready to invest, but the federal permitting processes leads to delay after delay. And right now, it takes years, sometimes even decades, to get approval for critical projects. And it's holding America back. Put simply, it shouldn't take longer to approve a project than it does to build it. In Oklahoma, we've transformed state government to move at the speed of business. We're proof that when government gets out of the way, that's when great things can happen. If we want to stay competitive, we need to reform like we've implemented here in Oklahoma. I issued an executive order requiring our state agencies to review and set new processing standards. And now, if a state agency fails to comply with their own set processing times, they're required to refund the permit application in full. And reforms like this incentivize growth, and that's what we're fighting for. I'm so proud to have a partner in the American Society of Civil Engineers. Thank you for keeping these issues front and center for Americans. And may God continue to bless you all. Thank you so much.
Greetings, everybody. Hello, I am Tom Smith, Executive Director of the American Society of Civil Engineers. I want to thank you all for being with us. I'm pleased to welcome also Amy Bunzel from the Autodesk. She's the Executive Vice President for Architecture, Engineering, and Construction. I will note that she is an electrical engineer, self-described, was it microwave?
Microwave. Yes, microwave engineering.
Microwave engineer. So we're going to talk a little bit about technology here today. You know, as we talk about our infrastructure, you can see the tremendous gap that we have. You heard about that this morning, the $3.7 trillion gap. And you think about how are we going to meet that gap? We're obviously, as we're looking to meet our needs and raise our grade to B or beyond, we're going to need additional funding at the federal, state, local level. We need private sector funding. But we're also going to need innovation, and we're going to need technology. We're not going to close the gap without it. And so technology is a big piece of the solution that we need to talk about. And Autodesk has certainly been one of the leaders in this area. And Amy has been working with them for quite a number of years now and has got a lot of expertise in the architectural engineering and construction area. I think it looked like you're doing work in just about every sector. When you look at our 18 categories of infrastructure, I think you said maybe opportunistic in the energy area, but just about every other area you've got some engagement from Autodesk. So we're going to talk a little bit about those issues over the next few minutes. And thank you for being with us, Amy.
Thank you for having me.
And do you want to maybe tell everybody a little bit about your background?
Sure. So I've been with Autodesk for 22 years. I've worked both on our manufacturing product design side of the business as well as AEC for the last 12 years. I started my journey in AEC like maybe some of you did with AutoCAD. I became responsible for AutoCAD 12 years ago and really just never looked back. So now I'm responsible for all of our architecture, engineering, and construction projects. Fun fact, one of my husband's best friends friends is a member of the association here, and I told him I was coming down here, and he was very excited about our engagement, which is kind of cool. And if you work on AutoCAD, everywhere you go, you know someone who pretty much, if you're sitting next to one in an airplane or anywhere, who has some fond memory of, maybe their first project.
I love it, yeah.
Everyone has a story, good or bad, but yeah.
I will say also, I know you've done a nice job, Autodesk, of making sure that your product is out there with students. I was a judge with this Future Cities competition, and we were using the Revit software. The high school students were using that software to design cities of the future. And I know they were very impressed with the software, and we appreciate your making that available.
That's great. I was inspired by the Nucor gentleman's conversation this morning, too. We're really passionate about getting to those 5 to 10-year-olds, or maybe 5th to 8th graders interested in science and technology. And so we do grant our software free to any educator. If people don't know about that, please let them know, any student. And we have this amazing product called Tinkercad that's for the younger kids that allows them to really get in there. We've got 35 million users in the US, which is phenomenal. Now, if we could just get a small amount of them to stay interested, it would be great.
And for those who don't know, ASC did a Future World Vision VR platform that immerses you into one of these future cities. And we have an IMAX film that's playing in theaters all over the world right now called Cities of the Future. Again, showcasing technology and really letting future generations know how exciting this profession is, and technology is really an important component of that. So let's talk a little bit about it. What do you see as the biggest challenges in infrastructure today? How is technology addressing them?
Yeah, so when I talk to our customers, I hear very good news that they have strong backlogs. In the US, they say they have about an 8.5-month backlog for construction, but they don't have enough people to do the work. And they're also struggling with, supply chain challenges, permitting, other things that are slowing them down. So there's an immense opportunity on the amount of work side, but they're having trouble keeping up with it. And so that's where technology can help, because they really need to make sure that every person that they're working with, every process that they're working with is as effective and efficient as possible, because they just do not have any cycles to spare.
Absolutely, and we heard a lot of discussion about permitting reform and trying to be more efficient in everything that we do, and so that's an important component. Mm-hmm. What about digital solutions to ensure that federal infrastructure investments have a long-lasting impact?
Right, so one of the interesting things for me when I talk to customers is seeing just all of the waste that happens in the AEC processes, right? So about 40% of what goes in landfills in the United States comes from construction. And that's, mistakes that happen throughout the process. So what we help customers do is create a common environment where they can store all of their data so that every stakeholder on a project, whether it's the owner, the subcontractors, the GC, whoever is involved, obviously the engineers and the architects, really have that collaborative data environment. So they're not emailing files or, God forbid, other ways of communicating on paper documents. So really doing that starts to give everyone, that up-to-the-minute current information. And then the great thing is now it's possible to hand that information over through the process. So if you start digital, in the design process, you can hand a version of that data over to the person doing the construction planning, and then over to the person doing the actual construction, and then the owner will now have a digital asset at the end that they can use to maintain whatever that asset is, whether it's an airport, a road, a bridge, a water system, and that really helps you with resilience, because you've got the ability to know what you have. And then we talked about this morning sensors and drones, and when you take the sensor information and tag it to the assets, you can look at predictive maintenance on your projects as well.
So can you talk a little bit about security, cybersecurity issues associated with that? Because I know that's a big concern right now.
Yeah. So obviously, putting data in the cloud is a lot of productivity, because we can all share that information. But having all the right following the right regulations, the right security protocols, having the right permissions, and all those things in place, as well as the resilience, right? So you need to be trusted, and you need to be resilient and available. So we invest quite a lot in that. We participate in programs like FedRAMP and all sorts of other regulations around the world that make sure we've got the right level of capability there.
Perfect. So as we talk about data, and I look at Eva Lerner-Lamb over there, who's chairing our task force on AI readiness, We're spending a lot of time talking about data and the knowledge base. And of course, at ASE, we talk about validated, verified, and valuable data because we spend an enormous amount of time making sure that we have really good content. AI. How are you using AI these days? And let me also mention that this is a big focus at ASCE. If you look at our civil engineering magazine back in the fall, it really focused on all the different assets, water, asset management, transportation, how AI is being used. ASC's board also approved a new AI policy. We're looking at ethical implications of making sure professional judgment is not replaced. But can you talk a little bit about what you see the future being with AI? I know you've been working with this area for well over a decade. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a pretty broad space.
Yeah.
So I'll start with kind of we bucket our AI capabilities into 3 categories. There's what I would call just basic productivity improvements. So if you think about a grammar checker or the equivalent of that, if you were working, in a design tool or a construction tool. So those are capabilities that are sort of no-brainer, just make you go faster and get rid of some of the toll and the drudgery that we don't enjoy in our, daily work. Then we have capabilities that give you insights. So to your point, if you have good structured data on your current and prior projects, you can start to mine that data for insights. Maybe certain subcontractors are always late. Maybe certain suppliers are always on time. Maybe certain practices result in water infiltration problems on projects. So you can learn from all of that and then make sure that your current projects aren't making those same mistakes. And so that's advice and insights that we can give people during the process. And then the next one is a little more about like the professional judgment piece. So we think that, yes, we can start to do more generative design, contributing to options, ideas, broadening a solution set where maybe an engineer could come up with 3 options, but the AI can come up with 10. But it doesn't eliminate the need for the human being to be there, with their professional judgment on the project. And so we think about those spectrums as adding value along the way, but it's easy to trust the beginning ones, and we got to build up the trust in the results on the more ambitious ones.
And what infrastructure sectors are you primarily focused on? And can you maybe give it a sense of like where you're seeing where are the opportunities?
Sure, I'll give a couple examples. So Autodesk, we do a ton in buildings, whether they're airports or stadiums or any other kind of building. But we also do a lot in road, rail, highway. So we see quite a lot there. And then in the last 5 years, we've been doing a lot more in water. So I can give a good water example on how AI is being adopted. In Fayetteville, North Carolina, that city was suffering from some pretty severe flooding problems. And they had for them, a big environment to handle. So they were about to spend about $25 million to do a 5-year study on all the problems. And so what they decided to do instead of that was they started running analysis and simulation and looking at, okay, what's the 2 to 100 year flood perspective, and then combining that with 911 calls during floods, traffic deaths during floods, and seeing where the biggest risk and the worst hotspots were. So instead of studying it forever, they were able to start with what they identified as the most value to the community and the biggest risk areas and kind of go through that process. And that's a way where AI is just able to go through all that data and combine things together that is harder for us to do on our own.
So that's a good example where you can use AI to improve project outcomes.
And you can be more, and you can kind of use your budget, right, on the most important areas. Because I think that's the problem with a lot of our aging infrastructure is these, states, cities, local governments are faced with a big long list of assets that need to be repaired, and how do you prioritize which ones to do first?
So how receptive are your clients to this? Let me ask that.
Very. It's especially when I think about the fact that they're very ambitious and wanting to get all this work done. They know that they need more tools. So our surveys tell us that over 60% of our AEC customers want to leverage AI to be more productive and effective.
Great. In the 2025 report card, all the water categories saw their grades remain the same from 2021 as the sector faces growing challenges and funding continues to lag behind needs. So how is Autodesk tackling these challenges, and what digital tools are available for engineers today to help prioritize limited investments for drinking water, wastewater, and stormwater? Can you remember all that? That was a long one.
So with water, we think a lot about asset management and figuring out, like, again, which of these things that I need to tackle first. And so we do a couple different things. I'll start with wastewater, because that's kind of fun. So if you hear about, well, cleaning water, maybe, we can use AI to help make sure a municipality is using just the exact right amount of chemicals. So in many cases, you'll, like, overdo it maybe to be on the safe side. That's expensive. It's probably not great for us. And so we're able to help them dial in their use of, chemicals at just the right amount. We're able to help them deploy sensors so they can detect leaks in advance. It's pretty scary. About 6 billion gallons of water, cleaned water, is wasted in the United States every day. 6 billion gallons of revenue water that we've spent money on to bring to homes and businesses. And so tackling those leaks and tackling them in a way that, again, you can prioritize, you can understand what's going on with your sensors, and then you can also avoid the the disasters that happen from sinkholes and other things when you don't know there's a problem. So there's many different ways, one of the gentlemen this morning was talking about, like, if you solve the problem proactively instead of reactively, it's so much less expensive, and then you can go off to solve other problems and challenges.
So this was it the Innovise acquisition that
Yes,
also brought you into the water sector?
Innovise, combined with our civil capabilities, is enabling us to do a lot more drainage design, in particular, in a more integrated way, because every project has some kind of drainage consideration pretty much involved with it.
And then on the drinking water side and wastewater side, things with lead pipes or PFAS? I mean, how are all those things?
All those things are really important. I think for me, one of the things that we all can help in the water space is to help them digitize. Unlike, the DOTs, there's 50 of them, right? In the water municipalities, there's about 140,000 of them. Some of them are, the LA water. Some of them are DC water. Some of them are, your tiny town water. And so we need to help them. And one of the ways we can help them is in this government legislation to make sure they know they can use the funding to digitize. Because if they don't digitize, they're really not, like, making improvements on the resilience of their infrastructure, and they're also likely paying consultants. Sorry if some of you are in the audience here, but consultants to do the work for them, and we're just not getting around to modernizing as fast as we could.
And then how about on the training side? Do you do a fair amount of that?
We do, and that's a place I think where public-private partnerships go really well hand in hand. We find that, like, in particular in the DoD space, when they're getting some of the funding from the advanced digital construction management solution. I have it all week. I've been on the Hill yesterday trying to remember this acronym. But so those kinds of funds not only help people run pilot projects, but it also encourages the industry to share best practices, to invest in training, and then companies like Autodesk can help identify where we can help the most. Associations get involved with figuring out how we can deliver training that gets people on modern tools. And the other benefit of that is it makes the jobs more attractive to the next generation of engineers and everyone coming out of university and the trades who want to work in a modern environment.
Which ties right back to our Cities of the Future film
Yes.
and Future World Vision and the Future Cities competition that we were just doing, is to try and outreach to all of that. So the Advanced Digital Construction Management System, that was a IIJA? That was part of the bipartisan infrastructure law.
Yes, it was about, I think, $80 million that were basically seed grants that the DOTs could get to help them start more digital practices. And I think about 20 DOTs have taken advantage so far.
Excellent. What steps can policymakers take to encourage the adoption of digital tools and infrastructure projects? I guess we just talked
I think
about
that goes back to just making sure they know that they are that it's okay for them to spend the federal dollars on technology that will help them in the end make every dollar count even more for their communities.
So I think I've got just about 3 more minutes. Is there another question from anybody in the audience that they would like to ask? Amy's can handle any subject as well. Let me go over to Eva. Now, Eva's the one I mentioned who chairs our task force. Eva, would you like to ask a question?
We have parts of that in place. So I think the question is sort of about open data and open standards. And so that is a place where the industry can always help us with additional standards. But we have open APIs on our cloud data models and on our desktop product capabilities. We also are building in finer grained controls on all the data that can be controlled by the API again, so that as you're working across projects that have multiple companies involved, that every company can know that they still own and control their own IP, but they can contribute overall on the project. But definitely a journey we're going on, but something we're making progress at.
I had to give Eva that chance. All right, so
was that a plan that I didn't know about?
okay, I think that actually takes us to the end. So I want to say thank you very much, Amy, for joining us today. We are grateful for your leadership in advancing technology across the infrastructure sectors and for spending time with some civil engineers and other infrastructure professionals here and others today. We welcome attendees now to participate in lunch. It's going to be served in the room to my left. Programming will reconvene at 12:50 with a discussion on infrastructure funding and financing. So thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks, Amy. Wants to sit? Yeah. I'm gonna sit there.
No, I'm glad. I much prefer the banter and the.
I can also tell that you can handle any question on any subject.
So if I can't, I'm okay to say it.
Okay, here we go. Thank you so much. And thanks, Tom, for the opportunity. What is your background? I'm in a... Yeah, I just saw that. That's all right, I got it.
That's right here. Too many times we only hear about infrastructure when it fails. Whether it is a hurricane that floods a town in North Carolina or fires that ravage Los Angeles, the public is starting to see this infrastructure affect where they live and where they work. The report card is a way for engineers to weigh in and assess the current state of our infrastructure. It's important that we do this so that we're not waiting for the next bridge collapse or the next flood to occur to really improve our nation's infrastructure. We need to take a long-term view so we can put together a plan for long-term investment and improvement of that infrastructure. We must design our infrastructure to be resilient to what we'll be seeing in the future.
When Katrina came in 2005, it shut down the rail line between here and New Orleans, and that must have had devastating impacts on the economy.
Well, it was really a ripple effect. When you look at the infrastructure damage, the loss of Highway 90.
We lost both bridges over the Bay of St. Louis and Biloxi Bay. The railroad was really wiped out in Hancock County. Bus service is extremely limited, and the rail service has been gone since 2005.
And it's a huge connection between here in Gulfport and in New Orleans.
It's very critical to the economy because you look at the population base between New Orleans and Mobile, you're looking at roughly 1.8 million people. We're taking these communities and we are putting them on the Amtrak map, adding that to the 500 plus destinations Amtrak already serves. So all of a sudden the Gulf Coast cities from Mobile over to New Orleans will be back in that map.
It's a lot of excitement about Amtrak. I mean, this has been a 2-decade thing, but particularly the last 7 or 8, we got it to the goal line. It was a really great team effort. And the train is going to be coming down the tracks between New Orleans and Mobile. It's going to create even more jobs, more sustainability for our businesses and resiliency. So everyone's super excited about that.
So looking around, I see a lot of different infrastructure here in Mobile. Tell me a little bit about what's going on.
I think Mobile has one of the coolest stories to tell with that. So we're soon to be an international airport, $100 billion worth of economic impact, a whole lot of jobs. 1 out of every 7 jobs in the state of Alabama are a result and connected to our port.
Our economy works more efficiently with better infrastructure. This report card saw a grade increase to the highest grade, a C, that we have seen since we began the report card process in 1998. That has really been a result of some significant infrastructure funding that has occurred over the past 4 years.
I mean, how important is that to make a project like this occur,
To have that cooperation and the input from the funding from the federal government.
It was critical. Without it, we would not be able to start the service. It's a big win and everybody wins.
We need to continue to prioritize funding of our nation's infrastructure so that we can grow our economy and connect our country. Now is the time for our elected officials to see that through to the end and continue that investment.
Hi there, I'm back. Our next panel, if I can have our funding and finance panel come up here, we are going to talk a little bit about what we see coming in the future relative to funding and finance, which is so important. I hope you all enjoyed your lunch, had a chance to talk to folks. As we return to our program, we want to turn our attention to the fact that we need all hands on deck. You heard about the $3.7 trillion, sorry, that's hard to say sometimes, shortfall we have over the next decade. And so it's really important that we look at a lot of the alternatives that are out there for us. Something did resonate to me in an earlier panel when we talked about electrification, and AFAD had said that they're working on an electric transmission standard, and that he hopes that the states will use the standards to put into codes, into law. Well, this is where I think the rubber hits the road with the financial industry. Hope is not a strategy. And so if we can work with the financial industry across the board to start putting some of the standards into the documents that they put, I don't need to worry about this state being 20 years behind in their codes. And so I think we're going to be looking at some of that. I think we're looking at both small and very large projects, and very projects you wouldn't think would have some of the private finance in them. So we need to work on that capital stack to promote all segments of network. One of the things that are really critical that's under attack right now is the municipal bonds, the tax exemption being something that is being looked at cutting, which is going to cost cities, authorities, counties, and states around the country more money, which means they can do less work. So I'm glad to be part of this discussion with several experts in infrastructure finance who are going to share how funding and financing is interacted and how it's changing. There used to be 1 or 2 sources of funding. You might have 10 sources now in a funding stack. So I'm going to turn over to our panelists to introduce themselves. We have Joe Oliver, John Phillips, and Nathan. Joe, you can start.
Thanks. Good afternoon. Joe Oliver. I'm a managing director with Deloitte, and I lead our infrastructure and financial advisory offering. Just real quickly, Deloitte is the largest professional services firm in the world, 400,000 plus employees around, I think, 147 countries at this point. In infrastructure, we help our commercial customers as well as our public sector clients with developing strategies, definitely funding and financing, and program management for new construction, for operations, for individual projects, as well as for portfolios of infrastructure projects. Some of you may have heard from time to time infrastructure projects run over budget. They get delayed. A big part of what we do is help now with the technology enablement and the digitization of infrastructure project management and project planning.
There we go, sorry. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm John Phillips. I'm the Chief Executive of the Global Infrastructure Investor Association, and delighted to be with you today. Just before I sort of expand on that, I would just like to give great credit to the ASE team, because I think the quality of this work and the report card is really top quality. And being a Brit, I really wish that the UK branch of the American Society of Civil Engineers could pull off something as impressive as this. So it's a fantastic resource, really is. It's also great to be in a room full of real experts in infrastructure. I'm used to turning up to places where I can use the word resilience, and everyone goes, "Ooh, yeah, that's quite." So I've got my work cut out to try and sort of bring some value to this conversation, I think, because clearly there is a lot of expertise in the room. And also what I find great about the engineers is that you speak with not only such expertise, but with such passion about the work that you do. And that is so missing sometimes in infrastructure, because when we're trying to build support for infrastructure investment, you have to make the story resonate, and you have to connect with people. And I think engineers do that really well. And actually, in all the experience I have of talking about this kind of issue, the people I find the most compelling are the engineers, always. Much more compelling than investors talking about investment. But there we go. I represent an organization called the Global Infrastructure Investor Association. So we do what the title suggests. We are a global organization. I was in Berlin last week, where the infrastructure investor community gathers by the thousand to talk about the trends in infrastructure around the world, the relative attractiveness of markets and sectors, etc. So I come fresh from Berlin with all sorts of latest thinking from the investor community. My organization has over 100 of the leading investors in infrastructure from around the world. So we've got the Americans, the Australians, the Dutch, the Canadians, etc., and a few Brits as well. Collectively, my members have about $2 trillion US dollars worth of infrastructure assets under management across 68 different countries, just to give you some context. Now, where does the US rank in that, I hear you say? Well, about 17% of the number of assets, which is 2,600 assets across 68 countries, 17% of those are in the US. The rate in terms of the valuation is a bit higher. So it's about 25% of the value of the assets, 17% of the number of assets. So I would say the US is underweight in terms of the use of private finance and private capital to help deliver its infrastructure gap. My members have energy, transport, and digital investments in each of the 50 states. But there's so much more that could be done. We measure investor sentiment on a 6-monthly basis, and the US comes top of the league. And I expect it to continue to be there despite the current turbulence in the sort of policy environment just now. So we've got the need, we've got the expertise, we've got the investment appetite, we've got about anything between $300 to $500 billion worth of dry powder, money already raised, waiting to be deployed. But there is a lack of opportunity for private capital in the US. So something's missing, and we need to work on what that is. I think it's a mindset change, supplemented by some practical sort of tools in the toolbox. So I'll stop there.
Thanks, John. And I want you to know, I personally, when I was ASC president with Tom Smith, our executive director, we pitched that report card idea to both our ASCE branch in the UK as well as ICE. And maybe they weren't so interested, but you know, that's
not
that.
Invented here.
Anyway, Nathan.
Yeah. Well, I'm Nathan Masek. I'm with HDR. We're a global professional services and engineering company and provide services in transportation and water and architecture, building engineering services, and several other categories of engineering. I'm part of our infrastructure finance team. In fact, I direct our infrastructure finance advisory practice, which helps our clients to identify the funding and financing they need to make their projects possible. So, I'm used to being the non-engineer in a room full of engineers, based on where I work, and it's also important for all of us to bring the collective expertise we bring to the table to help make all of this happen, given the complexity of the challenges to make sure that all the infrastructure that we're working to design is able to get funded and built by government agencies and other infrastructure owners across the world.
Okay, great. I'm going to start with you, Nathan. We'll start with each one of you, so someone's not always on the end. So our first question is: infrastructure has received a significant boost in the past several years, and largely in part to the IIJA and other federal legislation. How has financing changed or been supported by these federal resources? And what are the major takeaways when public funding of this scale meets private investment? And do you have any examples on the state and local level?
Well, I'll cite a couple, and I think the fact that you're seeing an infrastructure grade that went up, in part because of the tremendous amount of federal investment over the past few years is indicative of what additional funding for infrastructure can do. And a few of the projects that we've worked with that has made a great deal of difference for. One is in North Carolina. The North Carolina Department of Transportation has the Cape Fear Memorial Bridge project, and they were struggling to find funding for that project because they had a bit of a catch-22. They didn't have the federal match for it and therefore couldn't commit the state match for that project. And without a state match, they couldn't go after some of the federal discretionary funds because that's a prerequisite for going after the money. So we worked with them to consider what might be their federal options from all of the various different pots of funding available for a bridge-type project from the IIJA, and identified that the Bridge Investment Program would be a good fit, but that they would also have to come up with a local match, and worked with them to identify a potential solution in tolling of a new bridge, which then once they had that in place and could say, we have the potential to use state funds that potentially tolling is an option, that could be used then to leverage a federal match, and they were able to get more than $200 million in federal grants for that project over the last few years. And so that's been very meaningful that that's a project that will be underway very soon. We also worked with Alabama DOT on the Mobile River Bridge project. You just saw about rail investments in the Gulf Coast, and it's also very important for bridges and other infrastructure as well. I think the one thing that I'll note with respect to financing is we've had an important role that federal financing has played in infrastructure investment. So not only the tax-exempt bonds in making it cost advantageous for state and local governments to issue their own debt in a tax-advantaged way, but also private activity bonds, TIFIA and railroad financing through the RIF program. That's all been part of an important mix of federal options to help support financing and brings private players to the table by providing a cost-effective way of financing projects. And that's important to sustain that going forward because of the role that it supports.
Thanks, and I'd like to add WIFIA as well. So we have it on the water side as well.
Agreed.
Okay,
right, you
great,
mentioned
Joe.
a couple of my examples like TIFIA, so I've got to think up a couple, but fortunately there are many that we can talk about. Let's first of all think about what the capital stack typically looks like for infrastructure projects and financing, and it can vary, but you have equity that will come from private equity funds, institutional investors, investment banks for a share of ownership in the project. You have sponsor capital, which is often going to be early stage, that helps with the feasibility, the development, the design, and the early stages of the project for ownership. You may have subordinated debt, which doesn't dilute the equity, comes below the senior debt, and can help make all the other capital structures price out effectively, get the return they're looking for. And then you have senior debt, which is typically the predominance of the capital. That could be loans, it could be bonds. Here in the U.S., as we've mentioned, municipal bonds, tax-free municipal bonds are a critical component to keeping projects affordable and to attracting investors. But more often what you've seen is you have a government tranche, and that might be grants, it might be loan guarantees, it might be low-cost loans, and that government tranche has often been an accelerator or the catalyst, just like you were talking about, that enables all those other elements of the capital stack to come together. I think about a project like Cascadia Rail, which is a high-speed rail line that will connect Oregon, Washington State, British Columbia, cross-boundary high-speed rail project. The federal funding that was provided really helped to bring in state funding, but also build the long-term funding structure that they will use for that project to go forward. Ports received the highest grade, grade a B, of all the different infrastructure categories you looked at. The EPA Smart Ports program, which has really accelerated and brought in new needed port investments around electrification, around dredging, around container transportation that is going to further improve that port grade that you make. Many of those investments could not have been made, would not have been funded or going forward without that grants program to be the catalyst behind it. Even at local community levels, I think about the Solar for All program, the Homes Hera energy efficiency programs, which have driven things like rooftop solar development, energy efficiencies in buildings and homes, hundreds of millions of dollars of new infrastructure investment that's gone into states, often into underserved communities, where really it was those grants programs that accelerated that infrastructure development. So there are many, many examples of where IRA and the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, not even to mention things like the CHIPS Act, which has catalyzed tens of billions of dollars of new infrastructure investment by the private sector through the grants and the programs that have gone in to build and invest in our semiconductor industry. I'll stop there because it's tough to go last. I'm sure you've probably got some good examples too.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. John?
No, I think I've filled my bingo card in now. I mean, you just mentioned the IRA right at the end there, so I think it is important to just talk about the importance that the tax credits that are available through the Inflation Reduction Act have been absolutely transformational in terms of trying to turn investors' minds towards trying to get even close to meeting the energy demand in the US. I think trying to make sure that the majority of those tax credits, or at least, are maintained going forward, I think is going to be absolutely critical if the US is going to get close to meeting its energy needs going forward. On IIJA, I mean, I think the great thing about the IIJA was that it put infrastructure at the heart of US policy thinking, and that was sort of game-changing, I think, in terms of this is a market that is now taking infrastructure seriously after all this time. So I don't want to sort of denigrate the kind of amazing transformational effect that the IIJA has had in many parts of public infrastructure. But if I'm going to be critical, and this is my chance to be slightly critical, it offered very little incentive for the private sector. I think there was $100 million made available out of the $1.7 trillion to help innovative finance grants. And I think I'm right in saying only 50 million of those 100 million have actually been allocated. So it's tiny by proportion. So I think that the IIJA was a missed opportunity. It could have had way more in it to create more leverage, more opportunity to leverage the private sector. And your report card score, in my view, would have been higher than where it is if that had been the case.
Well, thanks for the advice. We're actually looking at what we take to the Hill moving forward and what reauthorization might look like. And so allowing flexibility, I think, is really important because, we heard some figures. I was at a conference that we had at ASCE with Smith's research. It was finance and engineering. And, BlackRock said they have $1 trillion ready to go right now. And so, that goes a long way towards a $3.7 trillion gap. And so we really ought to get smarter about that. I'm going to jump to the report card and our major focus on extreme weather and how the built environment has to be improved to withstand major disasters, the whole resiliency conversation. How does the financing support infrastructure that minimizes life cycle project risks as opposed to CapEx risks? And what opportunities exist in funding and finance to ensure that those investments are protected in the long term? So I'm sending it over to John.
So I'll have a go at answering this question, but it's my starting point is that if all of your infrastructure is owned and operated by the public sector, then all of the liability for its ongoing maintenance and its future resilience also sits with the public sector. And in a world where political priorities change, probably more frequently than we might all desire in infrastructure, given that it's a long-term game. I think that's a kind of an inherent challenge. If we could all live in a world where there was sort of complete bipartisan support for infrastructure from the moment it was blessed and funded right the way through its life cycle, then it would perhaps be less of a problem. But in a world where that's not the case, so I'm trying to sort of make another play for a greater role for private capital, because actually the public sector can offset its risk. If it better understands the liabilities that it's responsible for, it can actually make justifiable case to its citizens to actually say, do you know what, we don't need to own this. The private sector would welcome taking this asset. We'll get a healthy price for it. That price can be actually reinvested into infrastructure that only the public sector can rightfully provide. And actually, we've offset the risk for its future maintenance and resilience going forward. So there is a model there that I don't think is being well enough explored in the US context.
Thanks. And I think when GASB 34 was passed in the U.S., we kind of thought that public infrastructure was going to be treated the same way as private, as far as having to put it on under the line of what the liability was. That didn't happen. The tools are there already in the federal government to be able to do that, and so maybe this is an opportunity for us. Joe.
So you've got a tranche of financing and funding sources that are out there, green banks, infrastructure banks, specialty funds that have set up with the intention and the goal to look for opportunities that they can provide financing. And it's often not subsidies, but it's financing specific to target the resilience component of big infrastructure projects. We've seen with a number of our public sector clients, when they look at a rehabilitation of existing infrastructure, they look at how they can bring efficiencies through performance contracting or through infrastructure as a service type of models, so that the capital for the infrastructure upgrade can be funded by the private party or the private partner, and they can work in the resilience component that they need through those types of structures, rather than having to use their own public capital in order to fund or finance the project up front. The other thing that I think is worth mentioning is the planning up front of what that resilience investment should be is a very key part of it as well. Some of our earlier speakers talked about that, the investing $1 up front to save $13, like you mentioned in your report, of disaster response or disaster recovery costs. But there is going to be more interest because the private capital sources, including the insurance companies who fund infrastructure project development and then maintenance and operations, are very interested in how that can be worked into the planning too.
That's great. I agreed with some of the conversation before about the insurance, but what concerns me is most public infrastructure is self-insured by those municipalities, states, and in some cases the federal government. So insurance doesn't ring their bell, I think, as much as funding and finance does. So that's something to pay attention to. Nathan, your commentary?
Yeah, well, so I agree with the importance of the private financing. I think that's a really important tool in the toolbox. I'll add, though, that I think what's fundamentally a challenge for us in infrastructure is the funding side. That we have to have the funds first, and we can use the financing for leverage. We can use alternative delivery approaches to help incentivize better performance and better performing infrastructure. But we've got to solve that funding problem first, and federal money is one of the solutions. Looking at creative ways of using state, local, and enterprise type funding solutions for projects is important. Value capture and other approaches that really help to make sure that the beneficiaries of the infrastructure are the ones who are paying for it is really important to be able to accomplish this. And without having those revenue streams that can pay whoever's lending the money back is fundamental to being able to accomplish our objectives.
Thanks. So the last question, and we're going to try and stay on time. So you got like a little over a minute apiece to answer this, and we'll start with you, Joe. But current financing deployment coincides with increasing uncertain economic climate. Pay attention to the stock market the last 2 weeks and try not to get motion sick. This shift in political environment, what changes do you see based on the indications so far between the administration and the private sector?
Well, things may be different. Let me mention, first of all, something we're already seeing is happening at the state level, where states are making a conscious decision to get more involved in direct funding of the infrastructure needs that they have within their boundaries. I'll give you an example. In response to Winter Storm Uri, the state of Texas put forward and approved a $10 billion fund, the Texas Energy Fund, to fund through low-cost, long-term loans to commercial applicants to develop north of 6 gigawatts of new power generation capacity in Texas. There are also grant programs and an additional loan program, but this was a direct decision by the Texas legislature to use their general funds to take infrastructure development into their own hands. And we're seeing other examples of state infrastructure banks, state transportation banks that are getting more active, using their budget surplus or their general funds to address what they see directly as their infrastructure needs. And I think we'll see some more of that. Value capture is an area that I do hope and I think we'll see more of. The Dulles Silver Line expansion is a very good example of how Fairfax County was able to use Transportation Improvement District funding and effectively taking future estimated tax revenue and present valuing it back to today through their tax system so that they could help fund what their commitment needed to be. So I think we will see more innovative things. I definitely think that there will be opportunities for public-private partnerships. With higher interest rates, higher supply chain costs, those can be a little more challenging. But we are going to see opportunities for P3 transactions in the U.S. as well. But overall, I think we will probably also see shifts in what this government prioritizes around infrastructure. There was an executive order last week that came out that specifically talked about new investment in the mining sector, and I think that that's an area that we'll see some things. The Development Finance Corporation, it looks like maybe repositioned through that executive order to focus more on capital development for domestic mining. Definitely the energy dominance, energy executive order messages are indicating energy will be a theme. Whether that translates into specific funding and financing vehicles, we'll have to see. My guess is if it does, they will be more in the form of loans than grants.
Great, thanks. John?
Yeah, I think you covered most of the bases there. Just on infrastructure banks, I think it's an interesting one to sort of just dwell on for a moment, because infrastructure banks done well can be really additive. But done badly, then it's just another way of just throwing public money at something that the private sector could have funded itself. So you have to get the mandate right. You've got to be clear on what is the purpose of the infrastructure bank, what is the gap in the market that it's there to fill, and which part of the market is it there to help. It should be there to de-risk investments that the private sector is interested in but just can't quite make the numbers work. And that done well, it doesn't need a lot of money, but well deployed, it can be really powerful. But too many countries throw tons of money into infrastructure banks and then pat themselves on the back and think the job's done. And it rarely goes well.
Thanks. Nathan?
Yeah, so I'll pivot back to the funding question one more time on this to say that it would be very helpful to see exactly what some of the criteria are that the administration will be using to award funding for the discretionary programs, the ones that they have in their discretion to award. I think that greater certainty with respect to which sorts of projects will be eligible, what will the merit criteria be for awarding funds, will help to will help infrastructure owners to know what they need to aim for. Because what they want to be doing is not just applying for the next grant next week, but which project can I get ready today that will be ready to apply for funding or to pursue a year or two from now? And you know, when things are in flux, it's harder to know exactly which projects might be the ones that could qualify down the road. So I think we'll start to see some indications of that when we start to see some notices of funding opportunity and other things start to flow from this administration, and then see where the opportunities lie.
So please join me in thanking this panel for something totally different. You haven't been hearing any of this during the day. We really want to talk about how we pay for it. So thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Maria, and your panel. It was very interesting and a good change of pace when we're talking about infrastructure. My name is Christina Swallow. I am an assistant city manager for the city of Tucson, Arizona, and a past president of ASCE. I'm also a member of ASCE's Committees on America's Infrastructure. As we all know, transportation infrastructure is a fundamental part of daily life. Transportation sector enables us to reach our destinations and facilitates the movement of the products that fill our houses, our homes, my front doorstep. Indeed, transportation is an intrinsic part of ASCE's report card for America's infrastructure. In 1998, we had 10 categories. Today we have 18. In 98, we had 10, and 4 of those were transportation categories: roads, bridges, aviation, and mass transit. And although the scope of the report card has grown and changed over the decades, transportation remains a prevalent, undeniably important part of our infrastructure network. While the transportation category grades on the 2025 report card reflect some positive trends, they still leave a lot of room for improvement. The bridges grade continues to hover at a C. Rail, one of the strongest categories in the report card, and indeed the highest category for several report cards, fell this time to a B-. Roads and transit have both improved, but they, along with aviation, remain in the Ds. Today, we have the privilege of being joined by representatives of the various sectors of transportation infrastructure to discuss some of the trends we see in the report card and how they're reflected in their daily operations. I am pleased to introduce with me today Barry Shoke, Senior Vice President of KCI, Jason Terreri, Executive Director of the Syracuse Regional Airport Authority and Chair of Airports Council International North America's U.S. Policy Council, Garrett Eucalito, Commissioner of the Connecticut Department of Transportation and President of AASHTO, and finally, Paul Skatelis. I've been practicing this, sorry. I've been practicing it. President and CEO of APTA. All right, gentlemen, we all have our mics, and I'm going to start here, Paul, with you, and we'll go this way for at least the first question, and we'll shake it up as we go. But since the last report card, we've seen substantial federal investment in transportation infrastructure, particularly through the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. In each of your respective roles, how have you seen the impacts of IIJA take effect?
Well, I will say for the public transportation industry, of course, APTA, we represent both our public transportation authorities, which have the responsibility for delivering service every day, building capital projects, and also the business sector, the goods and services that they produce to support the industry. I mean, it has been it's a godsend. IIJA finally recognized the need to make major investments in our infrastructure and transportation in particular, a good portion of that for public transit. It's never as much as we would like. It doesn't necessarily meet all the needs, as we know, and of course what the report card is all about. And I might just say for a quick moment here, I think this report card is really fantastic. I want to give credit to ASCE. It's something that we look to and anticipate. But the investment has meant a great deal for our agencies to be able to plan ahead, at least with a time frame that's reasonable, a 5-year time frame at least, to begin to make those kind of investments to both address state of good repair needs, which is enormous, 150 billion plus. In some respects, others report even more. And also to begin to make investments to do some catch-up, because public transportation has been woefully underfunded for decades in our country. You know, I'm a civil engineer by background. I started my career on the highway side. We've got, I think, an extraordinary highway system, but we have not paid as much attention and made the investments necessary in public transit. So for us in this side of the sector of the industry, it's been welcomed. We've seen our agencies put the money to good use. In fact, it has spurred local communities to step forward with ballot measures of their own to raise billions of dollars, not as a replacement for the federal investment, but as a way to catalyze and build on that investment. So it's been a terrific step. The question for us really is, going forward, can we maintain that? And I think that's where our focus is.
I'll speak from a couple of different perspectives. First of all, my current role as Vice President with KCI Technologies, obviously for the private sector, who delivers a lot of the design and construction management services for the public sector. It's been a welcome infusion of cash that creates projects that enables our business to support that. And it's created opportunities for us in a lot of different roles and perspectives, all the way from getting involved in financing through the planning, design, and also implementation. So if anyone in this room that works in the private sector side that's in any way affiliated with infrastructure has benefited from that. My prior role was the Secretary of Transportation in Pennsylvania, Paul's home state, where he came from. We go back a ways. And I think what ILJA has done is, coupled with the bill that we did during our administration, where we raised, believe it or not, the gas tax 27.5 cents, it enabled what I always called that sort of foundational responsibility of each generation to take care of the infrastructure and start to work at that backlog. Most of the stuff was built 30s, 40s, 50s, and that wave of aging infrastructure keeps coming at you. For Pennsylvania, what it meant was we were able to get ahead of our structurally deficient curve coming at us, but it's coming right back again. So to Paul's comments about what it enabled us to do, it helped a lot. It improved the conditions of the bridges overall, improved the conditions of the road, but it doesn't end. And I think when I was secretary and I talked to legislators about this and elected officials, who control our purse strings? We don't have a stamp commission, a postal commission, right? It's elected officials that control it. You have to look at this as a hidden debt, meaning often we hear the idea about the national debt and the debt that's building that is unfortunate, perhaps, depending on your perspective, as it grows. This is a debt as well. And we don't continually invest and continually stay up with that curve, that debt keeps getting bigger for future generations to pay. And we own them, all right? The DOTs might be the caretakers, but we collectively, the public, owns these facilities. And that generational responsibility is something I think we just have to keep at. To Paul's point, the investment's great, there's more work to be done.
Yeah, so I'm wearing two hats today, right, for Connecticut DOT, but also AASHTO. And I think for us, my colleague from Georgia likes to say that IIJA was really the tale of two cities, the best of times and the worst of times. Huge investment, fantastic. Like, we would be nowhere without the increase we saw in funding under IIJA. But then we also saw on the flip side, historic increases in costs, both in materials and in labor costs. So it's not taking state DOTs as far as we would like, but we would be nowhere without it. We'd be canceling jobs across the country. So it has been a lifesaver in that respect. I think for a lot of us, what's been most exciting is a few different things. One, the large increase in formula funding, which we know when we look at the spend down, formula funds are spent quickly. Within the 2 years of the funds becoming available to a state DOT or another entity that gets formula funds, like a transit entity, 67% of those dollars are spent in the first 2 years. They're also, on the flip side, there's been a huge increase in competitive or discretionary grants. And there's, again, tale of two cities with that. One, much longer time frame to spend those. You have to enter into the grant agreements and then sign those, negotiate, and then you can move forward with the project. But at the same time, we have projects across the country that would never get done without this large infusion of cash under the competitive discretionary grants. We'll call them mega projects, right? That's what we usually call them. Most of our states could not do those mega projects without this large discretionary competitive grant. I know in my state, we inherited a lot of railroad infrastructure from the former privatized railroads. We ended up buying it when the railroads went bankrupt, and there's a bridge that was built under Grover Cleveland, first term. And, you know, it's going to cost $3 billion to replace that bridge. The taxpayers of Connecticut can't foot that ourselves. It's on the Northeast Corridor. So thankfully, you know, the IIJ had some funding opportunities to help offset that. And I think you see that on roadway bridges as well. I know Brent Spence Bridge, right? Everyone talks about that. Huge mega bridge, critical, can't happen without federal partnership. And so I think those are some critical pieces. The final piece I'll say is I personally was most excited about, other than the railroad investments, was the new bridge investment program. The fact that we have a dedicated funding stream for bridges has been a game changer for my state to be able to address our large deficiency of aging bridges, because most of our bridges were built in the 40s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s in Connecticut, and it's all aging out. It's already and well past Social Security age. So we need to make those investments, and now we have that different funding stream.
Good afternoon, everybody. So I'm also wearing two hats. Mine is the director of the Syracuse International Airport, as well as the U.S. Policy Council. So I'll start kind of locally with what we're dealing with in Syracuse. So one of the challenges and what this really helped us with is the aviation industry is changing, right? We're seeing now consolidation of the airlines, smaller airplanes are going away, which puts a lot of infrastructure demands on airports. So an airport like mine that was designed for regional jets is now handling mainline aircraft. So that's de-icing, runways, taxiways, roadways, because I now have more passengers. So this funding, what has really helped us do is it gave us kind of a bump in terms of 5 years. It gave us some extra time. There's a lot more that's coming. It's spurring a lot more projects. But also in Syracuse, one of the things that's happening is Micron Technologies just announced a $100 billion chip manufacturing facility 9 miles north of our airport. So we're going to play a significant role in that. And how do you develop an airport and the roadways and everything around that type of a national priority project? So this funding has really helped us kind of get some of these projects going, but it's also laying the groundwork for some of these other projects moving forward. Looking more globally on the aviation industry, right now we're looking at roughly I think it's a $170 billion infrastructure need in the next 5 years for airports, and that number keeps growing. So this additional funding has really helped airports get some of these projects kick-started, but also then started to open up the ability to get some new projects that have been needed for a very, very long time. So it's, for us, not only locally at the small airport size, but also as an industry, it's definitely something that's helped. But as everybody has said here, there's a lot more that's out there that needs to be funded, and we hope that this can continue.
I like that concept. There's a lot more out there that needs to be funded. It's a good pivot to the next question. Barry, we'll start with you this time. And so you each oversee transportation facilities that have unique needs. What role does asset management play in your operations and maintenance decisions?
It's a huge role for anybody. I don't care whether it's a private business or a public agency. You're constantly looking at all of your assets and trying to prioritize where you're going to make your investment. And we've always looked, I think for PennDOT, when I was at PennDOT, we had a great asset management for bridges, because that's generally your most critical feature, right, is the bridges. We probably were a little behind on pavement. The problem comes down to, I'll be honest with you, it's back to when you don't have enough money, you're trying to Band-Aid your way through. And so you make decisions that even though the asset management's saying it's time to do a replacement, it's, I don't have the money for a replacement, to your point. And we've got X amount of dollars to spend on the whole program, so I'll rehabilitate that bridge for 20 years, or I'll do an overlay on that 40-year-old pavement to buy, I know I'm only buying 7 or 8 years instead of 10 or 12 that I'd like to get out of it. So I think the asset management is a huge part of it. The challenge is matching it up with the finances. And you know, your comment earlier about businesses coming in, I would say, you know, our role at these agencies is transportation is to support the lifestyle and economy of the Commonwealth or the nation. We don't build roads because we think it's a good idea, right? We do it to connect things. We don't build airports because we think it's a good idea. And it's something Josh and I talked about earlier, that asset management, all the things we talk about, it's great, but the report card's great, but we've got to roll it into discussion about what's the real thing here, right? The real thing is we're supporting the lifestyle and economy of the country. And I think asset management's a big part of it. But without the appropriate finance level along with it all the time, good asset management strategies will still end up with not good implementation decisions. It's tied to the financing.
Yeah, for my state of Connecticut, the asset management has become one of our key functions in the agency. We've built out the program. You know, the federal government really pushed us to start to look at that and utilize it and use performance measures, but it's just become a way of life for us, and we keep adding more assets into our asset management portfolio. I mean, when I look at our bridges, historically, we had, you know, mid-20th percentile of bridges in poor condition, and that was just because it was a worst first approach. Something would get to the point of failure, then we'd go out and replace it. It was similar to our equipment, where we used to do, essentially we called it cradle to dumpster. We just keep it until we threw the equipment away. You know, we have lots of snowplows, lots of backhoes, excavators, lots of other, we have, I think, 7,000 pieces of equipment with license plates on it. And we would keep it until it was done. Now we've moved towards the asset management approach where it's cyclical in nature. We've now measured out where we can return something after 7 years and get 90% of its value back, which we then pump back into new equipment. But on the bridge side, moving towards the asset management approach, focusing on the poor conditions, we've gone from mid-20th percentile over a 20-year period down to 6% in poor condition. Our number of bridges in good condition have dropped a little bit, but that's okay, because now we've found that sweet spot where we're able to continue the appropriate investments, keep things in a fair condition, and some in a good condition, while using the big dollars on the big projects that have to get done because they are unsafe, and we don't want to post them. So that's been our big move there. The one point I'll add, though, is that I think we as an industry need to do a better job of having consistency. We do really good at the transit side. We do really good on the highway side of consistency across boundaries. Everyone knows a bridge is evaluated a certain way in every state, essentially. But when I was talking to colleagues up and down the Northeast Corridor about this recently, everyone measures their tracks and their bridges and their signals differently, and no one has the same way to measure whether it's in a good condition or a poor condition. So if we want to do well by the taxpayers, we need to extend the asset management thought process to all of our modes under the umbrella of the state DOT.
So for us, it's very important. A couple unique things about airports that a lot of people don't probably realize is that for the most part, airports operating budgets are not funded through taxpayer dollars. It's through the revenues that are generated on the airport. So we have a unique situation where, from an asset management, you know, it's obvious safety, security, airfield, you work your way all the way down. But if I were to go and have to fix everything, the way that we recover that cost is through airline rates and charges. Well, all of a sudden your airport becomes too expensive for an airline and they leave. So now you're in this spiral that your revenue generator is now leaving because you're too expensive, but you got to take care of your facility. So you're in this death spiral. So it's what asset management does for us is it helps us understand this. Obviously, safety, security, and compliance are where we focus. But then what are those other areas that you do a small fix versus a replacement? Because you're having to balance the business interests of the community. Airports are economic catalysts for economic activity. That's how we view ourselves. So we have to make sure that as we develop, we're doing it in a methodical way so that we're also growing air service, which is what the communities need so that they can keep growing. Because if we just wanted to throw all this into a rate base, it ends up killing that side of the business. So what asset management for us really does is it helps us prioritize to make sure that not only the airport is being operated efficiently and safely, but also that you're still being able to generate that economic activity. So it's just kind of a fine balance.
No, I would add to what my colleagues have said, first agreeing with what's been shared thus far. It's part and parcel for transit organizations to do asset management planning. They must do it. It is a roadmap of sorts for how they can allocate their resources, and they're always stretched because there's never enough money to do that. So you got to figure out what's most critical, how much you can assign to that particular need, and try to balance out your other programming needs that you might have. On the transit side, certainly those agencies that are looking to do expansion, whether it be a bus rapid transit system or a new rail line, and they count on federal money under the Capital Investment Grants Program, they've got to be able to demonstrate that they can meet their obligations in terms of maintaining the existing system, having the financial wherewithal to maintain it and put the investment in, as well as undertake the new investment. And that's a lot of give and take there, and assumptions that go into how well you can do it, what time frame you're looking at, and the like. But it's very much on their minds every day. I mean, as basic as, look, I have a need to replace 100 buses. I only have money to replace 50 buses. And so, you know, I'm going to have to maintain these other buses in service. It's going to cost me more money. It's not as efficient. I got to replace and repair and the like. So those costs add up in not only the capital backlog, but also the operating costs that grow as a result.
One of the key solutions in the report card is funding resilience. And so the report card identifies infrastructure vulnerability to extreme weather and natural disasters as a priority need. I'm sure you've all felt that in different ways. And so, Garrett, we're going to start with you. What steps have you taken to address resilience issues in your respective positions?
So we have been working on, after IIJA passed, there was the PROTECT program, right, for resilient improvements, and part of that was to prepare a RIP, Resilience Improvement Plan. And if you did that, you got a 90-10 breakdown instead of 80-20. So we've been working on that, and it's really been beneficial for our state, and I know many other state DOTs, to go through that process of doing that RIP and looking at all of your assets, what's the risk exposure there. But the hardest part has been, what level are we basing that risk on? We just this past August had a historic, the governor calls it a precipitation bomb. It just dropped rain all at once in one location, and we had 23 of our state-owned bridges washed out and closed. We've never experienced anything like that in that part of the state. And so how do we prepare for something like that? And you know, we've tried to explain to our state legislators, we can never build to that level. We can't build to what was a 25,000 year flood or something ridiculous, right? We can't build to that, but we can build something more resilient for what we can expect based on predictions in riparian flows or from sea level rise that is predicted, to ensure that we are building to that standard, so when something more extreme happens, it won't be as disrupted. It probably will be disrupted for a while, but what's the bounce back? What's the recovery to that? And that's really what our state has been looking at is, if we're hit by something disruptive, what's our recovery ability there? That's really what we're trying to be, not just resilient in terms of withstanding extreme rainfall, withstanding extreme heat. We have that problem on the railroads, withstanding cyber intrusions, but also what's our bounce back? How quickly can we recover? That's how we're measuring our own resilience as well, because we'll never be able to build big enough or strong enough to account for something we'll never be able to predict.
Yeah, I mean, for us, it's, and I'll speak to Syracuse first, is really understanding where that risk falls. You know, we don't really have severe weather. There's a lot of snow in Syracuse. I moved there from Florida, so I've learned to deal with it. It's a little bit different, but you know, for us, it's understanding where the risk is, kind of to what you're saying, and what are those critical systems that we need to make sure never fail or are always on. And whether it's a power issue, whether it's a cyber issue, that's where we put a lot of our attention. Looking at some of my other airport colleagues, you know, down in Florida with the hurricanes, is those are getting a lot stronger. Out west with fires, how do you get your airport back up and running? Because after an emergency, we usually are one of the first places where emergency services are going in, where supplies are being flown in. You look at what happened in North Carolina. Asheville Airport became the center of the emergency response. So we need to make sure that those critical systems, it may not be the terminal, it may be just the runway. What are you doing to identify those systems and then put them in so that you can be up and running as soon as you need to be?
Me? Okay. You know, the whole resiliency issue is one that's gotten a lot of attention for our industry. Let me just give you one example which really brought home that. And if many of you can think back to Superstorm Sandy, which is, I guess, a little over a decade ago, the impacts that it had on New York City and Manhattan was just incredible. Water seeping in from the East River, from the Hudson into the tunnels, rail tunnels, really making havoc with signal and power systems and the like. The cost of those really the tens and hundreds of millions of dollars, but also threatening the very ability to be able to transport the tens of thousands of people who have to rely on the passenger rail services to get back and forth. And so virtually everything that's being done today with the support of the engineering community is looking at how can we build in when we plan and design these facilities in such a way to head off that. No one can predict the severity of any of these storms anymore, but to be able to at least factor that into the design work that we're doing. The Gateway project work that's underway here in New York City is very much a reflection of that, to provide an alternate means, more capacity under the Hudson into New York City from northern New Jersey, to be able to deal with not only the capacity issue, the growing demand, but also just to have another means of being able to provide that service should something else occur that takes away that capacity.
Yeah, to Garrett's point, when I was at PennDOT secretary when Hurricane Sandy happened, we thought it was coming at us, and then I was on the phone with my colleague from New Jersey and said, unfortunately, it looks like it's headed your way. Let me know if I can help. But we caught a similar storm like you did, where we had a tropical storm that just got stuck. From our resiliency standpoint, you know, it's a risk factor thing, right? But you can't design for peak hour, much like traffic. You're not designing for an event, I should say, special events. So you're looking for where can you do things where you have the biggest risk? And I think that's become part of the thinking for every DOT. KCI Technologies is headquartered in Maryland. I mean, look what just happened to Key Bridge. You know, and not so helpful NTSB report that just came out on that, but overly critical in my opinion. But I think, you know, again, you're looking at things like that, navigable things with the size of these ships now, and these dolphins that can be built. Not inexpensive, but how do you do that in a way that prevents something like that catastrophic from happening again? So resiliency, I think, much like asset management, it's another factor in your decision making, but you can't predict some of these things. I mean, I'll never forget a call I got telling me that the Cameron Street interchange was a 3-level interchange. At 7 o'clock in the morning, my chief engineer called and said, it's on fire. I'm like, what do you mean it's on fire? Truck rolled over, melted the 3rd-level beams, you know, on a 3-level interchange. You can't plan for that, but you can look at where your more traditional risks are along waterfronts, along things like navigable waters, and your highest risk bridges or transit facilities, and say, what can we do to improve that? It's another factor, much like asset management.
I'm sad to say, I think we're on the last question, because I could talk to you gentlemen all afternoon and geek out about all of the transportation decisions that we're making and how challenging those are every single day. One of ASC's recommendations across the board, this is no surprise to anyone, is sustained investment in infrastructure, truly sustained investment. Long-term bills, predictable funding. And so can each one of you summarize why it's important to continue the momentum we've seen over the last few years in terms of infrastructure investment? And I'm giving this to you, Jason, first. I'm like, and what role will a surface transportation reauthorization bill play? But I mean, arguably, we've talked about landside, right? Yep. And also, if it's of interest to you, you can also talk about FAA reauthorization.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Yeah. So let's start with FAA. You know, we were fortunate we were able to get our FAA reauthorization. So you know, we've got that going. Sustained investment, and I can talk to the land side of the airport, right? It's predictability. We know we're growing our growth rate at our airport along with other airports. You need to be able to plan. You need to be able to plan not only for the maintenance that we all talk about, asset management, but what is that 3, 5, 10, 20-year plan? We just updated a 20-year master plan for the airport, right? We know what that's going to look like. I know in the next 5 years, I have $1.1 billion that has to get invested in a small hub airport, and I have a bonding capacity of 60 million. Little gap, right? But these are why some of this funding that's coming, if we know it's sustained and it's year over year, you can plan for it, and you can make sure not only are you taking care of what you have, but also you're able to build and plan for what's going on in and around you.
You know, think about the interstate highway system. I think we're very proud of it. It covers the entire country. It took us 30 plus years at least to build it out. But it was a vision supported with investment and sustained investment. It could not have happened if we funded it for 5 years, took 5 years off, came back. It would have taken us 100 years to do. Transportation is not the kind of sector industry that you can turn off and on like a switch. You got to have a commitment. It's got to cross political boundaries. It's got to have political support across the parties. And it needs to also signal to the private sector that they can play in this arena and participate because there is a commitment to fund it. So, you know, I think it's just being clear about what the vision is, having the political will and the courage to go forward in it, and doing the very, very best to sustain a predictable level, I'll say robust funding to accomplish what needs to be done. We're woefully underfunded. Anywhere you go across the developed world, and I get this all the time from family and friends who come back after they visit London or Paris, and they said, hey, Paul, we just had a great trip. We loved it there. We took the train, the buses, the tube. How come we can't do that here? And outside of a few markets, you really can't. And the issue is it's political will, and we've got to have the political will to get it done.
We've got a clock in front of us telling we're ticking down, so I'm going to let my distinguished colleague, the senator from Connecticut, take most of the time. But I'll just say sustained but increasing, right? Costs go up. We can't do the bump and say we're good for 5 years. We're good for 10 years. It's got to be sustained and increasing. Senator?
I agree. I mean, sustained, we need to know that there's consistency, there's reliability of those funding. We have a workforce that can move to different sectors. I look at my state, we have welders, we have people in the steel industry, builders, laborers, operating engineers who can easily go work for our submarine manufacturer right next to where we're building a bridge. And once we lose them to that sector, they're not coming back to build roads and bridges for us. So they need to know there's predictability of that funding stream. As costs go up, we can continue to pump into the investment, into the infrastructure. It's like a steam engine. It took us a little while to get going with the 5-year IIJA. And if we stop after this 5-year period and slow down again, it's going to take another long time to get moving again up to where we need to be.
Well, thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate your time with us today. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ed for our next panel.
I don't care.
Hi, thank you, Christina. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us today for the next panel on broadband. My name is Ed Barrett. I'm a member of ASC's Committee on America's Infrastructure and the president of the Broadband Business Line for HR Green. We provide broadband consulting services to local, regional, state governments, as well as private sector ISPs. And over the last 18 months, I've had the privilege to help lead ASC's work on the first ever graded broadband chapter. I think we all agree that the pandemic that we went through 3 to 4 years ago really helped bring into kind of a sharp focus the fact that fast and reliable broadband connections are essential for everybody to participate in the society and the economy. In fact, broadband has become so critical to our interconnected systems of infrastructure that ASCE realized some time ago that it would be a disservice to its report card without a thoughtful evaluation of the state of broadband in the United States. To that end, it published a broadband spotlight in the 2021 edition of the report card, and today is releasing its first ever graded assessment of the category with a national grade of C+. This is an above average grade. It's a strong start for a first-time entry, but there's much more to be done to raise the grade between now and the next report. Joining me today are Jake Varn, Broadband Access Initiative from the Pew Charitable Trust, Dr. Tamara Holmes, Director of Broadband for the Virginia Department of Housing and Community Development, and Ray Lemura, President of the Broadband Association of Virginia. Thank you all for being here today. So we have a few questions lined up. First of all, just a starter question to get us rolling. ASC's first broadband grade is a C+. It's a specific recognition that that grade is going to vary widely across the United States. That was a big topic of discussion, and I think some of the state reports that are coming out are showing that with some very high grades and some Ds and D minuses. With the significant amount of funding in place via BEAD to address and underserved locations, mostly those in rural and remote locations, what do you all see as maybe the largest challenges to improving the grade?
Yeah, I'll take a swing at it. Hello, everyone. So I'm Jake Varn. Like I was introduced with the Pew Charitable Trust's Broadband Access Initiative. I'll just start off. If folks aren't familiar with Pew, we are a nonprofit, nonpartisan research institution focused on solving the big problems with evidence-based research, or as most people know us from sponsoring NPR, which is brought to you by the Pew Charitable Trusts. We've been focusing on broadband, and specifically state broadband policy, for nearly a decade now. So it's really exciting for ASC to be including broadband now in their report card. We kind of came into this moment, as we were talking about, prior to the pandemic, when states were really stepping into I'll say a void in federal leadership, and able to find broadband projects that were better matching the needs of their communities. And so we did a long research project to study how states were doing that, how they were better able to structure their programs. And we're doing it with $10 million over 5 years. And we're coming with these really incredible projects that had community support, and we're delivering fiber to the homes in really rural areas. We then, of course, 2020 hit, right as we come out with this report highlighting the role that states can play. And luckily, we were not alone in that recognition. Congress immediately turned to states to try to solve this digital divide, as everyone was forced to work from home and figure out how to be online in that moment. And so we've seen that pattern now continue from CARES Act to the American Rescue Plan Act, and now IIJA, really doubling down on the role that state broadband offices can play. And as the report mentions, there's a historic amount of funding available for broadband. The proof is now in the pudding for how those projects will be selected, if states will be able to continue with the plans that they've put together, particularly for BEAD, and the final pushes that they're making on their capital projects fund programs. So yeah, it's an exciting time. It's also a little bit of an uncertain time for the state of broadband connectivity, but the resources are there. It's now a matter of if we can actually close the divide.
Yeah, I'm going to be that annoying kid in the class. Can we get a higher grade? As I was reading the report, what struck me was that they're challenging the number of subscriptions that we are doing, or adoptions in this space. We in Virginia have been working in deploying broadband, and part of the challenge with broadband is you can build it, but then getting people to adopt the service. And we've been very aggressive, and so of our member companies, in creating initiatives for folks to get on to have access to broadband. In Virginia, we started back in 2016 in a public-private partnership, and that seems to be an important part of the conversation. And I think you find that the private sector is very willing to partner with many of you. We are reliant upon your infrastructure in order for us to deploy. And I think we'll talk a little bit more about those things, but there are challenges that we face with sometimes a monopoly who hasn't modified their policies when we're now dealing with trying to deploy broadband. And so I look forward to that conversation, but we're very excited, and from an advocate in this space, to be working, I would principally say, in a nonpartisan way. Everyone's for broadband, so that's been a fun space to work in, which is pretty rare these days.
Yeah, and so as Ray said, I'm Tamara Holmes, and I have the pleasure of serving as the director of the Office of Broadband. And so we have a longstanding partnership with our Virginia Telecommunication Initiative program. I can't remember if we actually highlighted in the Pew report that came out several years ago.
I'm sure there was a mention.
There might have been a mention or two. And so for us, it was very important when we received what back then was $1 million allocation from our General Assembly to pull together the private sector. For one, we're a state agency. You heard them from the Department of Housing and Community Development. And so a lot of folks are like, well, how did you get into broadband at a housing and community development agency? Well, you all are mostly civil engineers in the room. And so when you think about community priorities, a lot of communities list broadband as one of their top priorities, along with affordable housing and water and sewer and other infrastructure needs. And so, however, if you know a lot about the funding, a lot of the funding has been to the through the federal government to the private sector. And so when we received an allocation from the General Assembly, it was important for us to pull together both the public and private sector. And so our grant program, which has been around since 2017, is truly a private-public partnership. A locality comes in partnership with an internet service provider. They jointly write the application. They submit it. It's evaluated. And so we fund those grants. And so since 2017, we've allocated over $900 million in grant funding, including an additional $1 billion with a B in match funds from both local governments and the private sector. And that includes state general fund dollars, American Rescue Plan dollars, as well as capital project funds. And so that's to support broadband availability at 400,000 homes and businesses and community anchors across Virginia. And so just to kind of give you a scale, we'll build less locations through B than we actually built over the last 2 years. We've built about 160,000 locations since January 2022. For our BEAD allocation, we have about 133,000 locations that still need broadband based on the data from the FCC. And so we're ready to go and get the crews back on the road and continue to build across Virginia.
Great, thank you. One of the interesting things that's happened over the last 5 years has been a change in how much broadband do people need, where we were arguing over how much is enough. Do people really need 100 meg downloads? There was a conversation that happened, and the pandemic sort of stopped that. The maps have improved. They're not perfect, but they've been significantly improved. Beyond that, maybe for you, Jake, you know, as you've completed these studies over the years, what are you seeing as some of the, the big picture lessons, the best practices that you've seen, both maybe for the more densely populated states, but also as you look at the western part of the United States, some of the more rural farm states, what are you seeing as some of those best practices?
Yeah, really great question. Yeah, it feels like we were frustratingly fighting over speeds for a long time. We were at a 25/3 standard for far too long. It's finally been raised up to 120, which, download and upload speeds for those that are not in the broadband parlance, which I realize we're representing a lot of infrastructure modes here in the room today. We finally gotten to that point where the regulatory authority is now matching with the federal grants requirements, which was a frustrating disconnect that we had for far too long. States were leading, again, prior to the pandemic with fiber forward projects and higher speed requirements than what the federal government was defining as a minimum service, and what was found to be an insufficient level of speed for doing something like having a video call with your doctor. Is just not consistently reliable enough to have that high latency conversation. So what are some other best practices we've seen in this kind of evolving space? So states, one thing that we've really emphasized is as states are growing their broadband office, being able to take advantage of federal funds and match their state priorities with these grant dollars. So CPF was kind of a perfect example of this. There was $10 billion that was made available to states, largely intended for broadband, was the line from the Department of Treasury, saying that we really encourage you to look at broadband projects with this funds. We're going to give it out to the states. You come back to us with a plan, figure out how you slice and dice it. About 6.7 billion of that went to last mile projects. States stepped up and said, we know where the gaps were in our state during the pandemic. We can match that with a project today or tomorrow, in a few weeks. And we're able to lean into that. But then the states were also, for those that are in more urban states, especially in the Northeast corridor, they were saying, actually we can specialize a program that's specifically for multi-dwelling units, for example. So how can we know that the fiber is running right up to that apartment building, but in the units they are not connected, or they have a DSL line, a old copper line that's running through the building. How can we specialize that grant program so we're targeting what otherwise could be seen as a served location, but the actual reality is that the people living there do not see the benefit of that service. So leaning into that flexibility of states being able to be responsive to their needs of their communities and matching private capital with their state know-how and the federal funds that were available is something that we've seen really grow in this space, and we're hoping we'll be able to continue to the degree possible with the BEAD program. Some other just best practices, we talked a little bit about, I think it's fitting to talk about permitting in this room. We actually just came out with a new report. I have a fancy little one-pager over at the table if folks want to do, on pole attachments, which I know is everyone's favorite topic, but we're looking at this intersection of how this often forgotten about part of our infrastructure, the old telephone pole, is a really key part of broadband deployment. And it's been at the intersection of this fight for too long that broadband providers are saying the cost is too much and we're gonna have to pull back from this project. And utility pole owners are maybe saying they're not doing it right. They're coming to us, this is what it costs. We have to replace that pole. So we wanted to take a good hard look at this as a risk to this federal deployment and this federal timeline and hold up the examples that the states that are choosing to regulate this themselves, half of them go to the FCC for it, half of them do it themselves. What can they do to make sure that process is more transparent, predictable, and standardized, and so that the states and the public utility commissions that are in charge of this, again, for half the country, have the data to actually adjudicate this and make sure that process is effective and happening fast. So this is important for folks like Dr. Holmes, who has a 4-year shot clock as soon as they get their approval to hit all this construction. That's going to be happening across the country, ideally at the exact same time. But it puts a lot of strain on these systems that aren't prepared for this massive moment of historic investment. So I think I've talked too much, so I'll let someone else go. But that's some of the best practices that we're seeing.
We weren't playing the music yet, but it was queuing up.
Yeah, I got the vibe.
So for those who don't know, the BEAD program is not only a deployment program. There's a lot of focus on the infrastructure that's going to be built, extending these networks closer to customers, getting last mile connectivity. One of the things that BEAD also focuses on is adoption. There was a program, Affordable Connectivity Program, that was funded as part of IIJA, I believe. That has since lapsed, creating some challenges with affordable connectivity. Tamara, if you could, maybe just talk a little bit about what you're doing in the state of Virginia, not only on the access side, but on the adoption side.
Sure, and I'll just talk a little bit about that, and I'll let Ray talk about the great work that his members are doing through the Broadband Association of Virginia. Lord, I'm going to mess up the name. And so I think one of the things I do want to say when we talked about best practices, I told someone, so I also do the Appalachian Regional Commission program for the Commonwealth, and so I do a lot of water and sewer projects in my other day job that I don't have time to do both jobs. And so I told someone it's easier to get an easement for a sewer line from a coal company than it is to get an easement from a resident in a county in Virginia. And I will kid you not, it's like easements are like, between an easement and a pole right now are probably my two things that I deal challenge a lot with around. Oh, yes. Oh, man. And yeah, right away. Oh, it's just so many things that you all are very familiar with. And so one of the things that, in terms of adoption, so one of the things that I will say has been important for us, we are providing what is in essence a capital stack for broadband projects. There are private companies that won't go into communities because the return on investment isn't there, right? And so as our former broadband advisor used to say, the math is not mathing. And so part of the work we do is providing that gap financing for these projects with the private sector. And so we're making it more affordable just by doing that. There are companies that are going into communities that have low density. We may have, 5 homes a mile, may have 1 home a mile. It just really depends on where you're out across the Commonwealth. And we're building from the mountains of Southwest Virginia all the way to the Eastern Shore and everywhere in between. And so the adoption piece is really important. We've seen on average about a 60% adoption rate across the last 6 years that we've been investing in last mile deployment. But I want to say a lot of it is because of the partnership, because it is a public-private partnership in Virginia. It is not the private sector coming in and building broadband and going, aha, we're here. It's the local government picking that partner and then coming into our program. Now that will change with BEAD. We do have some incentivizing in the BEAD application scoring process for a provider that does get a letter of support from a county to come in for an application. But it's really about, I tell the providers that when you go into these communities, you are now part of these communities. You have to show up to the local baseball games. You have to provide a sponsorship. Some of our partners are doing revenue sharing agreements with communities, whereas they hit their mark for a subscription rate, they will provide revenue back to the county. And so that's another incentive to help communities get residents to sign on. And I know Ray's companies have some really innovative things that they're doing to increase adoption across Virginia.
So COVID really sent a shockwave to everyone, especially in our space too. So often with broadband, unlike water and sewer, we have to knock on a door and say, do you want to take the service? And when COVID hit, we couldn't knock on those doors. We couldn't set up booths outside of schools. We couldn't do all those things where you have that connection. So that really kind of left us in the blocks after the gun had started. So, but as time has come on, our folks, and very proudly, have created these low-cost option initiatives where you can hook up folks who are on free and reduced school lunch. They're creating initiatives for senior citizens right now. And these are important to have these anchor institutions who we partner with to help communicate this as well. And even your association locally can help drive just a conversation of another trusted source saying, are you aware of these options that are available to you? We'll even work with churches who will buy a bulk amount of offerings and give them to members of their congregation. So the industry is trying to do all of those things in a partnership because we truly see the importance of this. And I think you talked a little bit about telehealth and telemedicine. I get to have the privilege to serve on the Virginia Telehealth Network, which does the work of the saints, advocating to get medical doctors from UVA and all of our leading institutions into rural parts of Virginia, but they have to have adopted the service. And quite frankly, this is where our association is pivoting almost in my mind. We've finished the construction piece. We've already got the platform, the model. It's now just the funding and plugging it in and getting it done. It is now getting the adoption initiative out there. So anything you all can do would be really appreciated.
Ray, we've heard a couple of times about streamlined permitting, the importance of that, particularly as BEAD rolls out, and this wave of funding that also has private sector matches. You're talking about north of $70 billion hitting the industry with a 4 to 5 year window. Can you talk a little bit about how critical these streamlined permitting initiatives are? At the risk of not going too wonky, please avoid pole attachments. I'd enjoy it, but nobody else will.
That feels like an attack.
Yeah. But a little on streamlined permitting and some of the challenges there.
I mean, I have the battle scars of pole attachments, working with our Virginia Department of Transportation and the permitting we go through there. And part of it, Dr. Holmes and I were chatting earlier, is that I can see a looming challenge facing us, especially in this permitting process, where if there is a need for a relocation, as your infrastructure has to be done sometimes, but we're receiving these grants to build where it makes no sense to build. So we're building a grant. We were engaged with the Virginia Department of Transportation with one of our members who had a grant to build down Interstate 81. I'd take that bet all day long, that they're not going to change that. Well, guess what? They're changing Interstate 81. And then they hand my smallest member a bill for hundreds of thousands of dollars. And our folks are like, this is not in our capital budget. This was a grant. with all of these grants going on around the nation, this could be a looming issue that you will have to help solve. Because you could run into a situation when someone says, sorry, it's done. And we don't want that happening. So those are things we have to work on. The permitting, our railroad friends, we're in litigation with them, unfortunately, to solve some of the permitting. Part of it, too, is there's a shot clock on this money. The clock is ticking. And when we face these delays because policy changes internally have not kept up with the changes of what the demands are of our fellow citizens, something's got to give.
Yeah, and I'll share just the magnitude. So in December of 2021, our then governor at the time announced $722 million in broadband money. We got all those projects under contract within 6 months. Between engineering and design, those projects were ready to be built by the end of 2022. Guys, we broke every single possible permitting we broke VDOT, we broke utility pole owners. They were like, I normally do 400, I'm gonna say it, pole attachments a year. Now I need to do 1,000 a month. VDOT, and so for BEAD, the good thing is that through the BEAD funding, because I do want to give credit, the BEAD funding does allow us as a state to supplement our partner agencies. I can't supplement utility locate providers, but I am working with Virginia 811, which is our Miss Utility. So we have a partnership with them where they're going to train locates because we can't seem to not hit a gas line, a sewer line, or a water line for some strange reason with these projects. And so we are also working with our Virginia Department of Transportation to supplement permitting staff. And so we are going to use some of the funding to supplement staff and state agencies that are partners. We're all partners in this because I'm the person that gets yelled at when the resident doesn't get broadband to their front door. And then I'm going to start giving everyone else's phone numbers to go, well, call VDOT and call your electric company.
I'm going to take the last 5 minutes and audible a little bit, maybe to throw out to the group. BEAD was established. It's been criticized by the new administration, the Republican Congress, for taking so long to get the money out. Those of us who are a little policy wonky understand the law said, first you have to get the mapping right. There were a number of precursors. Now we have this at the starting line, and the entire environment has changed, obviously. There's the resignation of the BEAD director from NTIA, a new administration that is looking at other technologies. I'll ask everybody to peer a little bit into your crystal balls, and maybe Ray, starting with you and coming this way. How do you think this is all going to play out? Where do we land? What kind of changes? With 4 minutes, go.
It's Lent, so I'm saying a lot of Hail Marys. I don't know. To be honest, I don't know how this will play out. At the end of the day, at a minimum, I'm hopeful that broadband deployment is the key factor that gets us across the finish line. Those other initiatives are critical for a success, but I don't have that crystal ball. I wish I did. Plus, I deal in policy, so.
Very political pass. I appreciate that.
Let me give a little bit of a national picture, and Dr. Holmes can talk a little bit more about what's happening in Virginia. But it's strange. I've said this before, but it feels like there's a little bit of a disconnect of what's happening in D.C. and the conversation around the BEAD program and what's actually happening within the states. So there's a lot of swirl and uncertainty about potentially changing the program. There's new legislation that would, if passed, would effectively have states start over. But right now, we have 3 states that have finished selecting projects and have been approved and are just waiting for the final administrative check before they can start sending funds out. That's Louisiana, Nevada, and Delaware. They've selected billions of dollars now for providers. You have another, I think we have 9 states now that have closed applications. So they've already gotten all of their providers to submit applications. They're wading through and selecting projects right now. They're getting dozens of providers participating for thousands of applications, hundreds, if not thousands of applications in Virginia's case, to cover a lot of these eligible areas. Then you have another 21 states that are active right now. They're soliciting bids right now for providers to build fiber to communities, to build a fixed wireless network, and yes, to also deploy satellite.
So where do we end up?
Well, that's...
Crystal ball this. That's a great summary of where we are, but where are we headed?
You want to go?
So I am always optimistic. I have now, I'm on my third governor with a gubernatorial election happening in November. And so we're just pedal to the metal in Virginia. We did close our application at the end of, it's March, isn't it, last month. And so we got in 2,000 applications for 92% of the locations. You heard me say 133,000 locations. And so despite the changes that are happening about 2.5 hours away from the capital of Richmond, our internet providers and partners are interested in participating in this program. And so we're just going to continue to operate as business as usual. And it's these two guys' jobs to tell us what's going on around policy, whether it's in Virginia or at the national level. And they are great resources to help us pivot if we have to. But my job is to make sure every Virginian has access to broadband, and I'll continue to do that until I'm out of a job.
All right. Thanks to everybody. I appreciate all of your attention today. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate all of your insights on the state of broadband. I'd now like to introduce my colleague, Greg DiLoretto, who's going to lead our discussion on the nation's water infrastructure.
Thank you, Ed, and good afternoon, everyone. My name's Greg DiLoretto. I'm a past president of ASCE, a longtime member and past chair of ASCE's Committee on America's Infrastructure. I'm also a retired CEO from the Tualatin Valley Water District in metropolitan Portland, Oregon, and I'm currently the advisory board chair of the Clackamas Water Environment Services, a regional wastewater agency in the Portland area. The nation's water infrastructure provides essential service to millions of homes and businesses, and it is critical to strengthening public health and safety. An interesting point regarding the value of water and wastewater systems in a civilized society was made by Lewis Thomas, the former dean of the Yale Medical School in 1972 and 73, who said, "The greatest advances in improving human health were the development of clean drinking water and sewerage systems. Yet we underfund them and we take them for granted." In the United States, Americans rely on access to clean, safe drinking water operated by public water systems or through private wells, and communities nationwide rely on wastewater treatment and sewerage systems and stormwater infrastructure to protect health of communities, enhance environmental protection, and guard against increasingly severe flood risks. Our nation's water infrastructure continues to face several challenges in the coming years, including growing investment needs, workforce challenges, and increasingly severe storms and extreme weather. Despite these challenges, ASCE's 2025 report card for America's infrastructure found that thanks to increased investment under laws such as IIJA, use of innovative technologies and methods, and efforts to address emerging contaminants and local contamination, grades for the nation's water infrastructure held steady from 2021, with drinking water receiving a grade of C- after rising 2 grades in our 2021 report card, and stormwater and wastewater maintaining grades of D and D+, which isn't great. Well, I'm thrilled to be joined today by 3 excellent panelists to discuss the findings in these chapters and the challenges ahead. Tracy Minamide, Principal at CDM Smith. Dr. Anna Pridmore, Senior Vice President, Water and Wastewater with Structural Technologies. And Keisha Powell, General Manager and CEO of WSSC Water and the former Chief Operating Officer and Executive Vice President of DC Water. Well, kick it off with several questions here for you today. So we know we've talked about the IIJA providing nearly $55 billion in investments for water infrastructure, supporting capital improvements, lead service line replacement, and to address emerging contaminants like PFAS. So my questions to you folks are, how has this funding had a positive impact on infrastructure development, and how has it may have fallen short of that goal? And what would you say has been the most significant impact of IIJA investments? So I'll start down there with you, Keisha.
Time to think about it.
Ah, sorry.
So I think the positive is that this is historic levels of funding. It was historic levels of funding for us. And you can tell by the grades we needed, because for broadband to come in at a C and we're still hobbling along at a D+, that says a whole lot. I was happy to hear the recognition that it is some of that work that is clipping our water mains. I have to take that back to our law department. I think the benefit is we had this historic level of funding. It was alignment within the law. 72 places in the bipartisan infrastructure law had the requirement to really focus on investing in would have been historically underserved communities. When we did an analysis, a spatial analysis of where impacts from water main breaks, sewer backups, sewer collapses, sanitary sewer overflows were happening, it was extremely tightly aligned with those disadvantaged communities. And so that really underscored the need to us to make sure that those investments were being made to lift up those communities so that they could thrive with everyone else. So you have this large sum of money sitting out there, and we were able to leverage some of the funds for water system upgrades. We'll be investing some in our sewer system upgrades. We also commissioned late last year a $270 million bioenergy facility, part of which was paid for with funds through SRF. I think that large infusion of funding for the water sector allowed more communities to see grants instead of loans, and allow more principal forgiveness. The challenge, though, was it went through the SRF state revolving loan fund process, which, there is a process with it, and it wasn't, the focus was not on shovel-ready projects, which is great because many communities who had challenges getting projects ready had an opportunity to leverage those funds. But we're still seeing the results of funding coming in through that method. I don't think it was a quick and fast process. And so I think it remains to be seen the impacts in infrastructure investments, though those are in the pipeline. What I will say for us is we have been able to leverage funding, hopefully. We'll be able to leverage funding for workforce development, which is a need. And I've said many times that investing in our workforce is just as critical as investing in infrastructure.
Tracy, your thoughts?
So Keisha made some really good points that I was going to mention, and I think that the emphasis on providing funding to the disadvantaged communities really was a very positive aspect of IIJA, and the fact that it prioritized PFAS as an emerging contaminant, and also the lead service line replacement. Those are very top, high priority issues across the country. What I observed was like this next level of depth, in that the administrators really listened to their stakeholders and understood, one, that those underserved communities didn't just need the money, they also needed the technical assistance. It's like getting through a grant application is not an easy feat, and even after that, carrying it forward through the engineering reporting that needs to be done and the financial reporting is not easy. So the administrators recognized that that had been a barrier in the past, and they've added that to this program. Also, the mention of grants and no requirements for matching funds. So it's not like you had to have money to receive money. I think that made a difference. And the principal forgiveness loans also helped as well. A lot of mention has been made in the previous panels about what we really need. This was like the down payment, right, as somebody said. And in order for utilities asset management plans to keep moving forward and to manage the rates, this needs to be a sustainable, reliable source that utilities can embed into their financial planning so that those asset management plans can actually come to fruition.
Anna.
Thank you for that. Really appreciate the points that both you ladies made. Part of it, as you mentioned, is the incredible importance of having it be sustained funding, because one of the challenges, the $55 billion, while historic levels of investment, there's still nearly $1 trillion of funding gap. And so that accounts for 5% of that funding gap. So as we're trying to look to really further close that gap, one of the challenges, as you both brought up, is that it can't be just on elevating the ratepayer levels, because there's certain communities that would be so disproportionately affected to pay the full rate of water. So there needs to be a balance between elevating the rates as appropriate, where at the same time providing some relief to groups that may be over-impacted by those higher rates.
Great, thank you. Keisha, you alerted to this next question. Across all water infrastructure chapters, a consistent challenge, and one we've actually faced for really over 20 years, I was facing it when I was working, is the future of the water sector workforce. The workforce is affected by factors such as increased retirement rates, age disparities among members of the water workforce, and technological advancement creating a new workforce needs. So the question for you all, what do you believe is the most significant challenge facing the water workforce? What types of programs or approaches have you seen firsthand to be a success? And what do you think is the best approach to strengthening and shoring up the workforce for the future? We'll start with you, Anna.
So the challenges you mentioned are all tremendous. Part of it, I had a great conversation over lunch with a young lady where she was saying, you know, I'm obviously so excited about water. I'm like, well, the rest of the group doesn't always obviously think they're so excited about water. So part of it's about making water exciting for the rest of the community. And in part, it's one of those essential resources. You cannot live a single day without relying on, the brush and flush, as we call it. And those are so essential to our daily lives, but that's often a situation that may be taken for granted or doesn't have the same excitement and sizzle as some other industries. So in part, we're competing against completely other industries, and it's important for us to be able to recruit and retain that top talent, bring them in. And as a lot of the aging of our workforce, we're heading closer to retirement, there's people who sometimes put in the original pipelines and now losing that tremendous amount of knowledge base, being able to develop programs where we can have that collaboration to be able to move forward these big projects, especially when we have very large CIPs trying to deliver. Part of that comes to looking towards other alternative ways for funding projects or building teams. So collaborative delivery is a great opportunity to help deliver faster and have that type of more team integration.
Okay, so I currently work for a consulting firm, CDM Smith, engineering firm, but in a prior life, I was Chief Operating Officer at the City of Los Angeles for LA Sanitation and Environment Department. So I come from that perspective of operating wastewater treatment plants and water recycling plants. So when I think about workforce development, of course, as all of us have experienced, there's this mass exodus. A lot of people are retiring. There are two pieces, right? There's the professional sector and then there's the trades. And I think that the professional sector is much farther ahead. They're a little bit more organized in their outreach. They go to college campuses, they do their recruitment, but the trade side is lacking. And this is where, in my experience working for the city, there was a lot of attention paid to workforce development on that side of the house. So really, it was about very targeted and specific outreach to the community. We, as a city, what we wanted to do is provide these job opportunities, right, to the local residents, to the constituents that may not even realize there are jobs for water operators or wastewater treatment operators out there. So it was a targeted outreach. It was also something about creating a hiring process that wasn't so onerous. Working for such a large public entity, personnel and hiring can be very daunting and very challenging. So it was so much about connecting with the residents, providing these opportunities, and helping shepherd them through that hiring process. Once on board, then the next most important thing really was the training aspect. And training needs to be deliberate. It needs to have a more structured program. It's not going to be as effective as just doing some job shadowing with someone who's been there for 30 years and is going to retire next year, right? Something more structured is important to make sure that the people coming on board who may not have even known there was such a job as a water or wastewater operator, right? So important for them and for their success to really go through a formalized training program so that we can retain them and keep them excited about their job.
Yeah, something you said there reminded me of my working career when I first started, where we didn't have all the mapping done, and the person that retired took where every valve box was buried with them, and we didn't know how to find them after that, you know? Keisha, what are your thoughts on that topic?
Yeah, this is a subject I'm extremely passionate about, and I spent quite a bit of last year as part of a working group to think about how to meet the workforce challenges for electrification in the country, with many counterparts. One colleague in the back there, Norma Jean. We had some exciting work. It does exist. And what that work taught me was that many of the challenges that we're having in the water sector in terms of meeting the need for workforce for now and the future is common across all critical infrastructure sectors. And so there are a lot of models, there are a lot of things happening that we can draw on. But you know, to answer your first question about the challenge of the workforce, I think it's workload. I was up at 5 o'clock this morning for an all-hands meeting at one of our depots with our teams, many of which have been handling our water main breaks. This was a brutal winter because of the impacts of climate change. We had a major water main break that took part of our system out for a bit. But for our crews, the boots on the ground, we would not be able to reliably deliver service because it's not technology that is fixing these main breaks or plants when we have disruptions. We have to have the people. And what they share with me are the challenges that they're having because we are losing people from the workforce. That creates additional workload. It also creates additional expectation for additional compensation, which then we as a utility have to figure out how we're going to meet in order to retain the top talent. And that creates resulting affordability impacts on our customers. But in terms of the opportunities that we have established a regional collaboration with the City of Baltimore called the Chesapeake Water Workforce Network. This will be a collaboration that is focused on tapping into those communities that have historically been underemployed, that are not aware of the opportunities that we have. And in that work that we did this summer, one of the things that we realized is that awareness is the biggest issue. People don't wake up and say, I want to be a frontline water hero, or I want to do finance at a water utility. So we have to make sure that folks are aware of the opportunities. We also found that we have to tap into the public workforce system in this country, from federal to state workforce boards to the local agencies that are helping. We don't have to go it alone. That's where funding is, and we need to understand what funding is available and how we can utilize it, not just for training, but to make sure that we're addressing social contracting issues, like providing services so that people can afford to get trained and go through apprenticeship programs, upskilling and reskilling folks to enter our workforce, not just focused on folks that are coming out of college, but also focused on folks that are matriculating from high school.
Great. Well, let's move to the topic that's been talked about today a lot, and that's climate change. 2024, the American Waterworks Association conducted a survey of water utilities, asked them to rank their highest system objectives based on priority. Their top ranked objective wasn't workforce development, which we might have thought. It was actually system resilience. And climate change and aging infrastructure are placing significant strains on water systems, and enhancing resilience of pipes and treatment plants and other components is essential. So your question is, what would you say are the top priority actions that must be taken to improve system resilience? We'll start with you this time, Tracy.
Okay. So from a water perspective, I think resilience is a lot about diversifying the portfolio and looking at sustainable water management, right? 2 years ago, in California, the drought kind of reached its peak, and allocations from the State Water Project were reduced to 5% of the average. So not reduced by 5%, they were reduced to 5%. So for many water utilities that relied upon that one source of water, they were in dire straits. And it just served as an example and a reminder that really for that resilience, you need to have a diversified water portfolio. And in doing that, and this was something that was mentioned in the ASCE report, is that you have to have partners. You have to develop partnerships, and you have to collaborate, because so much of water needs to be integrated, and we've all heard the term integrated resource management, right? So you don't just look at your drinking water or look at your wastewater or your stormwater, but let's figure out how to meld it, how to leverage it, and develop those water resources. And in doing that, you're going to have to work with a lot of different partners. And so that aspect, more the personal aspect, is really important in order to have that successful program that's going to have the resilience and the sustainability to weather through all of the different climate extremes that we're facing today.
Great. Keisha.
So I actually think workforce has to be at the top of the list. And I just have to recognize our past president, Maria Lehman, who's also passionate about workforce and participated in that work. It's so critical. And I think it stands to reason that if you have workforce gaps and you have individuals that can fill those gaps, then we should make sure that we are intentional about making sure those individuals are aware of the opportunity. That would be, individuals that may be non-white, non-male. And we have to focus on, I think we have to be intentional about, we have to remain intentional about focusing on that, because we have opportunities there for those communities. Next, I think we have to focus on digital transformation and leveraging technology. There is a lot that we can do to have more control over our system, to have more information about our system that will give us the ability to respond to and address issues faster. And we saw that with all of the issues that we had this earlier this year, if we can make those investments. And I think as we are investing in our infrastructure, we are truly trying to leverage technology and make sure that that is part of what we're investing in.
Anna, your thoughts.
I really appreciate both Tracy and Keisha what you said. I think the concepts of that collaboration that's required to be able to get everybody to talk together and to navigate that pivot. I see many utilities shifting towards a one water approach, and with that, adjustment, getting all the different departments to talk to each other. Because one of the challenges that's occurred sometimes is there can be silos, even if it's within the same organization, between the water, wastewater, and the stormwater teams. And so how to make sure that there's integrated communication across the platforms. Keisha, what you mentioned about workforce challenges, absolutely. It's 100% a key component for us moving forward. And then also leveraging the asset management program approach. So the ACE report card highlighted that for drinking water utilities, only 30% have fully implemented an asset management plan, and around another half are in progress with their asset management plans. And in order to effectively utilize dollars and really leverage the fact that we have this big gap from a funding standpoint that's, a huge infrastructure gap, the way to do that is to be able to best utilize our dollars by really honing in on what is the highest priority, taking into account probability of failures and consequence of failure, looking at the overall risk of your assets. And by doing that effectively, we see some utilities, such as Great Lakes Water Authority, that are actually dedicating a chief resiliency officer and having someone who is helping to look at this broader resiliency aspect as well, which is another key component.
This next item, we can all see it in all the utilities, but while financing and in rare cases federal grants are available to help support infrastructure upgrades, operations and maintenance costs are largely covered through user rates, right? Over the past decade, user rates for stormwater, wastewater, and drinking water have increased, and often not at the rate of increase of capital maintenance costs. Perpetual rate increases tend to disproportionately affect smaller, more disadvantaged communities, but they affect us all. So what do you think should be or could be done, it's a tough one here, keep rates affordable while also adequately addressing your O&M costs? And we'll start with you, Keisha.
I have said that I think it's a three-legged stool, affordability. We have to have affordable yet adequate rates. We also have to have customer assistance programs. So we had the low-income household water assistance program, Sunset, which was a pilot. We're continuing to promote the need for that at the federal level, but there's also an opportunity at the state level, and we've seen some success there, and now more utilities are starting to work with their state stakeholders to advance programs. We've seen that in an example in Michigan. And we are pursuing the same. And then I think the third leg of the stool is federal funding. And we know that federal funding has declined over the years for water. When we think about the bipartisan infrastructure law, transportation got half of all of the new money, the $550 or so billion, and then everything else got the other half, and water was a small component of that. And it is just as essential an infrastructure system as transportation. So we have to continue to push for higher levels of federal funding. I am also a big advocate of us looking at ways to leverage the funding in other buckets. As we have developed a climate action plan, and we're looking at doing projects that will help mitigate climate change with some of the projects that we're doing to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and so forth. There is an opportunity, hopefully, for us to tap into money under Department of Energy or other programs that may exist.
Anna, your thoughts?
I really appreciate the advocacy about that. Elevated federal funding is a huge part of the conversation, and in part it's a balance. We need to continue elevating the rates to reflect the full cost of water. At the same front, making sure that there's affordability programs in a way to help take the burden off of overemphasizing the pricing onto historically disadvantaged persons. The approach there of having to, I lost my train of thought. What was the question again? But funding.
Affordability and funding.
Affordability. Sorry about that. It's been a long day. From an affordability standpoint, one of the other key aspects there is to also leverage. There's some components where there's been some private funding. That was the point I was going to try to bring. especially when there's large data centers coming in and there's really heavy users of water. I've seen some utility owners that have been able to leverage that private funding in a way to be able to help bring those projects online more quickly. So that's another great opportunity as well.
Okay, so I think back, I was nodding my head earlier, Greg, when you talked about back in the 70s, as there was federal funding that was provided for full secondary treatment at ocean discharge plants, which was huge. And the numbers that I understand is that federal funding was 75% of the cost. The last 25% was half covered by the states. So the local entities only needed to cover 12.5%. And that's what made it affordable. That's what made these programs doable. And I don't know if that's ever going to be something that will be seen again. I don't think so. But that really, it really illustrates how much that can help with affordability. One interesting experience in going through some rate adjustments, that those adjustments were looked at from the perspective of, wow, we have a whole program that needs to be done, and there's no way we can have a 20% rate adjustment. So the best we can do is something under 10%. So figure out your program for a 10% rate adjustment. So it's kind of working backwards, which goes back to the asset management plans and the prioritization, because really that's how you try to balance reality, right? So utilities really understand that you can only afford to do so much, so you need to have that prioritization in place, so you focus on the highest risk projects and the most important ones. There are also a lot of customer programs that are offered, subsidies, although in some states you have to be very careful. It can't be paid by the rates, right? But low water use rebates, there are some rebates in place for taking care of your private sewer lateral, so you can get a rebate there. Those kinds of programs are helpful.
Great. Well, we have 25 seconds left, so I'm going to wrap it up here. I want to thank you for taking time to be with us today, providing your insights on this really important topic of our water infrastructure system. Let's give them a hand, folks. I'm now going to turn it over to Bill Hansen, who will lead a discussion on water resources.
So they saved the best for last. How about that? My name is Bill Hansen. No. Bill was called away. Unfortunately, he has a family health issue, so hopefully that has not gotten bad. Good afternoon. My name is Norma Jean Mattei. I am past chair and emeritus professor at the University of New Orleans Civil and Environmental Engineering Department, and also past president of ASCE. And we're going to talk water resources. We just talked a little bit about water, but from a different aspect. So we're rounding it out with other water resources infrastructure. And those water resources infrastructure play a valuable role in public safety and economic activity. The country's more than 92,000 dams generate electricity and supply drinking water. Dams, along with levees, play a critical role in protecting homes and property. While many Americans may not live near a port or navigable waterway, they're certainly familiar with the agricultural products and the commercial goods that travel on these resources. Our water resource infrastructure requires near constant maintenance because we have wacky weather, from dam rehabilitation to the dredging of harbors and waterways. Dams, levees, inland waterways, and ports, as I said earlier today, all saw a grade increase in this 2025 report card. In fact, ports reflected the highest grade on the report card this year, coming in at a B. However, there's still room for improvement, even ports. Dams and levees remain at a D range, and inland waterways received a C minus this go round. So, hello, gentlemen. Joining me today to discuss these important sectors of our infrastructure are Brigadier General John Lloyd, Commander and Division Engineer with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, North Atlantic Division. Jonathan Daniels, Executive Director of the Maryland Port Administration. And Joe Spadilla, Associate Vice President at Pannoni, an engineering and design consulting firm. So thank you, gentlemen, for joining me today. We're wrapping up a busy day. So let's jump right in. So the first question is for all of you. I think I'll start with the general first. Put you on the hot seat. So as we see it in the ports chapter of the report card, ports are constantly driven by the need to accommodate ever larger vessels and upgrade aging facilities. How are ports building redundancy into their operations to ensure that they're resilient to both weather and man-made events?
Yeah, thanks, Norma Jean. Can you hear me? Okay, there we go. Thanks for the question. It is great to be here with all of you. For those of you who work with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, thanks for what you do as well. I want to say it's great to see Mr. Daniels here. A year ago tomorrow, we were on the phone talking about how to remove 50,000 tons of steel and debris at the Port of Baltimore and rescue 6 lives that were lost or recover them. So, sir, it's always good to see you. I'm going to answer your question in 2 parts. First, with my U.S. Army Corps of Engineers hat on. And I was glad to see the grade of a B for the ports in the United States. That's great. It shows that the investments we're making in the ports and the things we're doing, we're headed in the right direction. And I hope that grade continues to improve because of those investments. 2 things. First, for the North Atlantic Division, I oversee or work with 5 of the major ports on the East Coast. Certainly Mr. Daniels at the Port of Baltimore is one of those. But from Norfolk up through New York, those 5 major ports. In almost all of them, the investments that we are working on, deepening and widening, right, to accommodate larger vessel traffics coming into the ports and to be able to do that. So Norfolk making large investments to deepen and widen. Port of Baltimore, same thing. And again, Philadelphia District working with the Port of Wilmington, making large investments along the Delaware to be able to do that. And not only the deepening up in New York, New Jersey down to 55 feet is going to increase and help commercial traffic get in. Putting on my U.S. Army hat, right, and the importance of the ports and everything that you all have talked about today as part of not only helping the nation's economy, but also the national security of the nation, right? The ports play a critical role in being able to deploy forward the U.S. military, right? And so everything that we are discussing on port infrastructure to include reducing the aspects of cyber attacks on the ports is hugely beneficial to the U.S. military. It used to be the homeland was not vulnerable to attack from an outside adversary. That is no longer the case. Adversaries will be able not only to kinetically engage the United States with weapon systems, but cyber attacks. So both the investments of the Federal Navigation Channel and then all the things the ports need to do to sustain the security against cyber attack, incredibly important.
Great, thank you. And General Lloyd, I want to thank you and the Army Corps of Engineers. I have never seen a level of cooperation with what happened a year ago tomorrow. Those of you that have teenagers, no good call ever comes in at 1:30 in the morning. When it comes in from your boss at 1:30 in the morning, it's typically even worse. But one of the first calls I received was from General Lloyd and the Army Corps of Engineers, and the first question is, what do we need to do to open up the Port of Baltimore again? To have that type of assistance, to allow us the opportunity when it was projected that it was going to take 11 months to be able to remove all the debris and to get the dolly out of the way, it was done in 11 weeks. 77 days after the incident, we were celebrating the opening of the channel, and that was led by the efforts of the expertise of the Army Corps of Engineers as part of the incident command system and serving under the unified command. Redundancy in ports is more important than ever. The level of investments often allow us the opportunity to make sure that we are creating that redundant capacity. The multitude of berths, the multitude of cranes, the multitude of equipment that is necessary to make sure that you're able to accommodate the increasing flow of traffic is more paramount today than it ever has been. With the change in ways in which we're dealing with things in the geopolitical market right now on a global basis, trade lanes change consistently. Ports need to be able to respond, first and foremost, with the available depth. The funding and the maintenance occurring by the Army Corps of Engineers, the deepening and widening is absolutely critical. Ports don't have a significant amount of runway to be able to plan, develop, and build new infrastructure to accommodate the size of the vessel that's coming out of the shipyard right now. Back in the 70s, the typical vessel was somewhere around 1,500 to 2,000 TEUs. Those were some of the largest vessels. And a TEU is a 20-foot equivalent unit, so when you see a box of Chiquita bananas going down the road and it's a 40-footer, that's 2 TEUs. The typical vessel that we see in Baltimore now is somewhere in the 14 to 15,000 TEU. And that's still well below the largest vessels that are plying the trade that are somewhere in the 23 to 24,000 TEU capacity. To tell you how much cargo that is, if you're looking at a vessel in about the 8,000 TEU capacity, if you took all of those containers off, put them end to end, they would go from downtown Baltimore to downtown Washington, D.C. It's more than 40 miles worth of containers that are accommodated on that single vessel. Vessels are getting larger. To be able to have the ability to be able to move those in efficiently, to have the underkeel clearance that's necessary to be able to safely move those vessels in and out, to efficiently bring your product in, we have to have the redundant capacity. We need to have the level of investment that has been made recently. We need to be able to increase that. And while we have seen more money, we need to see more. If not, you're going to start to see that in the consumer areas right now. On top of that, I would like to thank everybody for the B that we got. I get the opportunity on my way back to Baltimore to call my mom and say, you know what, you always wanted me at the top of the class. I'm there. Thank you very much.
Well, I want to say thanks for the opportunity to be up here with you fine folks. And, you know, it's listening throughout the day. I know it's been a long day. My background is specifically in bridges. I got my start involved with long span bridge design. A lot of those projects were tied closely to ports. Bridges went over ports. They went over distribution centers. So the things that I've seen and I've been blessed to see have been specifically with regard to structural strengthening and hardening of the facilities. In fact, we're working on several projects right now in terms of, you know, improving blast resistance or providing, you know, those safeguards to protect our facilities. The other things that I'm seeing are microgrids. The ports are, you know, starting to realize, hey, this is something we may want to invest in to make sure that we have that redundancy. We talk about sustainability. And lastly, the other thing that I'm seeing is, and you talked about it, they don't have the footprint. They have very limited footprint, specifically in ports. So how do you ensure redundancy with your routing to get to and from the facility? So, for example, we saw, the Bayonne Bridge had to be raised, and that's another really good example of you're limited with your footprint, and you have to get creative. So those are some of the inputs that I see. And by the way, I just want to also say thank you to our sponsor, for this particular talk, Epic Games. And a few questions came up in our discussion. Why is Epic Games sponsoring this particular event? And I think we'll get to that in the next few questions. So
thank you. Uh-oh. There we go. All righty. Thank you for that. And the next question is just for you, General Lloyd. So, sir, in your role with the Corps of Engineers, you oversee an extensive design and construction program to improve our nation's water resources. How has the Corps adapted in recent years to address the impacts of severe weather events, which have outsized impact on the nation's levee system, dams, and inland waterways? Furthermore, what can states do to prepare for the next flooding event that can drastically affect dams and levees under their jurisdiction?
Yeah, so let me answer easy questions. I like this one. I'd be remiss not to talk about my boss's priorities, right? So for those of you who know, Lieutenant General Graham became the 56th Chief of Engineers for the Corps of Engineers back in September. So he speaks with three priorities, right? You got to deliver today, right? So Congress has entrusted the Corps with a significant amount of money. Many of you know that about $92 billion is kind of where we talk about right now, executing about $11 billion annually. That's historic workload for the Corps. Deliver today, innovate tomorrow, so I'm going to speak to innovation, and then always talk about people within the Corps. A lot of the other panelists have talked about people and talent management as well. And then he goes a little bit deeper to talk about the three next things. You got to get the engineering right. So all of my engineers out there, you got to get it right. You got to get the project management right, and then we got to get the business right. So that's the context when he speaks to us that he's framing in how I'll answer this question. So storms, most of you are tracking storms that come in nowadays. I think last year we had 18 $1 billion storm events, right? Storm events continue to be unprecedented across the United States and disasters in general. And I was down in Puerto Rico for 5 months restoring the grid down there, right? And trying to explain to people how bad the storm was and did to the grid was always a daily conversation, all the way to the highest levels of why it was taking so long. When it comes to levees and dams, though, I want to talk research and development, right? So all of you who are interested in research and development, the Corps Civil Works budget right now, we spend less than 1% on research and development. It's probably the lowest we've seen in history when it comes to R&D. Some of that, it sits, for those of you who are familiar with the Corps budget, it sits in remaining items, not a great place. It really needs to be taken out of there. So it's a separate line item, and Congress fund that to where we need it to be. If you compared that to industry, you know, it would be far above that of what industry is spending on R&D. So our R&D's got to be part of the conversation that we are all having. And I know as some of you go on and do congressional visits, you got to be talking about R&D. When it comes to levees and dams, the Corps operates about 746 dams across the nation, about 4,000 miles of levees. In North Atlantic Division, I have 55 dams and about 275 miles of levees. The challenge is this: not only that the funding that comes out of the work plan is not where it needs to be, but then it causes you to do risk-informed decision-making, right? So then you got to prioritize how you're going to spend that funding in dams that need it the most or levees. The other challenge is this. When I was the Pittsburgh district commander, I'd have conversations where the Corps built a levee and turned it over to the local or state. That becomes a challenge, because then when we go out to inspect the levee, right, if it had an unacceptable rating to it, then the next conversation is, well, state, local, how are you going to fix that to get it where it needs to be? And then it's a money issue. Most localities are competing on doing maintenance for a levee to funding the school system, and that's not a place we need to be, right? So we're going to have to figure out better ways to overcome challenges to local communities who are trying to maintain their levee system, and that are going to get impacted. The last thing I'll tell you is people have short memories when it comes to disasters. The disaster here and now today, 5-10 years later, they won't remember what happened. So we got to keep that to the forefront of the impacts of that. So,
Thank you. So the next question's for Joe. So Joe, Pannoni is a demonstrated leader in utilizing new technologies and innovations to deliver infrastructure projects on time. What solutions are you deploying to effectively improve water resources assets?
So that's a great question. A few years ago, with the help of our Chief Innovation Officer, Marcus Widener, and a few others, we put together a team called the Digital Labs, Pannoni Digital Labs. And essentially what that is like a three-headed hydra, where any particular project that you may start begins with, let's call it reality capture or data collection. And we've heard quite a few folks today say, hey, we just didn't have the data. So the way we do that is we're deploying laser scanning, where we can, for example, a shipping channel, we can get the bathymetric data, marry that point cloud with the top side if there's a structure going over or there's a port. So, and the next step to that, which we're experimenting with and actually deploying right now, is the use of AI to help classify items or elements of that particular, let's say it's a bridge or part of a port. So really exciting times to see how these things are being implemented. The second part of that is what we call our 3D modeling and simulation group, and that's where Epic Games comes in, because we've done several projects now, and I had this conversation earlier, and I said, engineers are great at engineering, but we're not the best storytellers. So when we can use these tools to help convey the story, we will get better buy-in, we'll get better acceptance of budgets, proposed projects, especially with the public. So the second part of that, I mentioned the modeling, and tomorrow is one day that you guys had to do some pretty miraculous things, and hats off to both of you for that. We also had clients at the same time that were getting phone calls, and they said, hey, the reporter wants to come, we have a project, and one of the projects in particular was with Delaware River and Bay Authority, who's currently constructing some of the largest dolphins in North America. And believe me, before the events at FSK, they were getting questioned about the cost. They say, it's $80 million or it's $90 million. So when you look at that level of investment and the protection, I mean, that's a $2 billion asset. So we were brought in to help tell that story. It was really, by the circumstances, to be able to tell what they were doing. So we created, Mike Selesky and a few of our other team members created a really detailed digital twin of the dolphins, how they were going to be constructed, and essentially broke it down for the layperson in terms of what they were seeing. And with that, we were also able to develop simulations of, going down the Delaware River or going up the Delaware River, and kind of seeing what kind of visual impact the new dolphin system would play. The last part of the three-headed hydra would be our GIS and our asset management team. In particular, we're deploying new tools like Cesium, which is 3D geospatial tiles. Those plug and play nicely with Unreal Engine, which is what we use to showcase a lot of these projects. And then, you know, I heard it mentioned earlier. I think Maria mentioned you have to invest in research to have innovation, and I think that's really true, because some of the other things, you know, talking about ship channels that we look at is the pneumatic tube mixing of dredge material and how we can then repurpose that material. You know, this is in many cases contaminated, so how do you get to reuse it? So it's really been fascinating, and there's a lot of other tools, drones, and you know, I can throw all the buzzwords out, and you know, like the gentleman said earlier, Jonathan, he said, you know, resiliency. So that's it in a nutshell.
So this next question's for all of y'all. We'll start with Jonathan, then you, General, and we'll give you a little bit of a breather and put you last show. So ports, inland waterways, dams, and levees all received a boost from both IIJA and WRDA 24. However, to continue to improve our water resources infrastructure, we need to ensure sustained investment levels. What are some of the opportunities that increased federal investment has allowed, and what challenges remain? Jonathan, you're up.
You know, I think across the board, what we are seeing is with the more money that's coming into the availability for ports, it's become hyper competitive. The environment to be able to secure those dollars, unlike the formula funding that goes into airports and FAA, they've done an absolutely fantastic job, and it really was seen when the money was put forth for airports during the pandemic. Ports are loath to change. You know, we go back so far. We don't like change. Certainly, we don't like to put together formula funding, which allows us the opportunity to share funding. We never want to share anything. We'd rather be more competitive regarding that, and that puts us in a hyper-competitive position, not only for the dollars, but puts us competitively in a hyper-competitive situation. So it makes it very difficult. At the same time, we've been very successful in the last few years with dollars that have come in specifically dealing with the environment. EPA's $3 billion Clean Ports program, which we secured $147 million associated with that. And over a 4-year period, once we implement it, we'll see a 35% reduction in greenhouse gases associated with the environment in and around the port itself. Infrastructure dollars are always necessary to be able to maintain. We received $31 million from infra grants through the Department of Transportation, but there's still more that we need to do. Unfortunately, ports, oftentimes run by public jurisdictions, whether it's municipal, state, whether it's county, typically what we do is we go out and find a $50 million grant, we build a new piece of infrastructure, we ride the life cycle to the very end, and then what do? We go after a grant again, and then we complain when we don't get the money. Unfortunately, the asset management programs that we're putting in place, they've been put in place too late, and this is throughout the United States, for the most part, in a lot of ports. And all of a sudden, we are struggling then to get the funding that's necessary in order for us to be able to maintain that infrastructure, to develop it, and to be able to have it for the next 50 years. That is beginning to go away. We're beginning to identify needs well in advance right now, which allows us the opportunity to be able to properly plan. Even as we're looking at it, we develop our plans in a commercial nature. We look at areas that we're weak in the world. We try and go after some of that new cargo, that new competitive imbalance that oftentimes occurs when you have changes in ports and infrastructure availability, and then we bring in the infrastructure development on top of that. Unfortunately, the cost associated with doing that right now oftentimes makes projects and port infrastructure development prohibitive. Everybody's taking a look at a return on investment right now as more ports are getting into having private terminals, private terminal operators, as well as public sector infrastructure. It's difficult to try and justify to a private sector operator that's bringing in 10, 20, 30 million tons on an annual basis, that because we don't get any wharfage or any revenue from you, I can't justify going to the legislature and asking for $50 million to be able to upgrade your facilities. That's very, very difficult to do, but ultimately we're being thrown out there. The only way we can do it typically is to go to the federal government and elicit their support. We've seen significant improvements, but we're only at a small fraction of the funds that we need in order to maintain our infrastructure and allow ports to be able to grow, to be able to support the consumer base that continues to grow in the United States.
Yeah, everything Mr. Daniel said. The other thing I'll add is our Harbor Maintenance Trust Fund is hugely important to the ports. Congress in Word of 2020 said, hey, you got to spend the money that's in the Harbor Maintenance Trust Fund. That was a very good thing, and I think we're still trying to figure out how to best do that. Last year out in my sister division, South Pacific Division, I know they were able to spend about $58 million at Long Beach and Los Angeles Port. In my districts, we're still working with our ports to move some of that money to the Harbor Maintenance Trust Fund where the ports need to spend on infrastructure. I'll add to one thing that Mr. Daniel said. Port systems are an ecosystem. So it's not just the ship, it's not just the federal channel maintaining that, but it's everything going along with that. So, that's the road network and transportation and railroads and every port I go to talks about this entire system. And then every time I drive across the Verrazano Bridge and go into New Jersey and I watch all the trucks backed up, it makes me immediately think it's much more than just where the ship is docked and where the containers are coming off, but that ecosystem needs to be supported as well. This is an important conversation, both, again, for the nation's economy, but to the nation's national security as well that I mentioned earlier. But, my answer is Harbor Maintenance Trust Fund. We've got to spend more dollars. That means we've got to have more shovel-ready projects. That requires a significant amount of engineering and design to happen. USACE will not be able to do this alone, so all the AEs that are in the audience, we're going to need your help to advance those designs and make sure the ports are ready to spend money when needed.
I would just add that as a consultant engineer, when the money comes through, one of the other things, we talked about getting funding and how long that takes and whether it's there, but then the procurement process is also something, I think, getting that money out and getting these projects completed has been a challenge. And I think we've seen that, and it's not any one specific agency, it's just the way the nature of the beast is. So any way we could think about improving that and speeding that up, I think we can, make use of more of those funds.
Yeah. If anybody has that answer, you can meet me in the back corner and tell me that.
So I think we're out of times, and we had a couple of other questions, but we're at the, I don't want to get the hook. So that's right. So I want to thank you, you three gentlemen. I really enjoyed your responses to the questions. And I want to call up our Executive Director, Tom Smith, because he is going to close us out for today.
Great. Thank you, Norma Jean. Thank you to all of our panelists. I want to thank all the panelists today who've come out, and I want to thank our sponsors. I'd like to thank also the 50-plus people who worked on this report card for many, many months. Great job, you all. I'd like to also thank our staff team. I know Caroline Severe's mom is watching. Thanks to Caroline and the team. Thanks also to Josh and Planet Word. Thanks for recommending. This has been a great location. I'll mention a couple things. I'm just looking at, find out a little bit about Planet Word. So this started as the Franklin School. It opened in 1869. Many ideas that are fundamental in today's education system were first introduced at the Franklin School, including grading. So it's pretty appropriate that we're introducing grades here. I'll also mention a couple of things that I think it was Alexander Graham Bell in 1880, the first wireless phone transmission from the roof of the Franklin School was transmitted to his laboratory over on L Street. And that was the photophone, which he deemed to be one of his greatest inventions. Of course, ASCE's headquarters is on Alexander Bell Drive, so it's all connected here at ASCE in some way. So again, I want to thank everybody for I think it's been a wonderful day. I think it's been enlightening, and it's important for our nation. It's important for our infrastructure, the messages that we're carrying here. Having served in this role at ASCE for several report card cycles, I can say that this is a particularly unique edition of the report card for America's infrastructure. Never in the 27 years that we've been doing this has the federal government been such an active partner in driving our infrastructure systems forward. At the same time, our built environment faces some of its greatest challenges to date, whether that be from drastically altered social demands of our infrastructure following the pandemic, increased dependencies on our energy systems, increasingly severe weather events, and continuously aging assets that need to be replaced. As we see in the report, we're making progress, so we've got something we can celebrate, but we're in no position to take our foot off the gas. We need to buy in from more sources. We need buy-in from more sources to close our infrastructure investment gap. ASCE and our 160,000 plus members around the world stand at the forefront of these challenges. We have developed some of the world's leading building codes and standards, and more widespread adoption of these standards is going to be important to advance resilient infrastructure, keeping families safe and generating returns on investment. We create STEM-based educational materials and IMAX films like our latest Cities of the Future film to attract younger audiences and to position the profession and address the workforce shortages that we're seeing in the construction industry. And for the same reason we're gathered here today, our publications and reports garner public interest in the issues our built environment faces so that there is more collective buy-in to make infrastructure a priority. I'm grateful for the countless hours our Committee on America's Infrastructure and ASCE staff spent to put this report together. While a C grade is not one that engineers will wear with pride, the key theme from this report is that progress is being made. However, without continued action, that progress will be lost. And it's imperative that we recognize that each of the 18 categories covered today depends on one another for success. Our infrastructure is only as strong as its weakest link, so it is imperative that we improve the condition of all 18 categories. We hope this report will drive national attention towards the condition of our roads, bridges, water systems, electric grids, and more. American households and businesses reap the benefits when our infrastructure is working at its best. And our nation's civil engineers are ready to pave the way to a more prosperous future. Thanks again, everybody.